Oh, they were one of the contractors that do the drones. Yes, yeah.
So he's okay, or he's...
I haven't heard this morning.
Okay.
No.
I hope so. Hope he's all right.
Yeah. You're not sending anything off the computers, are you?
No.
Don't need that one.
I think I'm the only one here this morning.
Okay, yep. Maybe those two.
Does it matter which one I use?
No, I can use this one if you want.
Yeah, that's what I said yesterday. It'll be familiar.
Yeah, perfect. Yep.
Thanks very much. We're on?
Yeah, we're sending live. Yep. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of racing for the South Australian 2025 State Championship Regatta. We've got a series of heats this morning, first bracket of races with fantastic entries. And we had great racing yesterday in challenging conditions. Went from incredible headwind to good conditions. Today, the water looks fantastic at the moment. And we're starting the day racing with the schoolboys coxed 4. That's the open sweep racing for the open age students. This bracket of brackets sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. If you're following the program for the first time, you'll find that today's program is a mirror image of yesterday. Like yesterday, we started with the women's schoolgirl coxed 4. Today, it's the schoolboys. So everything works in half of our program of the different boat classes and different competitions are in reverse. Yesterday we finished with the women's Open 8, won by the Adelaide Club. And today we'll be racing, the last race of the day will be the men's Open 8 as the feature last event. Yesterday we had the Schoolboy 8 State Championship as the penultimate race. That was won by Scotch College for the first time for many years. And today, the last race will be the schoolgirls Open 8, the first 8s, as the finishing the day off. So those two races to look forward to, along with the quadruple sculls. Yesterday it was the men, today it'll be the women's. And we're racing in the first race 75. We continue the numbers for the 3 days of racing. We raced on Friday for the first time in South Australian rowing history to have a state championship competition extend over 3 days. So congratulations, all of you involved in rowing in South Australia, for getting these fantastic entries. We've got St Peter's College number 1 in lane 2, Prince Alfred number 2 in lane 3, Pembroke 4, Christian Brothers in 5, Saints Boat number 3 in lane 6, and Unley High in 7. And I think it's the Unley High and the St Peter's number 3 crew that seem to be battling for the lead on the far side of the course. And then it's the Saints #1 crew closest to us on the western side of the West Lakes International Regatta course here, the Alex Ramsey International course, its official name. Those three boats racing for a place in the final. So with 4 places up for grabs, I'd certainly say it's St. Peter's 1, Unley and St. Peter's 3 that will progress to the final. And there's a real battle on between the other 3 boats, Princes, #2, Pembroke, and CBC, as we often call them. Those 3 are battling for a place in the final. So Nelson Teamwear, thanks to Nelson Teamwear, who've got one of the trackside tents here for the competition. And thanks to our fantastic technology people here who've got this wonderful live stream that you're enjoying right now. So the first 4 boats in this race #75, Heat 1 of the schoolboy coxed 4s. Cross the line. They've come from the 2,000 metre mark, due to start at 8:30. So Heat 2 of the schoolboy 4s, also sponsored by Nelson Teamwork, is again got 7 boats in it. Well, this one's got 7. The previous one had 6. We've got Norwood, St. Peter's #2, Adelaide, St. Peter's #4, Prince Alfred #1, St. Ignatius, and Prince Alfred #3. So 7 boats fronting up for race 76, the schoolboy coxed 4 second heat, first 4 into the final. Very unpleasant result for the rest here. It says the rest eliminated. They don't get a second chance in our state champs. We don't run repecharges like they do for a national regatta, where you do get a second chance. So we're broadcasting live on the live stream. Looking at the big screen now, we've got a drone shot of the next race that's already underway. So they're probably through 500 and approaching the halfway mark. I reckon I've only got 6 boats here. I'm not sure. Okay, I reckon it's lane 2, 3, 4. I reckon lane 5 isn't there. That'll be Saints #4. But no doubt about the leader. You can see on your screen here, the crew out in front is the Saints #2 crew. They're clearly in front. Remember, we're looking for 4 place getters to go into the final. So running second would be the crew in 4. That's St. Peter's #4. Then it'll be back to Norwood in lane 2. That's the boat on the right of your screen. Then right over to Prince's #3 on the eastern bank of the West Lakes course. Adelaide High in the death seat at the moment. They're in 5th place. So if they need to make some progress to get into the final by being in the top 4 place getters. So they're almost in the middle of the field that you've got there. The Adelaide High crew, and trailing off is St. Ignatius. So they're about to come to the past the Lakes Hotel, which is about 500 metres to go. This is the second heat of the schoolboy coxed 4. 4 place getters to go to the final. The rest eliminated. Tough competition, this. So the leading boat is definitely the St. Peter's #2 crew. It's Lockie McKenna, Indy Mercerella, Hugo Maslin, Sydney Tierney, Harry Binns is the cox. Coaches Ed Chipperfield and Lucy Stephan. Lucy Stephan, Tokyo Olympic gold medalist, coaching one of these crews. She raced yesterday in the open women pair with a partner Katrina Werry, and they won the open women's pair state title yesterday, as they should. They're both Olympians from last year and also Tokyo. They both run the Victorian women's 8, which is won, I think, 10 of the last 12 interstate races. Because Lucy Stephan has won that event 10 times more than any other Australian women's rower. And as I said, she's also Olympic gold medalist. And welcome to the commentary, Greg Walters, who will help us with the commentary this morning. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you very much, Phil. So we're coming down to the conclusion of race number 76. And it is the St Peter's College 2 crew of Lockie McKenna, Indy Merciola, Hugo Maslin, Sydney Tierney, and Harry Binns as the cox, who will win heat number 2 of the schoolboy coxed 4.
So Adelaide High putting in a pretty big effort here to try and get into that final, and they're overtaking that Princess crew on the far side, but I don't think they're going to make it. Oh, it's very close.
I think they may have just got there just by a bow ball.
They had to get in the top 4 to get the final. I was talking to the judges yesterday, and one of their decisions yesterday was 0.002 of a second between the two of the boats at the judges. Photo finish camera and measured the distance down to obviously 100 per second. They had a margin of 0.02 of a second, 0.00. Two of the boats at the judges. They have a very sophisticated photo finish camera that can measure the distance down to obviously 100 per second. And, they had a margin of 0.02. Was it 0.002? I'm not good at maths.
That's right, down to hundredths of a second.
Yeah, so 200ths of a second they could judge between two of the boats yesterday in one of the judges' decisions.
Well, I think they're going to have to use that technology to determine the 4th place getter there in the schoolboy coxed 4 heat number 2. So if you're looking for the official results, just a reminder to go online to South Australian Rowing Manager. You'll get the live updates and the live scores, and you'll be able to see who's made it through to the final. So I recommend you have a look at that for the outcome of this race number 76. This brings us to race number 77, the under-17 men's single sculls.
Underway, yeah.
It's sponsored by Tucker Natural. In this heat, and there are 3 heats. In this heat, the first 2 go through to the final, which is race 105.
The 5 boats are there, I can tell you, Greg.
Next to fastest, yes, and we've got in lane number 3, Adelaide High 1, which is Tom Redmond, coached by Harrison Linder. Lane 4, Unley High, Anton Evans. Lane 5, Adelaide High 3, Eddie Sharp, coached by Harrison Linder. Lane 6, Pembroke School, Sebastian Willis Hell, coached by Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan. And lane number 7, St Peter's College 2.
So it's the Pembroke and Adelaide High that I think are fighting for the lead. So the 2 extremes of the course, not quite. Pembroke in lane 6 and Adelaide High number 1 are the 2 leaders, looking a place straight in the final.
And I think that the Unley High crew in lane number 4 is really pushing Adelaide High. So Anton Evans from Unley High in lane number 4, really pushing Tom Redmond from Adelaide High in lane number 3. I think there's a real battle for that position. So reminder, the first 2 go through to the race final with the next 2 fastest. So you definitely want to be in the first 2 as they're going through.
A good race, Greg, for that first 2 places. Mind you, the 2 next fastest from the 3 heats also get a Guernsey in the final, but that's the real dodgy way to get in, isn't it?
That's right. Well, you'd be hoping that you're in a very fast heat.
this race sponsored by Tucker's Natural. That's their natural food products. And I've heard some of the other commentators mention that they use these products and they recommend them quite highly. I'm not that good at healthy eating, Greg, so I can't comment. But I could go on my trusted other commentators' judgment, I reckon. So, a very good competition here. On the far side, I think the Pembroke guys in front. And then
that's right. Lane number 6, it's Sebastian Wills Held.
Adelaide High, and then it's the...
then Unley High, that's right.
Unley Anton Evans. It's really, really overlapping the Adelaide guy, the two high school scullers fighting it out. And Anton his coaches and supporters might be hoping that a close finish will get him in.
Tom is closing in on Jacob as well. That the lead that Pembroke had is being shortened, but it's definitely going to be Sebastian Willis Hell crossing for Pembroke, followed by Tom Redmond from Adelaide High, and then closely behind Anton Evan from Unley High. This brings us to under 17 men's single scull, sponsored by Tucker's Natural. Once again, in this heat number 2, the first 2 go through to the final. Lane number 2, St Peter's College 3, Liam Hutchinson. Lane 3, Port Grammar 1, Alexander Smith, coached by Brooklyn Selway. Lane 4, Adelaide High 5, Cooper Eaton, coached by Lottie Prow. Lane 5, Christian Brothers, Alex Evans. Lane 6, Murray Bridge, Archer Buick, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell. Lane 7, Pembroke School 2 crew, Gordon Liu, coached by Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan.
This second heat has started. The under 17 men's single scull, sponsored by Tucker's Natural, race number 78. Trying to confirm if they're all there. We don't have necessarily the latest scratchings, unfortunately, so we're reliant on the picture we see here or the binoculars. There should be 6 in it. I don't think there are 6 boats there, Greg.
Lift the brightness of that screen. It's really hard to see.
What do you want to do?
Lift the brightness on that screen.
Where's that? Well, Adelaide High are helping us out here because they're scullers and wearing their orange high-vis caps, and I can see Adelaide High, and only one boat appears to be inside of him, so either St Peter's or Norwood aren't there. In fact, it might be St Peter's and Norwood. Neither of them are there. They're the 2 that are missing. So from our field, we've got no lane 2 and lane 3 because...
That's right. We've got lane, yes, right. Lane
starting with
4,
Adelaide High with the
5,
orange cap.
That's correct.
Yep. So the other 4 boats are there.
So it does look as though we've got a scratching from lane
2 and 3.
2 and 3. So that would be Noah Hopkins from Norwood High and Angus Island from St Peter's College.
So 3 boats in contention for the 2 spots in the final. Adelaide High, Saints number 1, and then across to Pulteney number 2. I think it's the Adelaide High number 4, Daniel Jose, that's going to be in 4th place. So, and doesn't look close enough to challenge for a place in the final.
That's right. I think I got it wrong though, because this is of course race number 78, and so lanes 2 and lanes 3. Liam Hutchinson, St Peter's College 3, and lane 2, St Peter's College 3, Liam Hutchin, and lane 3, Popney Grammar 1, Alexander Smith are the ones who have scratched. And so this is a battle here between lane 4, Adelaide High 5, Cooper Eaton, lane 5, Christian Brothers, Alex Evans, lane 6, Murray Bridge, Archer Buick, who's doing very well at the moment, and lane 7, Pembroke School 2. And I think it's the Murray Bridge rower of Archer Buick who is leading this race number 78 in the under-17 men's single scull. So a reminder, the first 2 go through to the final. And the way that Archer's riding at the moment, I think he's clearly got that under control. However, of course, we have a challenge from Adelaide High. That's right, the inside.
Yeah, my apologies. I was looking at the wrong sheet. I should have been looking at the screen.
That's okay. Adelaide High 5, Cooper Eaton. So Archer Buick from Murray Bridge in lane 6 and Cooper Eaton from Adelaide High in lane 4. And behind Cooper in third place is lane number 5, Alex Evans.
So the famous double blue colours of Murray Bridge, made famous by the Murray Bridge Cods back at the early 1920s when Murray Bridge men's 8 represented the state 8 times and won 4 King's Cups.
And I think Archer's just lifting the rating. Archer from Murray Bridge in lane 6, as well as Cooper responding in that last 250 metres. Cooper from Adelaide High in lane number 4, both lifting that, going down to the final and extending their lead, and they look very comfortable to both go through to the final, which is race 105. Race 105 today is at 11:30, which is the under-17 men's single sculls final.
Good idea.
As the remainder of the field come down, we'll move across to race number 79, the under-17 men's single sculls, which is also sponsored by Tucker's Natural. This is heat number 3, once the first 2 progress through to the final, and then is the next 2 fastest rowers, with the rest being eliminated. In lane 2, we have Norwood International High, Noah Hopton, coached by Alexander Worthington. Lane 3, St Peter's College 4, Angus Island. Lane 4, Adelaide High 2, Jasper Eaton, coached by Harrison Lindner. Lane 5, St Peter's College 1, Hugh Halls Cragg. Lane 6, Adelaide High 4, Daniel Jose, coached by Harrison Lindner. And lane 7, Popney Grammar 2, Xavier Lee, coached by Brooklyn Salloway.
So yesterday, that Hugh Hall Craggs won a single scull event. I think that was the under-16. So here he is racing in the under-17. So it could be, if we're running a book here, Greg, we might be able to put a bet on that one.
We'll see. He's got a good lane number 5, in the middle of the field. We've got a fairly.
We should encourage betting.
No, absolutely not. We've got a strong cross breeze here, so you can see the wind coming in. It's moving around a bit, but it's certainly coming in from the west at the moment. Blowing around. It's sort of I think it's just looking at the flags down here on the course. Strong westerly.
The water doesn't look unfair at the moment.
No, it doesn't. The water actually looks pretty good.
Just looking through binoculars, it doesn't seem to be favouring anything.
No, we certainly had some challenges yesterday with that strong northerly in the west, and that particularly when it's coming in from the northeast, that open water section which we have from about the 600 to go, 600 through to about the 250 mark, that open water section, quite rough and quite challenging for the small boats. Today, in the single sculls, I think they have far more favourable and far more equitable conditions. So I don't think you can really claim that your lane is going to have a big influence on the race today.
And just mentioning yesterday's weather, Greg, we had constant watch on the temperature and the humidity because we have strict guidelines on racing, and we went within a fraction of a degree of having to cancel some of the racing with the temperature rising, but fortunately not as hot down here at West Lakes compared with the Adelaide city temperature, and we didn't break any rules, and the racing was able to continue despite the very hot conditions yesterday.
That's right. We were lucky in the afternoon. It was actually a lot better than forecast, both from the heat, but also the wind. I think we were forecasting it was going to be very windy, and it dropped in the afternoon. So the conditions later in the afternoon much better than they were before lunch. So down here at the moment, 9 o'clock, we've got it from the west-southwest. The wind's at 22 kilometres an hour, and it's a very friendly 22 degrees. So fairly benign conditions today. Although, of course, coming in from a westerly, that does affect the small boats. So they've just got to be careful they don't get over the course of their 2,000 metres, sort of get blown across onto what would be their bow side.
So I can see the two Adelaide High scullers with their high-vis caps, and they've got the Hugh Hall Craigs in between them from St Peters, and I think he's leading the race. I think we might be missing a couple of starters from the rest of the field, though. We're still not sure.
Well, that's right. They might not have come into view at the moment from this tower, although it's possible. I'm just looking back there down the field that the Pulteney Grammar rower of Xavier Lee is in fact there in lane number 7, just back a bit further down the field. He may have had an issue getting away, but I think Xavier is there in lane number 7. And of course, our view is obscured here of lane numbers 2 and 3. So we'll need to rely on the drone footage when that becomes available. So
it's coming through now.
They're just coming through. That's right. So you can see that in lane number 2. So that would be
a very white
Angus
one.
Island.
I'd say I reckon it's the Norwood. Well, it's either Norwood or Angus, yeah.
I think that's, lane number 3 we can see. So lane number 2, as I said, we can see coming through, which is
Norwood,
that's right, and Noah Hopton. But you're right, the lead at the moment is lane number 5, St Peters College 1, Hugh Hall Craigs, leading race number 79, the under-17 men's single scull, heat number 3. I think then it's lane number 4, Adelaide High 2, Jasper Eaton from Adelaide High in a clear second position, then back to the next Adelaide High rower in lane number 6, Daniel Jose. I think Hugh's got this very comfortably at the moment. He doesn't need to push too hard. He would be easily able to see the other rowers behind him. So he just needs to sit there, hold them. Because the first 2 go through to the final, this is not a time trial for them. As long as you get in the first 2, you know you're getting through. And I think that those first 2 rowers are quite comfortable at the moment, being lanes number 5, Hugh Hall Craigs, and Adelaide High 2.
I'm pretty sure Pulteney out there, Craig. There's no lane 7. That boat you saw back there is next race is a 1,000-metre event, and I think we've got some.
Oh, they might have come out onto. I see they've come out
into
the
that start.
I see. Is that what it is? Yes.
It's a women's single scull from 1,000 because it's a younger age
okay.
group.
So that would be why we had someone out on the field in lane number 7. It was actually, yeah.
So we got 4 boats, and it's Saints, Adelaide High, and then Norwood.
And that's the order they're coming through as well. St Peters College, lane number 5, Hugh Horse Crag. Lane number 4, Jasper Eaton. Lane 6, Daniel Jose. And then lane 2, Noah Hopton in lane Norwood International High. But Hugh is coming down to the finishing line, crossing now to lead the under-17 men's single scull. So he's looking very good, actually, with that form. Should be very competitive there for the final, which is race 105. And now the Nord International High rower of Noah Hopton has come down with about 200 to go. Still driving the boat through the water. We might then move our attention across to race number 80, which is the under 16 women's single sculls, which is sponsored by Concept 2. The under 16 women's single scull.
There is a St. Peter's boat coming down the course. I suspect it's from one of these events that he may not have got to the start in time because he's certainly on his own. Could be from lane race 78. We'll see if his bow number's D2.
Well, it's possible that it's Angus Island. He would expect him across there in lane 3. Something certainly would have happened to him. He probably, I'm guessing, might have missed the start because he's not. So yes, that's in lane 3, just coming down. I suspect must have had an issue, perhaps did miss the start of the race. But I presume the umpires will wait for Angus to clear the course before they start race number 80. So Angus is coming down about past the 300, coming down to that 250 mark, which is colloquially referred to as the rocks, because on the southern side of this beach, which is the beach that is at the finishing line on the western side of the course, there is a large rock with some rocks beneath it, and so that's a bit of an iconic marker.
So on the screen, Greg, the next race has started from the 1,000-metre mark. We've got 6 boats starting,
and those 6 boats would be lane 2, Walford Anglican 6, Ellie Bass, lane 3, Unley High 2, Maya Lesu, lane 4, Adelaide High 2, Mariella Siddell, coached by Ella Prow, lane 5, St. Peter's Girls 1, Zalia Valmorbida, coached by Brinley Millward, lane 6, Walford Anglican 2, Annabelle Casserly, lane 7, Loretto Marriotville 5, Ava Waters, coached by Dario Sportelli and Emily Dagas.
And can I welcome our on-course commentary? You should be getting the sound system working now. It's 9 o'clock. We are allowed to broadcast live to the lawn and headquarters here. So that should be coming on from 9 o'clock. You should have the commentary now available. And don't forget the big screen pictures showing at the moment. Beautiful picture from the drone, from our live stream on the big screen here on the lawn at Regatta headquarters.
Right, it looks as though at the moment it's lane 5, which is Zalia Valmorbida from St. Peter's Girls, leading. And as you look across to your screen immediately to her left, which is lane number 6, that's Walford Anglican Annabelle Casserly. And in lane number 3, we have, which is the second from the right, we have Maya Lesu. So lane number 2, Ellie Bass, and lane number 3, Maya Lesu. But it looks still as though it's lane 5, St. Peter's Girls, Zalia Valmorbida, who's leading this under 16 women's single scull heat 1. Fairly competitive though, particularly keeping in mind that it's the first 2 that go through to the race final. Coming through to that open water section, so if there is a tricky area, it would be that. I think keep an eye on Maya Lesu from Unley High in lane 3 as a challenger for Zalia in lane 5. Sorry. And Annabelle Casserly in lane 6. On the far
yeah.
outside lane, lane 7 is Ava Waters. And lane 4, Adelaide High 2, Mariella Siddell. But our leader still, lane 5, St Peter's Girls 1, Zalia Valmorbida. Fairly tight field though for this sort of event.
Yeah, there's 4 heats too, Greg. So the first 2 only go through, and the third and fourth will be in a B final. So
That's right.
Great
Look,
entries in the under 16.
It's a fairly tight field, but particularly whilst Zali is leading this field, look at a very tight competition then between Annabelle Casserly in lane number 6 and Maya Lesu from Unley High in lane number 3.
Well, there's 4 boats almost in contention.
And look, Maya's really lifted here. So lane number 3, she's really lifted, and she's putting that challenge down to Zalia in lane number 5, and of course Annabelle across there in lane number 6. She wants to take that position, that second position, off of her. Looking down on the field, it does look as though it is Zalia in lane number 5. And I think that Maya in lane number 3 has lifted, and she's coming up to challenge. So she's in second position at the moment. She's lifting her rating at the moment. She's really chewing into that lead by Zalia. But I think Zalia is just going to get across the line, followed by Unley High in lane number 3, Maya Lesu, and then Annabelle Casserly in lane number 6. Let's look to race number 81, because we look as though we've had a start in that. This is heat number 2 of the under-16 women's single scull. Lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville 2, Eugenie Anderson, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane number 3, Riverside, Lillian Wayne, coached by Matt Walker. Lane 4, Wolford Anglican 5, Chloe Brammy. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 6, Aspen Pemberthy, coached by Dario Sportelli and Emily Dagus. Lane 6, Pembroke School 1 crew, and it was just Catherine Watts. And lane 7, St Peter's Girls 3, Ross Stavrou, coached by Carolyn McNally. And it looks as though it is lane number 4, I think. So the leaders at this stage are, you can see out there, Riverside.
Lillian.
Sorry. Loretto, Lillian in lane number 3. And on the inside of Lillian is Eugenie Anderson in lane number 2.
Definitely the Riverside in front. I'd say.
That's right. Lily Wayne, coached by Matt Walker. So Lily did make it through to the final of the single sculls.
Under 17.
Under 17 single sculls. That's right. She came through and was one of the next fastest. Her compatriot Caitlin from Riverside also made it through, and Lillian was one of the next fastest rowers to make it through to that final. So. Coach Matt Walker runs a high performance program out of Riverside, and Lily is one of those key rowers focusing on sculling. So she's looking well in control at the moment.
Good race for the second place.
That's right. It's I think it's all on for second place. There's at the moment I would still give it to Loretto Marriotteville 2, so Eugenie Anderson in lane number 2. But a very competitive field.
Lane 4 followed by lane 6 are the contenders.
That's right. Lane 4, Chloe Brammy, and lane 6, Pembroke, which is Catherine Watts. So I think that second position is open at the moment. It's led by Eugenie Anderson from Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 2. Lily is still out in the lead with Riverside in lane number 3. I think she's going to have that lead position. But that second position is open at the moment. Eugenie Anderson at the moment still got that lead. I think she's responding to the challenges that she's got across on her bow side. Lily's coming through. She will take that lead position, followed by Loretto Marriotteville, Eugenie Anderson in lane 2, now crossing the line, and they will secure their position in the A final. And the 3rd and 4th positions will go through to the B final with 5, 6, and 7 eliminated. Once again, you're reminded to go online and have a look at Rowing Manager, and they will give you all of the live results. Let's now bring our attention to race number 82, the under-16 women's single scull, sponsored by Concept 2, heat number 3, where the first 2 progress through to the A final, 3rd and 4th to the B final, and then the remainder are eliminated. We have in lane 2, Wolford Anglican 4 crew, Hannah Silcock. Lane 4, Loretto Marriottville 3, Ava Leonello, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 4, Pembroke School 2, Alex Ridlett. Lane 5, Loretto Marriottville 7, Harriet Fleer, coached by Hallie Anderson and Dario Sportelli. Lane 6, Adelaide High 1, Ada Dedich and coached by Ella Prow. And lane 7, Wolford Anglican 1, Emily Turner.
All there and racing. It's the lane 4 boat that's in front. That's from Pembroke, Alex Radler.
That's right, and Adelaide High 1, Ada Dedich, lane 6 also up there challenging for that lead position. So a lot of competition out there for that for the lead in the under-16 women's single scull, heat number 3. And look across here, just keep your eye on Hannah Silcock in lane 2 from Wolford Anglican. Up there with the leaders. I think now it's pan out. Look at Adelaide High, lane number 6, Ada Dedich. And they have the lead over that field. They're going through that, generally call it the rough water section. The conditions are pretty good today, so it's not too bad. They do have that cross breeze that's coming in from their stroke side. So as you look at the live feed, the wind is coming in from the right.
So the on-air picture shows you very clearly the scullers. Beautiful picture here from our drone, thanks to our live stream technicians. It's great photography for rowing. It makes it look really good. And
the pressure is lifting. Look across at Alex in lane 4. She's really throwing it down there to Ada in lane 7. So lane 4 and lane 6 battling it out for that lead position. I think Ada still has just got it in lane 6 over lane 4, Alex. And then back to Hannah in lane 2 for Wolford. So can Hannah lift and challenge Alex?
That's the picture.
For that second position.
Approaching the finish line.
That's right.
From ground level. Finish line just coming up.
That's right. So Ada's being challenged. Look, the challenge is really coming from lane 4, Alex Ryler and Hannah in lane 2. So I think that Ada's going to cross the line first, but it's that second position. Whoa, it's so close. I think that that Ada might have just got it over Hannah. Hannah finished very, very strongly there. But go ahead to Rowing Manager and you'll be able to confirm the official and final results of heat number 3.
So that finish line has actually got the flagpole on the far side, but our camera isn't exactly on the finish line, so shows how close it was.
Bit of parallax.
The result.
That's right. Race number 83 then, the under-16 women's single scull, heat number 4.
It's underway.
Is underway. Lane number 2, Wolford Anglican 3, Amara Davis. Lane 3, Loretto Marriottville 1, Layla Bryant, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 4, Wolford Anglican 7, Grace Appleford. Lane 5, Loretto Marriottville 4, Ruby Kernahan, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 6, Unley High 1, Rachel Luscombe. Lane 7, St Peter's Girls 2, Chelsea Francis, coached by Jamie Becker.
So it's lanes 4 and 6, I think, that are battling for the lead.
That's right. So lane 4 is Grace Appleford from Wolford, and lane 6 is Rachel Luscombe from Unley High. And really, Amara Davis in lane number 2 is coming up on them. but there is that battle for first place.
I think the 8 Unley sculler, Rachel Lascombe, maybe in front, just in front of the Walford sculler, Grace Appleford.
Yes, Rachel's across there in lane number 6.
Well, that's subject to change. They're both certainly battling for the lead, those two, and look like being the likely finalists.
Yeah, so lane number 3. Lane number 3 is actually Layla Bryant from Loretto Marriotteville. So we've got here in lane number 2 coming through Amara Davis. Lane number 3, Layla Bryant. And then lane number 4, back down the field is Grace Appleford. Lane number 5, Ruby Kernaham. Lane number 6, Rachel Luscombe. We've got some strong finishing here in this race. Some very strong finishing. Those first 2 rowers. Oh, look, we've had a change of the lead there too. I think it's Layla might have come up and made a late charge over there over Rachel. Yes, crossing the line. So Unley High just pipped out. Lane 2, Wolford Anglican, Amara Davis now finishing strongly. I think she's got about a quarter of a length. There you can hear the finishing signs very, very close there. So very competitive. The first 2 going through to the final. The next 2 going through to the B final. So the A final is race 102. So just for your schedules, that is scheduled for 11:15, and the B final, which is race 101, is scheduled for 11:10.
Next race due to start at 9:20. So I'll just give you a couple of heads up. We're always looking for volunteers for the rowing competition. Our sport's an amateur sport, and we rely on volunteers. And any of you old rowers there, male or female, you know how the sport works. It's pretty simple, and we're aiming to get enough volunteers to share a day and have half a day instead of a whole day volunteering and working. So if that suits your time frame, if you could spare either the morning or an afternoon at a regatta, if you're booked to be here for the half a day with your family, you could spend that time helping out by being a volunteer official. You could see any of the Rowing SA officials in the Judges Tower or the office out of ours, and make yourself available. Thanks.
That's right. Like, Phil, you don't even have to be an old rowing person. You could just be, one of the parents or grandparents or relatives coming down here with no experience, because the boat racing officials do provide training for people in various roles. So it'd be a great opportunity to actually be involved in the sport actively and with a great group of people. It's a great culture amongst the boat racing officials. And as I said, you're provided with the training to come in, so you don't actually need any experience at all. Everybody is welcome, and there are multiple roles for people to fill.
So the next bracket of races are the school boys, the year 9 and 10, again 1,000-metre races for the coxed quadruple sculls, sponsored by Nippy's, the family-grown, family-made fruit juice company. And that Nippy's family, I know the boys rowed when they were youngsters and at university. So that family's been involved with obviously fruit juice and rowing for at least 50 years that I know of.
That's right. There's probably a good opportunity, just to let everyone know, down here on the site with our tents. We've got tent 1, the Aperol Spritz tent, operated by the Ore Cafe. Tent number 2, Nelson Teamwear. These are the sponsors. So this is where you come down and get your 2025 South Australian Rowing Championship merchandise. Tent number 3, one of our sponsors, Phil Hoffman Travel. Tent 4, My Pet Life, producing 100% human grade and pet approved treats for your pets and animals. Tent number 5, you can go down and speak to Sykes with their little trailer down there. Tent 6, Wintech, proven performance and unparalleled value. Go down and talk to them. Perfect Balance Rowing, who are long-term sponsors of rowing, and of course the platinum sponsors for this particular event, go down and see them, have a look at their latest equipment, grab some spares or pick out your next boat. So go down there and say hello to Alistair and Caitlin at Perfect Balance Rowing. They're in tent number 7. So special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Perfect Balance Rowing. And of course, we have our corporate partners, Claridge Construction, who are sponsoring, have sponsored a number of the races, including the Open Women's Double Sculls and the Under-19 Women's 8s.
Can I just put out a word for the Rowing SA tent down the front of the Ore Cafe? They are running a raffle there. You get 1 ticket for $5, 3 for 10. It's going to be drawn today at lunchtime. First prize is a brand new rowing machine, an Ergo Concept 2 rowing machine, and some other good prizes too.
Absolutely fantastic. They've also got 2 $500 vouchers from Westbeak Parks, the Tucker's gift basket, some great luggage down there, 3-piece luggage set for Phil Hoffman Travel. And we've got some wine for those of you interested. Some
wine
from
too,
Mopper.
good
That's
stuff.
right. This is they've got their Mataro Spring Grenache Shiraz Mataro, I think.
And thanks to Alex Worthington for getting that Yolumba wine. Alex is a wine merchant as well as a rowing coach.
So this brings us to the field. You would have seen in your feed race number 84 on the screen in heat number 1 of the schoolboy year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Lane 3, St. Peter's College 4, Eddie Powell, Sebastian Baggett, Lex Hewitt, Gus Focoretta, and Daniel Kwan as the Cox. Lane 4, Adelaide High, Cohen Broad, Kobe Keane, William Kelly, Samuel Smedley, Andreas Blafari as the Cox. Lane 5, St. Peter's College 8. It's great to see there's so much depth there at St. Peter's College. Bo Shand Nunn, Ethan Haag, Charlie Pierce, Dyson Drew, Rang Hang, Anson Kai as the Cox, and Lane 6, Scotch College Adelaide, Hugo Millard, Hugh Ellis, Billy Finlayson, Sam Casey, and Tom Brook as the Cox. Lane 7, Prince Alfred College 4, Hugo Grayling, Declan Murphy, Carter Godecki, and Sam Matheson with Isaac Wood as the Cox. And it looks as though it's the Scotch College Adelaide crew in lane number 6 who's got the lead. That's a Scotch crew of Hugo Millard, Hugh Ellis, Billy Finlayson, Sam Casey, and Tom Brook, leading the schoolboy year 9 Cox Quad Scull heat number 1. Then it's back to, I think that's Adelaide High in lane number 4. Just in front of pushing out the St. Peter's College H crew.
Very close, almost side by side, those two. You can see them clearly on the drone's picture. That's a fantastic coverage we're getting here again from the live stream.
Yeah, and Scotch College really pushing out there, doing really well across there in lane number 6. Then lane number 4, Adelaide High, and St. Peter's College in lane number 3. So they're the two crews which you can see to the far right of your crew. They're neck at neck at the moment. They're really pushing. And this is where the big race is, because I think Scotch College have got a commanding lead. They can see the crews. The coxswain will be calling them up. And I don't think they're going to be able to catch them. But the question is, what's going to happen here between Adelaide High, who's currently leading in that second place, and the challenge from the St. Peter's College 4 crew in lane number 3? Can St. Peter's College in lane 3 challenge the Adelaide High crew? Because this is for the all-important second place to go through to the A final.
Look at the splashes. Both boats are absolutely going at the catch. You can tell the effort they're putting in to get through.
That's right. Scotch College now just about to cross the line. They will take the first position, but it's their second position. They're neck at neck. The challenge, Adelaide High, I think they're trying to hold off with a very fast finishing St. Peter's College crew. Look at them going down to the line. They can see that everything is, and they crossed the line. Everything was on the line there for that final position in the A final, but it was the Adelaide High crew in lane 4 of Cohen Broad, Kobe Keane, William Kelly, Samuel Smedley, and Andreas Blafari as the Cox, who will be the second crew, along with the Scotch College crew, who will be going through to race number 104, the A final, with the 3rd and 4th place getters going through to the B final, race number 3.
And
103.
I'd like to mention the Scotch crew that won there, the Scotch Bagpipes will be still celebrating their first 8, won the Schoolboy 8 State Championship yesterday and the Advertiser Shield. I didn't have time to peruse the shield. That shield, I raced for that when I was a schoolboy. And
So did I.
And it's been going for 60 years or more, that trophy. And I didn't have time to go and see exactly where Scotch won it, or even if they did back in the old days. But it's certainly a long time since Scotch College have won the Advertiser Shield for the State Championship 8s.
That's right.
And that James Seppelt coach crew won yesterday, and they were certainly still celebrating late in the afternoon.
Well, they rode beautifully. They really did ride beautifully. There's a lot of competition. It's going to be interesting with the head of the river between Prince Alfred College, Saints and Scotch. I think it was Scotch clearly, though, and then Saints, and then Prince Alfred College. But the lead's been teetering a bit between those crews. But look, very impressive row from the Scotch College crew. Sort of a lightish, I would call it lightish sort of weight crew. Very efficient and effective. Moved the boat beautifully yesterday. A very impressive and well-deserved win. This takes us to race number 85, the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, sponsored by Nippies, family grown, family made. Heat number 2, once again, the first 2 go through to the A final, 3rd and 4th go through to the B final, and the rest are eliminated. In lane number 3, Christian Brothers, Hudson Harris, Samuel Diusio, Eric Sheng, Harisman Gill, and Luke Bullock as the Cox. Lane 4, St. Ignatius 2.
One missing, I think. But you keep going.
I will say who's supposed to be there, and then we'll go and see if there's a scratching. Lane 4, St. Ignatius 2, Eli Anderson, Leo Chekovich, Jonathan Higgins, and Kurosh Shahi with James Gleghorn as the Cox. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College 2, Campbell Brown, Bernie White, Lachlan Logan, Jack Amber, and Noah Burton Howard as the Cox. Lane 6, St. Peter's College 1, Will Miller, Marge Sliert, Hugh Hall Craggs. Gee, he must have jumped back in the boat very quickly after having finished that singles race. Dominic Palmieri, William Harper as the Cox. Lane 7, St. Peter's College 5, James Rooney, Jonathan Angelos, Oscar Brook, Jack Dawes, and Oliver Nemi as the Cox. So a bit of competition. You've got St. Peter's College 1 crew, the Prince Alfred College 2 crew, the St. Ignatius 2 crew, and you've got Christian Brothers. So this may actually be quite a fast heat. You would expect that. And I think we've got the real challenges coming from the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 5, Prince Alfred College 2 crew.
I reckon it's Saints number 1 that's not there.
Yes, I think you're right, because the St. Peter's College 1 crew, and we talked about the difficulty with getting Hugh. How did he get from the single to the there might have been a crew changeover issue for them as well, but they would have been on the left-hand side of the bow side of that Prince Alfred College crew in lane number 5. So that's left the field open, really, for the Prince Alfred College 2 crew of Campbell Brown, Bernie White, Lachlan Logan, Jack Amber, and Noah Burton Howard as the Cox, leading this race number 5, Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Heat number 2. And in lane number 3 is the Christian Brothers crew of Hudson Harris, Samuel Diuso, Eric Shang, Haris McGill, and Luke Bullock as the Cox in 2nd position. The first 2 go through to the A final, with 3rd and 4th going through to the B final. Of course, out there in lane number 7, St. Peter's College 5 crew of James Rooney, Jonathan Angelos, Oscar Brook, Jack Dawes, and Oliver Nemi as the Cox.
I reckon CBC have moved up into 2nd place, so they're going to get in the final.
Yes, they will. That's right. That's right. And so you've got the St. Peter's College 5 crew nipping at their heels, but CBC are going to get the lead. It's the Prince Alfred College crew with Clearwater in lane number 5 who will cross the line first in this heat number 2 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And at the moment, it's Christian Brothers in lane 3 who've got that lead. And I think that they're just extending. They've picked up their pace. They're extending their lead over the St. Peter's College 5 crew in lane number 7. And they will secure their place in the A final, race number 104, with the St. Peter's College 5 crew coming in 3rd, and they will be in the B final. And we have the St. Ignatius 2 crew in lane 4 coming down the coming down the course. And we have had a start in race number 86. That's a schoolboy year 9 Cox Quad Scull, which is sponsored also by Nippy, family grown and family made. This is heat 3. Once again, first 2 to the A final and the 3rd and 4th through to the B final. We've got on paper here 5 crews. Lane number 3, St Peter's College 6, Max Harms, Bodie Nilsson, Samuel Kerr Grant, Gethin Owen, Joshua Bell as the Cox. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College 3, William Gibson, Marlon Locke, Robert Kia Nan, Kieran Gray, Jasper Arnold Chamney as the Cox. Lane 5 is Pulteney Grammar, Vivan Chandra, Moses Ralph Christopher, Alexander Smith, Xavier Lee, and Victoria Stanislawski as the Cox. This is coached by Brooklyn Selway. Lane 6, St Peter's College 2 crew, which is Jack Jamieson, Logan Bishop, Rupert White, Tom Goss, and Harrison McClurg as the Cox. Lane 7, St Ignatius 1 crew, Gianna Piccianello, Riley Prisabilla, Ziad Farah,
breakage,
Lockwood Tommy.
breakdown, crew in lane 5, I think.
So that's the
Stop
Pulteney Grammar
racing.
crew.
And I can't see St Ignatius there at all. So there's only 4 boats and 1 stopped. So lane.
Okay, so we may have a scratching from lane number 7, the St Ignatius 1
so
crew.
Pulteney have just had to stop racing. I think they've had an equipment failure. I don't think there's anyone hurt. They're just getting going again now by the look of it.
So that would be the St Peter's College 2 crew in lane number 6 of Jack Jamieson, Logan Bishop, Rupert White, Tom Goss, and Harrison McClurg, coxing them, who would be leading this field. Challenged by the Prince Alfred College 3 crew in lane 4. And that Prince Alfred College 3 crew was William Gibson, Marlon Locke, Robert Kiernan, and Kieran Gray with Jasper Arnold Chamney as the Cox. So it's the race between lane 6, the St Peter's College 2 crew, and lane 4, Prince Alfred College 3 crew for those first 2 positions. I think both crews lifting their rating at about the 300-metre mark. So both crews will be racing down to the final. So clear lead at the moment to St Peter's College. But PAC, you can see they're putting their foot down. Now both crews will be going through to the final. So that's clear. The tactic could be that they could take their time, but neither of those crews are doing that. They're both, that rivalry between St Peter's College and PAC obviously driving them on. Their coxswains pulling them up, saying, don't let them get ahead. And the St Peter's saying, do not let that Prince Alfred College catch you. So it's that battle. St Peter's College 2 crew, lane 6, Prince Alfred College 3 crew, lane 4, racing down in this last 150 metres. The St Peter's College 2 crew and lane 6 have the lead at the moment. They're both crews fast finishing. I don't think the PAC crew, who are finishing well, but they won't be able to catch the St Peter's crew because they're just running out of water at the moment as St Peter's College cross the line first, followed by Prince Alfred College 3 in lane 4, both securing positions in final race number 104, which will be the A final of the schoolboy cox quad sculls.
The Pulteney crew, 2 of them are rowing. The other 2, they don't seem to be in any distress, but I think they've had equipment failure. So they are rowing over the course with two oarsmen. And
that's right. So bow and 2 are rowing. 3 and stroke must have had some sort of equipment failure. So that's pretty hard to, get down the course with just 2 rows. But they're finishing off that race, so all power to them, even though it can be very frustrating when you have those equipment breakages.
Sorry, I missed 2. Actually, 1 out of Saints and Princes.
It was the St Peter's College 2 crew in lane number 6.
So they were first.
Over Prince Alfred College 3
so
in lane number 4.
Qualifiers.
That's correct for the A final.
Greg.
That's right. The other 2 crews will be going through to the B final.
Thanks, Greg Waters.
Now, I presume, Phil, even though there were 4 crews in that, we had some scratchings, that means that those the 3rd and 4th will still be going through to the final.
The B final, yeah.
Yeah. So race number
87.
Race number 87, that's correct.
That's next.
Heat number 4. I'll just read out the crews in this race. Lane number 3, Prince Alfred College 1. So that'll be good to see how they go. Harry Hobby Apostolos, Paul Gaganis, Liam Charlesworth, Fred Ashby, and James Morgan as the cox. Lane 4, St Peter's College 7, Owen Tan, Zachariah Khan, Bailey Nelson, Bill Roberts, Diwan Wu as the cox. Lane 5, Norwood International High, Diesel Heath, Felix Burke, Ethan Partridge, Leandro Sada, Phoenix Montague O'Brien as the cox, coached by Dylan Barker. Lane 6, St Peter's College 3, Tom Baker Evans, Frederick Sills, Ollie Brook, Augustin Nicholson, Fergus Brown as the cox. Lane 7, Scotch College Adelaide 2, James Foster, William Yankovic, Liam Mays, Callum Jurasevich, and Maxwell Norris as the cox. Now, I know this is a very highly fought, the standard in the Year 9 cox quad is very high, and it's very competitive. So anybody's race. But
Greg, I've got to sign out now. Phil Manglesworth signing off, and welcome Andrew Southcott to the commentary. Thanks, Greg and Andrew.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Phil. The Prince Alfred College in lane 3 certainly has got form, so I'd expect them to be highly competitive in this race. But as you can see out on the field, there's a lot of competition, so it's not a lay down for Prince Alfred College, coxed by James Morgan. They're going to have to fight for their position, the first or seconds to get through to that A final. But it is still the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 3. And then look across to that Norwood International High crew in lane 5. Diesel Heath, Felix Burke, Ethan Partridge, Leandro Assad, Phoenix Montague O'Brien coxing them. Doing well in the middle of the field. And they've got St Peter's College in lane number 6 just on their shoulder. But it is that battle between Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 3 and Norwood International High in lane 5, who currently have got that first and second position. I'd be looking at St Peter's College 3, though. They will be seeking to challenge Norwood in lane 5 as we come down through that open water section with about 300 to go.
So it's really 1 and 2 will go through to the A finals. And at this stage, it does look like PAC 1 and Norwood International High 1 are sitting in those first 2 places, going through to the A final. The PAC crew, you can see there now, they're in lane 3. They're closest to us, and we're just focusing on them right now. But they've got a clear
commanding lead. That's right, and I think their cox James Morgan has called them up, so they're clearly going to be getting through to the final. So they could take it easy, but their cox has called them up. They're riding very well. That looks very clean. Their timing's good. They're driving it through the water.
Well, let's have a look. So St Peter's 3 over on the far side in lane 6. They are challenging Norwood International High. They might have left their run a little bit late, but it looks like Norwood International High are going to go over second, and then it will be St Peter's College 3 in 3rd place.
That's correct.
And then Scotch College 2, and then back to St Peter's College 7. So 1 and 2 will go through to the A final. That'll be PAC 1 and Norwood International High through to the A final. 3 and 4 will go through to the B final, which is St Peter's College 3 and Scotch College 2. And then St Peter's College 7 will be eliminated. They won't be racing again in that race.
That's correct. Thanks, Andrew. The next race number 88. Very interesting combination here. The Masters mixed double. We've got some real talent out there. With the Masters crews, it is the average age of the crew determines what grade they're in. Oh, they're just called the A, B, C, D, etc. That's not a mark of the quality. It's just the age brackets that they're in. So in lane number 2, we've got Murray Bridge 2. That's a B crew, which means their average age is under 43, I believe. So Kelly Lewis and Dylan Port from Murray Bridge. They'll be starting off on 36-second handicap. Next in lane 3, Torrens, Gina Bell and Tom Lubinis. They're a C crew. They're on 32 seconds. Next to them is lane 4, Riverside, also a C crew, Melanie Innes and Anthony Lee. Lane 5, Torrens, an E crew on 24 seconds. That's Rob Ellis and Simone Ellis. Lane 6, Murray Bridge 1, a G crew. So it's a much older crew, and their age would be over 65. They're on a 10-second handicap. That's Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt. And in lane 7, Riverside, an H crew of Leslie Lewis and Peter Hendy, and they're off go. So what that means is the crew that's off go in lane 7 will start first, 10 seconds later, lane 6, 14 seconds later, lane 5, 8 seconds later, lanes 4 and 3, and then 4 seconds later than that, lane 2. So you'd expect that the outer lanes would have the initial lead, and the inner lanes, their task is to catch up to those older crews who are in the far lanes, and you would expect them to be a faster finishing crew.
So what you can see on the screen here, you can see that staggered start. So going from left to right, you can see that the Riverside crew, the H crew over in lane 7, they've had the longest start. It looks to me like the Torrens crew in lane 3 have not made the start, but all crews are underway now, and it'll be the job of the left-hand crews on the screen, the Riverside crew and the Murray Bridge 1 crew, to hold off the right-hand crews for as long as they can. And if the age handicap is roughly right, then we should have a very close finish. But it starts off with a very staggered start, and already you can see that the crew over in lane 2, which are they're sort of, an average age of about 40. They're a B crew, and they've given a 36-second head start to the crew on the far left, but already they're making up significant ground.
They are doing really well. And of course, the Torrens crew in lane number 5 had 24 seconds. Murray Bridge had 10 seconds. So given how close lane 5 is to lane 6, they've already not quite made up that full 14-second gap, but almost. So you would anticipate that Torrens crew of Rob Ellis and Simone Ellis will start to take over from Murray Bridge in lane 6 and Riverside in lane 7. I think the real challenge for them is going to come from Kelly Lewis and Dylan Port in lane number 2. So let's see if that works out. Keep an eye on lane number 5, Torrens, Rob Ellis and Simone Ellis, and lanes 2, Kelly Lewis and Dylan Port.
And right now, it's very hard to know, who will finish first. But already you can see the crew in the middle, as Greg said, that Torrens crew, the E crew have already pulled ahead of the crews to their left that they had a head start for. So the race, I agree, it is between the Torrens crew in lane 5 and the Murray Bridge crew, which there's only been about 12 seconds. So they only had a 12-second start, and it looks like it's probably going to be a bit too much for them to make up.
They're fast finishing, but I think you're right now. Just looking at that, they may not have enough water to be able to catch the other crew. So it's a question about the Murray Bridge crew in lane number 6, who are finishing very, very well, nipping on the heels of the Torrens crew in lane number 5. But can the crew in lane number 2, that fast finishing crew, catch them? I don't think they've quite got the water to be able to do that at the moment. They can probably catch the Riverside crew in lane number 7. I'm expecting them to do that. But it is going to be Torrens in lane 5, Rob Ellis and Simone Ellis, followed by Murray Bridge in lane number 6 of Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt. And from where we are at the moment, I'll let rowing manager call the others, but we had that fast finishing Murray Bridge 2 crew of Kelly Lewis and Dylan Port. I think they just ran out of water for that final.
Yeah, it looked like they were making up quite a lot of ground to begin with, but it was that crew in the middle, the Torrens crew.
Oh, they're outstanding. The Rob and Simone Ellis, national champions, and both Masters state reps. So excellent, both excellent scullers in their own right, and they're just a wonderful. If you can beat them, you can win a national title. I think
there you go. And you've probably read against most of these rowers, Greg.
I have. That's right. I'm certainly used to being beaten by Rob in the sculls. Race number 89, the under-19 women's coxless pair, sponsored by West Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. Heat number 1, the first 4 progressed through to the final, which is race 108, with the rest eliminated. This is a 2,000-metre event. The last event's a schoolboy Year 9 cox quads and the Masters mixed double, which we've just seen with 1,000-metre events. This is a 2,000-metre event. In lane 2, Wolford Anglican 3 of Zara Hutchinson and Aurelia Young. Lane 3, Wolford Anglican 1, Scarlett Brammy and Imogen Griffith. Lane 4, St Peter's Girls 3, Kate Thomas, Soph Langley, coached by Cleo Wilson and Jemima Richter. Lane 5, Wilderness School 2, Millie Intwistle, Isabel Jackson, coached by Nikki Pludzinski and Katrina Werry. Lane 6, Adelaide, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera. Lane 7, St Peter's Girls 1 and Matilda Powell, Molly Cannock, coached by Cleo Wilson and Jemima Richter. And I presume the Adelaide crew there of Grace and Tamara would have been in that that winning crew of the Adelaide 8, the Women's Open that won the Women's Open 8 so convincingly yesterday. And I think, in fact, now I'm guessing here, that Grace and Tamara were the crew that went to the New South Wales Championship and won gold there recently.
I didn't.
So, not to jinx it, but I'd say just keep an eye on that crew from Adelaide in lane number 6, Tamara Bates and Grace Pereira. Expect them to be very, very competitive here in heat number 1 of the under-19 women's coxless pair. Reminder once again, it's the first 4 crews that go through to the final. So it's not the final, so you don't have to race down to the line. If you don't want to, crews can strategically, if they're in front, just hold the other crews behind them. And as long as they know they're in the first 4, they will get through. But of course, the fastest crews of those who qualify do get the better lanes.
And this race is sponsored by the West Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. West Beach is a vibrant community who welcomes all newcomers and provides opportunities for all to become part of the club, connect with like-minded individuals, make lasting friendships, and surround yourself with positive energy while you enjoy our amazing new bar and bistro. Thank you to the West Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. So they're already making their way down the course, and we can see sort of in the long view. Probably they've done the first 500 meters or so.
Largely, we might get some of that drone footage, which would make it a bit clearer for that 2,000-meter event. But
it does look like the ARC crew are looking very strong at this stage. Right. Looking down the course. So if you have a look, you can see sort of in there red and yellow and black stripes in lane 6, the Adelaide crew of Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera. It's a little bit difficult for us to tell because it looks like perhaps the crew from here we go. Here we've got the drone footage now looking down, and you can see the ARC have a reasonable lead. They're really about halfway. They're just coming through the halfway point of the race, and it's pretty tight for second and third, but it does look like that ARC crew in lane 6 in the lead. One of the crews has, it looks like we're missing a crew. We've only got 5 pairs coming down, but second does look like the Wilderness School crew.
That's right.
Of Millie Entwistle and Isabel Jackson.
And not far back then to lane number 3, which is the Wolford Anglican 1 crew of Scarlett Brammy and Imogen Griffith. So those 2 Wolford crews, the Wolford Anglican 3 crew in lane 2 of Zara Hutchins and Aurelia Young, also not far off the pace. So the clear leaders are the Adelaide crew, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera in lane number 6. And then a lot of competition for that second position. Reminder, the first 4 go through to the final. And
but yeah, some of the crews are having a little bit of steering trouble, but it still is that ARC crew. Really got about 750 meters left to go of this race, but they're sitting in a very comfortable position. 1, 2, 3, 4 will go through to the final. And there's 5 crews. So 1 crew will be eliminated, but the other 4 will go through.
That's right. We've got that scratching in lane number 4, which was the St. Peter's Girls 3 crew of Kate Thomas and Soph Langley. Look as though they've scratched from this race.
Okay. So at the moment, it's
well, I think the thing to look here is that 4th position, because we've clearly got the lead from Adelaide in lane number 6, Wilderness in lane 5, and then across to Wolford Anglican in lane 3. Look as though they're battling it out for the 2nd position. The question is, 2nd and 3rd position. The question is, who's going to get the 4th position? So that's really the battle is between Wolford Anglican 3 of Zara Hutchinson and Aurelia Young in lane 2, and the St. Peter's Girls 1 crew of Matilda Powell and Molly Kennett in lane number 7 for that all-important 4th spot to get through to the final of the under 19 women's coxless pair.
And they're on opposite sides of the course to each other, and they so they won't have much of a sense of where that crew is. The Wolford 3, if they can sort of find a good course within their lane, I think they'll be fine. But they just seem to be really challenged at the moment with that.
With the course, this is a very technically difficult boat to row. It does take a lot of practice. Very technically challenging. Great to go out and train in and learn in, but steering is one of the things that it can be very challenging in the pair.
So at the moment, it's the Adelaide Rowing Club crew in lane 6. They're coming first. There is a battle for second between Wilderness School and Wolford Anglican 1. They will, it looks like Wilderness are really sort of just picking up. So they should come second, and then Wolford Anglican 1, third, and then we've got this tussle between Wolford Anglican 3 and St. Peter's Girls. Wolford Anglican 3 closest to the spectators, and St. Peter's Girls over on the far side of the course.
So Adelaide in lane 6, lane 5, Wilderness School 2, lane 3, Wolford Anglican 1. And lane 2, Wolford Anglican 3. We're missing.
And I think it's now. So it looks like St. Peter's Girls 1 will finish 4th, and Wolford Anglican 3 will dip out from this race. So the first 4 through to the final later in the program. And here we've got the next race. Race 90 is already underway.
Race 90, first 4 progressing through to the final. We've had a scratching in lane number 3, which is Loretta Marriottville, and that leaves us with lane 2, St. Peter's Girls 4, Grace Jones, Ellison Francis, coached by Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 2, Charlotte Matthews, Harriet Patterson. Lane 5, Unley High, Felicity Cox, Georgie Twelftree. Lane 6, St Peter's Girls 2, Beverly High, Evelyn Kelly, coached by Cleo Wilson and Jemima Richter. And Lane 7, Wilderness School 1, Gia Rinaldi, Imogen Hawker, coached by Nikki Blakinski and Katrina Werry.
So at the moment, I can just see 3 crews,
Yeah.
and it does really look like the Wilderness School crew of Gia Rinaldi and Imogen Hawker over on the left-hand side of the screen, or over on lane 7 of the course. And then I think this is going to be
lane 5, Unley High.
And I think it's going to be St Peter's Girls 4 in lane 2. So
so I think we're down to lane 2, St Peter's Girls 4, Grace Jones and Alison Francis. Lane 5 in the middle of the course, Unley High, Felicity Cox and Georgie Twelftree. And lane 7, Wilderness School 1, Gia Rinaldi and Imogen Hawker. And it is the Wilderness School crew in lane 7 of Gia Rinaldi and Imogen Hawker who've got very clear lead in this race. Now, given all of the scratchings, we only have 3 crews, so I'm presuming that all 3 would go through to the final. In which case, Wilderness can, for all intents and purposes, and giving their very strong lead in this one, they really don't need to race through. And I think they've dropped their rating quite sensibly. They're assured of getting through to the final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. And then we go have back Unley High in lane 5, Felicity Cox and Georgie Twelftree. And as we said, then in lane 2, St Peter's Girls 4 of Grace Jones and Alison Francis.
And there is actually a 4th crew out there.
It looks
like Walford Anglican too. So
yeah, I'm just looking at. Yes, there is a crew. Elaine, that's right. Back a bit further.
And that's the Unley High School crew. That's P2, so that's Saints Girls 4. So the order at the moment: Wilderness School 1, Unley High School 2, St Peter's Girls 4 is currently coming 3rd, and then it's back to Walford Anglican 2.
Right, race number 91. The under-17 women's double sculls. And this is sponsored by Westbeak's Park. So this is under-17s. We just had the under-19 women's coxless pair. This is now the under-17 women's double sculls. This is a 2,000-metre event. It has started. The first 2 go through to the final. And then it's the next 2 fastest from the heats. So quite a large field here in the under-17 women's double sculls. We have 3 heats. In this race, number 91, lane 3, Loretto Marriottville 1 of Edie van der Sommen and Emily Baldock. Lane 4, Murray Bridge 1, Sienna Watkins, Lillian Hoare, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell. Lane 5, Adelaide High 2, Fenella Rodwell, Mariella Siddell, coached by Ella Prow. Lane 6, Seymour College, Clementine Mitchell, Ava Charlesworth, coached by Joe Franco and Angie Franco. Lane 7, Walford Anglican 2, Emily Turner and Lexi Reed.
So we've got 4 crews here.
Yeah, so we've got lanes 3, which is Loretto Marriottville. Lane 4, Murray Bridge.
Look, so we've got Walford Anglican in lane 7 over over there, and then Seymour College. So Seymour College are leading.
Yeah, and
then it's.
Oh gosh. Well, I mean, I think Wolford Anglican they're off the course at the moment.
Yeah,
That's
it's
actually
you can see
lane 9.
you can see that the boat race official are over there trying to get them back on. But there are 5 crews out there,
Okay.
as expected. But really, it is the Seymour College crew of Clementine Michelle and Ava Charlesworth, coached by Joe Franco and Angie Franco, over in lane 6. They look to be sitting comfortably in first position. And then I think it's back to the Murray Bridge
crew.
1 crew
That's
in lane 4.
Lane number 4.
And so it's 1, 2 through to the final, and the rest will be eliminated. But it looks like 1 and 2 are pretty. There are 5 crews out there, but 1 and 2 are pretty. Look to be locked up by Seymour College and Murray Bridge 1.
Yeah, and if Wolford are in fact coming down the course, they are rowing. Look, they've got to be very careful. They're not only rowing off the course, but they are potentially rowing into the rocks. So I think that the umpires will be giving them some pretty clear guidance. They're going to have to steer around pretty quickly across to their stroke side.
I think they've put the flag up. I think they've put a flag up.
They've just made a major change. Otherwise, they're about to run into the bank there. So we've got the Seymour College crew, as you said, Clementine Mitchell and Ava Charlesworth in lane number 6.
They're just they're going over the line now. And then it's back to the Murray Bridge crew.
In lane number 4.
And this race has been sponsored by West Beach Parks. West Beach Parks is a world-class tourism, sport and recreation precinct, providing exceptional leisure experiences. We have an ambitious goal for West Beach Parks to become Australia's favourite tourism, sport and leisure destination for all. So they're sponsoring the under-19 women's scull and double scull today. And the under-17 women's double scull.
Yes, so it takes us to race number 92, the under-17 women's double scull, heat number 2. The registered crews in this race are in lane number 2, Wolford Anglican 3 of Maisie Eastall and Mimi Young. Lane 3, Unley High, Grace Charters and Lauren Halls. Lane 4, St Peter's Girls 2, Matilda Wilkin and Matilda Simonis, coached by Brinley Middleward. Lane 5, Pembroke School 1, Matilda Liu and Evie Barris. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1, Lewis Darker, Eloise Clark, coached by Bill Darker. And lane 7, Loretto Marriottville 2, Liren Ma and Jess Levy. Once again, the first 2 go through to the final of race 122. And race 122 is scheduled for 2:15 this afternoon. If you don't make the first 2, if you're lucky enough to be one of the 2 next fastest, you'll also make it through to the final. Otherwise, the rest are eliminated.
It does look to be the crews in the middle. So at this stage, I think it's the Pembroke School crew in lane 5. Just looking down the course.
Yes, I think you're right. It's
and then probably the Unley High School crew in lane 3 look to be the early leaders of this race.
That's right. Pembroke of Matilda Liu and Evie Barris, and the Unley High crew in lane 3 of Grace Charters and Lauren Halls. And we might get some drone footage coming through soon to be able to confirm the positions of those crews. They're coming through about the 750 mark at the moment.
And we've got all 6 crews listed in the program are there and racing. At this stage, it may be the Wolford Anglican 3 crew in lane 2. It's difficult for us to tell because we're just looking sort of long ways down the course, but I
think they're up there. The crews to watch, as you noted before, I think are the Unley High crew in lane number 3 and the Pembroke School in lane number 5. And the Only High crew in lane number 3 of those very distinctive light blue blades. And then across to their competitors in the yellow caps and the yellow and green Zooties from Pembroke School.
Yeah, but there are sort of two leaders at this stage, very much Pembroke and Unley High, and then it's back to St Peter's Girls 2 and Walford Anglican 3, and then back to Pulteney Grammar 1 and Loretto Marriotteville 2. But it is very much, if anything, I think the Unley High School crew in lane 3 might now be going past Pembroke School crew, but both crews will go through to the final.
That's right. Even the Pembroke School should be able to see across to their challengers in lane 2 and in lane 4. They've got to stay in front of those. The Pembroke School, Unley is in the lead. Pembroke needs to stay in front of those other crews, but I think they've got it comfortably at the moment. They would have those crews in their sights, and they just need to hold them at the moment. You can see the Pembroke crew and the Unley crew have really dropped their rating.
Yeah.
Because both crews know that they will be going through to the final. So there's no point in expending any extra energy. So they're just getting in sort of long and strong, sending it at a fairly slow rating, knowing that they are going through to the final. And
they're just enjoying this row, enjoying a piece. And
that's right. I think the Walford Anglican crew in lane 2 and just sort of had a momentary wobble and picking it up now. And likewise, the St Peter's Girls 4 crew, St Peter's Girls 2 crew in lane 4.
Still very close. I think Pembroke have just decided to put a little bit more in.
Both of them decided to have a little bit of a spurt as they go down towards the line.
So it's
so it's Unley, that's right, and both of them just for the.
They're going to go over the line pretty close.
Pretty close together, and both of those crews will be going through to the final with very clear water, at least 100 metres or so. Back to the other competitors.
This is Saints Girls 2 and Walford Anglican 3.
Yeah, and I think both of those and Walford Anglican 3 have just lifted a bit to challenge the St Peter's Girls 2 crew.
So we're looking at the finish line now, and you can see this is the Walford Anglican 3 crew and then St Peter's Girls 2 crew. And they'll need to wait and see whether their time is good enough to get through to the final, as Greg said. Next two fastest, 1 and 2 automatically through, and then it's the next two fastest after all the heats are completed. 3 heats. So now we come up to the third heat of the under-17 women's double scull, sponsored by West Beach Parks, and we should have 6 crews in this race.
Do we have all of them there? Just have a look.
I can count 6.
Great. So we've got lane 2, St Peter's Girls 1, Ozalia Valmorbida and Izzy Huff, coached by Brinley Millward. Lane 3, Pembroke School 2, Adwita Anu and Scarlett Foster. Lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville 3, Eugenie Anderson and Layla Bright, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 5, Adelaide High 1 of Ada Baranoff and Evie Salvatore, coached by Ella Prowell. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 1, Madeline Rogers and Olivia Masters. Lane 7, Murray Bridge 2, Ella Davies, Mackenzie Milne, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell.
So as we look down the course, and we're into the second half of the race, and at this stage it is the crew from Walford Anglican 1 sitting in lane 6. They're on the left hand of the screen. They are leading this race, and then it's back to St Peter's Girls 1 in lane 2. They are coming second, and very closely behind is Loretto Marriotteville 3. So they, it's still got 750 metres left to go, and it still is probably Wolford Anglican 1 and St Peter's Girls 1 who are sitting in those top 2 positions, which will go through to the final, but they are being challenged by Loretto Marriotteville 3 as well.
So I think, as you're saying, Wolford Anglican 1 looking pretty comfortable. Madeline Rogers and Olivia Masters out there in lane number 6. They should be able to hold off the rest of the field. As you say, there's about 600 metres to go, so anything could happen. But if they maintain their form, they're not rating too high at the moment, so you'd expect that if they did get a challenge, they would be able to lift and hold them off. So the big question now is the real battle is between lane 2, St Peter's Girls 1 of Zalia Valamorbida and Izzy Huff, and Loretto Marriotteville 3 in lane 4 of Eugenie Anderson and Layla Bryant. They're the ones, they're pretty close together at the moment. As you said, St Peter's Girls 1 currently leading Loretto Marriotteville, but they're only the first 2 go through to the final of this under-17 women's double sculls, and it's going to be one of those 2 crews. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with those 2 crews as they come down through the open water section. They've got about just under 300 metres to go. They're about to come to that slightly better section of water, about the 250 mark. They're only a couple of strokes away from that. So what are those 2 crews going to do in terms of lifting and taking it through to the finishing line?
It still is very close between those 2 crews for this second place. It does look like Wolford Anglican 1 have the first place secure, but Loretto Marriotteville 3 are not out of it yet. They are challenging St Peter's Girls 1 for that second place, and they've hit the red buoys now, so they've got 250 metres left to go.
Yeah, St Peter's Girls 1 looking pretty solid. Zalia Valamorbida and Izzy Huff there. But this is the race. It's between those 2 crews for that second position.
And definitely St Peter's Girls 1, they are now racing for the line.
And so too, you can see that lift from Loretto Marriotteville. They've lifted their rating as well. St Peter's is responding. Both crews look quickly closing in on Wolford Anglican 1, who still will be able to take the lead and get across the line. But that margin
you
is
can
closing.
see how tight this race is. St Peter's Girls 1 are just sitting in front, but Loretto Marriotteville are just okay. So
it is St Peter's Girls by about half to 3/4 of a length over the Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane 4. And
we should now mention Adelaide. We've now got Adelaide High, Murray Bridge 2, and Pembroke School 2 as well.
So the Adelaide High crew of Ada Baranoff and Eva Salvatore are in lane number 5. Lane number 7 is the Murray Bridge 2 crew of Ella Davey and Mackenzie Milne.
Okay, so I think Adelaide High will finish 4th, and then Murray Bridge 2 5th, and then back to Pembroke School 2. So as we said, first 2 through to the final, and then it will be the next 2 fastest from these 3 heats.
So Dewitiano and Sculler Foster from Pembroke School crossing the line in lane number 3.
All right, so the next race is the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. So this will be a state championship race, straight out final. It's sponsored by Phoenix Lending. Phoenix Lending is a boutique owner-operated mortgage broking business based in South Australia that services clients all over the country. Our service is based on honesty, knowledge, and reliability while working in the best interest of our clients. For every loan you settle with Phoenix, they will donate $200 to your own club. Just mention Rowers Deal. Thank you, Phoenix Lending.
And Andrew, I might hand over to you now. I've got to go down and get my boat prepared because I'll be getting out there on the water on this lovely rowing day.
I look forward to watching that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
this
Greg.
is Greg Walters signing off.
Thank you, Greg. So the next race is the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. At this stage, we're expecting 4 scullers in this race. Beecher Ross from Adelaide Uni, Isaac Nilsson from Adelaide Uni, Max van der Meulengraaf from Pembroke School, and Angus Hooper from Adelaide University. Race is due to start in the next minute or so. Kudos to the boat race officials for running this regatta to time. Very impressive.
Am I on? Okay, it's Phil Manglesdorf here, back on the commentary, but I'm talking about a different thing at the moment. Those of you who know me would have seen that I was taking photographs yesterday of the presentations. We've looked at the results and we reckon we've got the best photos we've ever taken, and that's very much down to the athletes and the coaches, because the cooperation and way the people behaved and took photos yesterday for the presentation was fantastic. We believe we've got the best results we've ever had. Those photos will be available on GeoSnapshot sometime today for you to view, geosnapshot.com. And let's hope we do the same again today. So thanks to all the athletes and team managers, coaches and parents for the photos yesterday. The cooperation and the results are the best we've ever had after several years. So please keep it up today. We're about to start presentations today. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Mangs, for all you do for rowing and for the photos yesterday. Thank you very much. Yeah, please catch the Sunday Mail. Our rowing correspondent, Phil Manglesdorf, has got another article in there about the state championships. And now we're back with race 94, the under 21 lightweight men's single scull. And I've got 3 crews in the race, and it does look like the crew in the on the right-hand side of the screen, so closest to the bank, who is currently leading, and that should be. I'm just going to check. So there is a Pembroke school. So that should be Beecher Ross. In lane 3 is the early leader of this race, and then it's back to Isaac Nilsson of Adelaide Uni in lane 5, and Max van der Meulengraaf in of Pembroke School in lane 6. So they're through the halfway point of the race, and still the leader remains Beecher Ross, and then quite a close tussle for second between Isaac Nilsson and Max van der Meulengraaf of Pembroke School, but still remains Beecher Ross, who's leading this state championship race. Still a very close race, but Beecher Ross just sitting out to a couple of lengths lead, and then back to Isaac Nilsson in lane 5, and then Max van der Meulengraaf from Pembroke School in lane 6. We've got great footage from the drones looking down at the course. They're just going past the Lakes Hotel. Still remains Beecher Ross. Beecher probably rating lower than the other two crews in this race, but he's getting great boat run with his stroke. Still a very close battle for second, but Beecher Ross looking very comfortably. He's hit the red buoy, so he's now got 250 metres left to go. Still a very close race, this one, and things can change very quickly. But he does look very comfortable heading down to the line. Still very close between Isaac Nilsson and Max van der Meulengraaf. Beecher, so just less than 100 metres left to go. Beecher Ross will take out the state championship under 21 lightweight men's single scull. His mother, Susie Ross, will be very proud, former national champion and state representative, and current Masters rower as well. Very tight race for second and third. We'll leave that to rowing manager to tell us who got that one. But that was well done, Beecher Ross, who's won the state championship for under 21 lightweight men's single scull, sponsored by Phoenix Lending. Okay, and now we're going to the next event on the program is the Open Men's Double Scull. Should be starting in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back, and the next race is race 95, Open Men's Double Scull. This is sponsored by Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. Our vision is to be the first choice for all plumbing and maintenance needs, known not only for our technical expertise, but also for our integrity, reliability, and enduring commitment to the well-being of our customers and communities. So Open Men's Double Scull. There should be 6 crews out there, and just going from right to left in lane 2, Murray Bridge crew of Tom Daniel and Hayden Tunison, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell. In lane 3, an Adelaide composite of Hugo Worm from Adelaide University and Jonathan Mackay from Adelaide. In lane 4, Hamish Allen and Henry Belcher from Adelaide University. In lane 5, Edward Newbury and Henry Southcott from Adelaide Uni. In lane 6, Joshua Lascock and Adam Holland, coached by Ron Mobbs from Adelaide Rowing Club. And in lane 7, Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams from Adelaide University. And at the moment, I can see I've got 5 crews on the screen. And as we get a bit closer, we will... does look to be those outer crews that are... I'll just wait till we get some drone footage to just see. So there's 2 crews on the left-hand side and 2 crews on the right-hand side that are right up there at present. It does look to be a really tight, a really good tussle between the crews in lane 3 and 4 from Adelaide Composite and Adelaide Uni, and the crews in lane 6 and lane 7 from Adelaide Rowing Club and Adelaide Uni. It's possibly the Adelaide Composite crew over in lane 3, and as possibly that the crew in lane 3, who look to be doing the best at this stage. There's about 600 meters left to go, but it is very much, there are 4 crews in contention there, and I still think it's the Adelaide Composite crew of Hugo Worm from Adelaide University and Jonathan Mackay of Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 3, who are looking good, but also the ARC crew of Joshua Lascock and Adam Holland in lane 6, and the Adelaide Uni crew of Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams over in lane 7. That's good. So now what we can see is it's actually those crews on the far side, lane 6 and 7, who are having a really good tussle for this championship race. So this is the crew of Adelaide Uni, Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams over in lane 7, or on the left-hand side of the screen, and the crew from Adelaide Rowing Club of Adam Holland and Joshua Lascock in lane 6. Very close. They're racing side by side. There's really nothing, there's very little in it. It does look to be the Adelaide Uni crew have just got their neck out in front. They're both got just over 100 meters left to go. It still does look to be the Adelaide Uni crew just leading by a length over the Adelaide Rowing Club crew. So there you can see the finish line. That's Adelaide Uni first, then Adelaide Rowing Club. And then the Adelaide Composite crew will go over the line 3rd, and then back to Adelaide Uni, the crew of Hamish Allen and Henry Belcher in 4th place. Okay, so that was a great race between the crew from Adelaide Uni of Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams, and the ARC crew of Joshua Lascock and Adam Holland. Very close over the 2,000 meters, but in the end, it was Adelaide Uni just pulled out to that length lead in the last couple of 100 meters. Okay, so. So the next race which will be shortly, will be the Schoolboy Coxed 4, sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Nelson Teamwear is a South Australian company specialising in sourcing, creating and supplying promotional products for sporting teams, businesses, schools and events. Nelson proudly partners with Rowing SA and works with our clubs and schools to ensure you get exactly what you and your members want. And the Schoolboy Coxed 4 race is already underway. So this is the final Schoolboy 4 race. We should have 8 crews coming down. Looks like there's 1 crew missing. Just going through in lane 1, Prince Alfred College 2, in lane 2, St Peter's College 1, in lane 3, Unley High, in lane 4, St Peter's College 3, in lane 5, St Peter's College 2. It looks to me like lane 6 is not there. That's Norwood International High. And then St Peter's College 4 in lane 7 and Prince Alfred College 3 in lane 8. It does look to be the crew in lane 5, St Peter's College 2. This is the crew of L. McKenna, I. Mercarella, H. Maslin, S. Tierney, coxed by H. Binns and coached by Ed Chipperfield and L. Stefan. They do look to be the leaders. And then it's back. There's really strong. Unley High is right up there in lane 3, and St Peter's College 1 in lane 2. And then back to St Peter's College 2 in lane 5. So we're getting great drone footage of this race. They've gone through the 1,000 meters and they're now coming into the second half of the race. There's still 4 crews right up there challenging for the lead. It does look to be the St Peter's College 2 crew in lane 5, which are currently leading, very closely followed by St Peter's College 1 in lane 2, Prince Alfred College in lane 1, and Unley High in lane 3. Okay, still does look to be that St Peter's College crew in lane 5, leading this race, Schoolboy Coxed 4 final. and then closely back to Unley High, I think in second position, and then a real tussle between the St. Peter's College 3 crew and Prince Alfred College 2 crew as well. Still does remain the St. Peter's College 2 crew in lane 5. This is the crew of L. McKenna, I. Mercarella, H. Maslin, S. Tierney, Cox by H. Binns. You can see they've got a tandem rig there with the 2 bowside oars next to each other. The others have a sort of more traditional rigging, but it still is very close between the St. Peter's College 2 crew and Unley High School. Unley High School are really, really challenging. And there's now less than 500 meters to go. It still does look to be a race between Unley High School and St. Peter's College 2. St. Peter's College 2 are still out to about a length over the rest of the field, but they are being challenged by Unley High and the other St. Peter's College crew and the Prince Alfred College crew. Still remains St. Peter's College. They've hit the red buoys. They've now less than 250 meters to go. Unley High over in lane 3 is definitely challenging, but it does look to be that St. Peter's College crew in lane 5. Very tight race between St. Peter's and Unley High for second position, but St. Peter's College 2 now sitting to over a length lead. Very tight race back to the next St. Peter's College crew, and then Unley High for second place, and then back to the next St. Peter's College crew, St. Peter's College 1. That was some great racing over 2,000 meters. Very high standard. Okay, the next race, this is race 97, the under-19 women's single scull, again sponsored by West Beach Parks, and we're expecting 8 crews in this race, and we've got 8 scullers coming down, and let's have a look. But it does at the moment the sculler from Unley High School, Scarlett Shanks, in lane 1. She's rowing well and probably leading this race. And then from Riverside, Caitlin Anderson, coached by Matthew Walker, in lane 4, also right up there in the lead. And then it's the scullers from lane 7 and lane 8. So Sophia Alashina from Norwood International High, and Scarlett Brammy from Wolford Anglican in lane 8. And then back to Imogen Griffith in lane 5. And then Lara Kidman from Pembroke School, coached by Matt Nilsson, my co-commentator, and Sophie Smedley from Adelaide High 2 in lane 2, and Georgia Baxter from Adelaide High in lane 6. does still now look to be a race between between the Riverside Sculler of Caitlin Anderson in lane 4 and Scarlett Shanks from Unley High in lane 1. It's quite there's some great footage now. We're in the second half of the race, over 1,000 meters gone. It does look like the Riverside Sculler has now just pulled out to about a boat length lead over the Unley High School Sculler. There are some scullers right on the left-hand side of the screen, and they are sort of well and truly in this race as well. But it does look to be the sculler in the middle of the field from Riverside, Caitlin Anderson in lane 4, who is leading. Also, Scarlett Shanks from Unley High in lane 1. It's a little bit difficult to see the scullers from Norwood International High and Walford Anglican 1 over in lane 7 and lane 8 because they are still right in this race. And they're over on the far side of the course, or on the extreme left-hand side of the screen. But that's great. Like, we've got eight scullers coming down. It does look to be the sculler in lane 4. Caitlin Anderson. This will be the under-19 women's single scull. This is a state championship race, sponsored by West Beach Parks. Here we are. West Beach Parks is a world-class tourism, sport and recreation precinct providing exceptional leisure experiences. We have an ambitious goal for West Beach Parks to become Australia's favourite tourism, sport and leisure destination for all. So less than 500 metres left to go. Still a really good race between the sculler in lane 1 from Unley High School, Scarlett Shanks, and the sculler from Riverside, Caitlin Anderson. It does look like Caitlin Anderson does have a comfortable lead, and then the sculler from Walford Anglican 1, Scarlett Brammy, over in lane 8, is also right up there as well. But okay. So just looking, we've now got 250 metres left to go. The scullers have hit the red buoys. It still is very much Caitlin Anderson from Riverside Ring Club, who's sitting several lengths ahead of the rest of the field. Then back to Scarlett Shanks from Unley High and Scarlett Brammy from Walford Anglican 1. Still very much Caitlin Anderson. She's led this race all the way through, and she's going to go over the line several lengths ahead. Then back to Scarlett Shanks from Unley High, and then it will be Scarlett Brammy from Walford, and then Sophia Alashina from Norwood International High. So that was Imogen Griffith from Walford Anglican 2. And next we have the Adelaide High scullers, Adelaide High 1 and 2, and also the Pembroke School sculler as well. So the next race is the under-19 men's quad scull. There are 3 crews in this race. All school crews from Adelaide High, Pembroke School, and Nord International High. This race has been sponsored by Drake's, celebrating 50 years. Roger Drake purchased his first supermarket in 1974, and today Drake's is the largest independent grocery retailer in Australia, employing over 6,000 team members, growing from 1 store to more than 60 stores across South Australia and Queensland. Drake's has retained the same values since day one. Our mission at Drake's is to provide our customers with exceptional service, value for money, a great range, and an outstanding shopping experience. To achieve this, we acknowledge that our customers are the most important people in our business. We value long-term supplier relationships, and our company's strength lies in operating on the principles of a family business and supporting local manufacturers and suppliers. We will always support local, and all profits remain in Australia. It's the Drake's way. Thank you, Drake's. So the next race will be underway in a couple of minutes, racing over 2,000 metres. It'll be the under-19 men's quad scull. We have crews from Adelaide High School, from Pembroke School, and Nord International High. Okay, we're back now for race 98, the under 19 men's quad scull. And what we can see, looking down, there's about 600 metres left of this race to go. It is the Pembroke School crew in lane 5 who are leading, then back to Adelaide High in lane 4, and then Norwood International High in lane 6. Very much, very much the Pembroke School crew. This is the crew of Jeremy Yu, William Harvey, Tom O'Mahony, Alex Lee, coached by Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan. Pembroke have been having a good state championships, especially in the smaller boats. This is a state championship race, the under 19 men's quad scull, sponsored by Drake's. That Pembroke crew looking very comfortable, with sharp catches and just really good boat run. They've got a clear view of the rest of the field. They're about to hit the red buoys, and then they'll have 250 metres left to go. But they've raced almost 2,000 metres and looking really good, timing good, and really efficient. Really close race between Adelaide High and Norwood International High for second place, but there's no doubt about this result. This will be the Pembroke School of Jeremy Yu, William Harvey, Tom O'Mahony, Alex Lee, coached by Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan. So they will cross the line. We're just watching that now, and now we'll see the tussle really close. This is Adelaide High, just about sitting about half a length up over Norwood International High. We've extended it out to a length. Some great racing from all three schools, boating, fast quads. But congratulations to Pembroke School on winning the state championship for the under 19 men's quad scull. Okay, and now we're back for the Masters Women's Single Scull. This is a 1,000-meter race. They're just coming up on the start line now. This will be a staggered race, so it'll be the crew over in lane 8 or on the left-hand side of the screen from Murray Bridge, who will be the front marker, and then it'll be the crew over on the right-hand side of the screen, or in lane 2 from Riverside, Melanie Innes, who'll be the back marker, and there'll be 29 seconds between those crews in terms of when they take off. So there should be 7 crews. We've got 7 crews lined up. Excellent. And just waiting in the starter. They're all in the starter's hands. 1,000 meters, of course, is not. We don't have the pontoon there, so it's more of a traditional start with people lining up, backing up, and touching up. But the first thing to watch for will be when the crew from Murray Bridge 2, Bernadette O'Neill, over in lane 8, takes off, and then they will gradually take off from there. So we've got going from there we go. So Bernadette O'Neill has taken off. She's G crew from Murray Bridge 2, and she's already left our site. And then we're going to have Simone Ellis from Torrens will take off at 16 seconds in lane 7, and there she goes, Simone. And then the next crews to head off will be lane 6 and lane 5, and off they go. This is Angie Franco and Chris Bursell from Adelaide University. They've taken off. Chris Bursell probably had a better start there. And then we go back to, at 26 seconds, Murray Bridge 1 in lane 4. So they've taken off, and Riverside, Ilaria Pagani has taken off in lane 3. And then finally, the back marker, Melanie Innes, has taken off in lane 2. So it's very much a staggered start. And we actually have the sculler from Murray Bridge 2 is out of our immediate vision, but you will gradually see the crews on the right-hand side of the screen. May overtake the crews from the left-hand side of the screen. At the moment, it looks like Chris Bursell is just sitting a little bit up on Angie Franco, and we'll just see if they can pass Simone Ellis in lane 7, and then just keep an eye on the right-hand side crews. So it can be quite interesting towards the end. There's like they've done about 250 meters. They've still got 750 meters left to go. Still very close. It does look like Simone Ellis is going to overtake. So Simone Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club in lane 7 is going to overtake the Murray Bridge 2 sculler, Bernadette O'Neill, in lane 8, and Chris Bursell still having a great race in lane 5, and then Angie Franco in lane 6, and the younger scullers in lanes 2, 3, and 4 are going to have quite a bit of ground to make up on the 4 left-hand scullers, and because there's only really 5 or 8 seconds difference between those, and already you can see they're probably not reducing that margin with less than 500 meters to go. So the race still is between Chris Bursell in lane 5 and Simone Ellis in lane 7 and Angie Franco in lane 6. At the moment, I can't see those the crews in lanes 2, 3, and 4. That's Riverside and Murray Bridge 1 making up the ground. So I think the winner is going to come from these 3. Still very much a race between Chris Bursell and Simone Ellis, and Angie Franco in lane 6. And as we look at them bearing in mind, Simon did have a 5-second head start over Chris Bursell, and it looks like Chris has really made up a lot of that ground. So still about 300 meters left to go, and there's quite a distinct gap between those three scullers. That is Chris Bursell in lane 5, and Simon Ellis in lane 7, and Angie Franco in lane 6. It's still very much Chris Bursell in lane 5, and I think she's looking like she will. It'd just be interesting to see whether she will get past Simon Ellis. There was a 5-second gap, but it just does look like she's just moving a little bit faster. But let's have a look. It's still very close between Chris Bursell in lane 5 and Simon Ellis in lane 7. I do think Chris Bursell has gone past her. There's just less than 100 meters left to go. And Chris Bursell in lane 5 is moving out to about a 3/4 of a length lead over Simon Ellis, and then back to Angie Franco in 3rd place. And then it's back to the Murray Bridge sculler of Kelly Lewis in lane 4. And then we've still got the Murray Bridge 2 sculler over in lane 8, who's hanging on against those Riverside scullers. But it does look like Melanie Innes will go over the line next, and then back to Murray Bridge 2 in lane 8, and then the Riverside sculler, the C sculler in lane 3. So great racing. Chris Bursell of Adelaide University has taken out that race, with Simon Ellis of Torrens being 2nd and Angie Franco of Adelaide Uni being 3rd. And next we will move to race 100, the Masters Men's Coxless Pair, again over 1,000 meters. They're already underway, and we're expecting, again, 7 crews in this race. We've certainly got 6. I'll just see when we get a better look if we've got all 7. So it should be again the staggered start. So the people off first were at lane 8 at Riverside, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. Paul Gunson rode with my father in the 1963 Adelaide University intervarsity. So it's fantastic to see Paul still actively rowing. Very impressive. And then Adelaide Uni crew, Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong in lane 7. And the difference between lane 8 and lane 7 is 30 seconds. And the lane 8 crew of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson, average age over 80, so they're they're J class, and there's 54 seconds back to the Riverside crew of the E crews of Uwe Dombrowski and Greg Walters, Anthony Lee and Brian Glawson and Martin Snell and Andrew Titterman. And now we've got a great view here, and you can see it's still the lane 8 crew of Riverside that are hanging on, but they are being really challenged by the next Riverside crew in actually what we're seeing. The Riverside crew of in lane 8 of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson are so far ahead that we cannot see them. So what we are seeing is the left-hand side. We're seeing the Adelaide Uni crew of Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong, and then the Riverside crew of Rens Pioverson and Gustav Tuvas, and then back to the Torrens crew of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. And what you can see is the Torrens crew and F crew have already gone past the H crew. The real race is like, will the Torrens crew, which is like an average age of 60, be able to catch the Riverside crew, which is an average age of 80? The Riverside crew are still hanging on. They've had a tremendous head start, and it will be really interesting to see these last 100 meters to see whether the Riverside crew can hang on. They are still hanging on, but they're being sort of mown down by the Torrens crew. I think the Torrens crew will go past them, but really it's only in the last. So great handicapping here, and it's the 60-year-old pair has just gone past the 80-year-old pair. So some great racing, and then really good effort from the younger Riverside crews, like the average age 50s, so I think it was the Riverside crew in lane 3, Anthony Lee and Brian Glawson, that sort of made up a lot of that head start. But good racing from Torrens. That was the crew of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, who made up a 48-second head start over 1,000 meters and just got there. But also kudos to Paul Gunson and Peter Smith, still rowing in J class and doing it well. Been rowing for over 60 years. Okay, so the next race, this is the under-16 women's single scull B final. This is sponsored by Concept 2, and we've got 8 crews in this race. Going from left to right of your screen, in lane 8, we have Pembroke School 1, Catherine Watts. In lane 7, Walford Anglican 1, Emily Turner. In lane 6, Walford Anglican 2, Annabelle Casserly. In lane 5, Walford Anglican 4, Hannah Silcock. In lane 4, Walford Anglican 3, Amara Davis. In lane 3, Walford Anglican 5, Chloe Brammy. Lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville 4, Ruby Kernahan, coached by Dario Sportelli. And in lane 1, Adelaide High 2, Mariella Siddle, coached by Ella Prow. And right now, I think it is the sculler from Walford Anglican 2 in lane 6, who is in the lead, and then back to Walford Anglican 4, Hannah Silcock in lane 5, and then probably Walford Anglican 5, Chloe Brammy in lane 3. But it's very, very close. There's really, it still does look like the crew, they're heading a little bit off to the far bank. I don't know why, but so you can see we've got a number that are threatening to cross lanes or have crossed lanes, but I think that is still Walford Anglican 2, Annabelle Casserly, who is leading, and then it's Walford Anglican 4, Hannah Silcock coming second, and then it's the sculler in lane 3, Walford Anglican 5, Chloe Brammy. So looks like our leader is having a few steering challenges, but still comfortably out in front, and looks like it will be the sculler from lane 6, Wolford Anglican 2, Annabelle Casserly, and then back to Hannah Silcock, and then Chloe Brammy in lane 3, but very close between all of the other scullers in this B final. Not much between 1st and 8th position. You can just see very close finish there. So we'll let the judges and rowing manager sort out that finish. Okay, so this is the under 16 women's single scull final. It's over 1,000 meters. The race is already almost halfway through. It's sponsored by Concept 2. Concept 2 indoor rower is used every day by Olympic athletes, cardiac rehab patients, individuals at home, and every caliber of rower in between. Rowing is our reason for being, and every machine and oil we produce comes from a background of over 45 years of excellence. Our primary goal is to promote and encourage the growth of rowing, both indoors and outdoors. We believe that rowing is a lifelong activity, accessible to all. So this is the A final of the under 16 women's single scull. And again, 8 scullers, and we've got 8 scullers in the field. So if we have a look, it's the Adelaide High 1 sculler of Ada Dedek, coached by Ella Prow, who's looking good in lane 6, and also the sculler from Unley High 1, Rachel Luscombe, over in lane 8. In fact, I think Rachel Luscombe in lane 8 is leading, and then back to Adelaide High. And then back to Riverside, Lillian Wang, coached by Matthew Walker, and still very close between the other scullers. But it does look like the Unley High School sculler over in lane 8 is leading. Then back to Adelaide High, very close race between St. Peter's Girls 1, Zalia Valmabida, coached by Brinley Millwood, and the Riverside sculler. I think the St. Peter's Girls sculler has now moved up into 3rd place, but still very much. You can now just see going to the line. Sort of, we're just now less than 100 meters to go, and very clear water between the sculler from Unley High School, and the sculler from Adelaide High is still trying to chase her down, but there's just is going to run out of water. So it's going to be the sculler from Unley High School, Rachel Luscombe, first, and then the sculler from Adelaide High, Ada Dedek, and then back to St. Peter's Girls, Loretto Marriotteville, Riverside, and then Unley High 2, and then Pembroke School, and then Loretto Marriotteville. Very close again between all of those crews, but it was the sculler from Unley High, Rachel Luscombe. It's a state championship event, so congratulations, Rachel, and second Adelaide High, and third St. Peter's Girls. Next race will be that race has now been done. Next race will be in a few minutes, so we'll come back with that. So the next race is underway. This is the schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull, racing over 1,000 metres. It's sponsored by Nippies, farm-grown, family-made. Nippies has been a household name for over 50 years. We are a proudly South Australian-owned, family-run producer of fresh citrus fruit juices and flavoured milk products that are recognised, trusted and loved throughout Australia and the world. Born from humble beginnings, our iconic Nippies orange juice is now joined by a delicious range of premium juices and flavoured milk products distributed the world over. So, 1,000 metres, and here we go. So we're starting off with the B final. And there are 8 crews in this B final, and just running from lane 1 to lane 8. Scotch College 2 in lane 1, St Ignatius 2 in lane 2, St Peter's College 3 in lane 3, St Peter's College 5 in lane 4, St Peter's College 4 in lane 5, St Peter's College 6 in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar in lane 7, and Prince Alfred College 4 in lane 8. And look, it does look to be, at this stage, St Peter's College 3 in the middle of the field, and St Peter's College 5. But Scotch College 2 is also right up there, and then a bit of a way back to St Peter's College 6. So sorry, St Peter's College 4. So here we've got great footage. So let's have a look. This does look to be St Peter's College 3 in the lead, in lane 3, and then back to St Peter's College 5, just to the left-hand side of that crew in lane 4, and then back to Scotch College over in lane 1. So, and then back to St Peter's College 4, who are sitting 4th. But there's a crew over on the far side. That is the Prince Alfred College 4 crew, who are also right up there. But with now just like less than 250 meters left to go, it does look like the St Peter's College 3 crew, who are leading this race. Then just back to St Peter's College 4, and then Scotch College 2, and then St Peter's College 6, and Prince Alfred College 4. So all of these crews will be, racing more in their own categories on Head of the River. So that's St Peter's College 3, then St Peter's College 5, then Scotch College 2, and then St Peter's College 6, and then Prince Alfred College 4, and then it's going to be back to St Peter's College 6, and then the St Ignatius 2. All right. And next, we'll come up, as I said, in 3 weeks' time in Head of the River. They'll some of these crews. Yeah, I mean the 6 crew will probably normally be racing in their category of the F crew and so on. So so they're racing in a sort of open category today. So great racing, great experience for these crews. Okay, now this is the A final, and again, in lane 1 we have Christian Brothers, lane 2 Prince Alfred College 3, in lane 3 Prince Alfred College 1, in lane 4 St Peter's College 2, in lane 5 Scotch College 1, in lane 6 Prince Alfred College 2, in lane 7 Adelaide High, in lane 8 Norwood International High. It does, at this stage, it's a 1,000-meter race. The crew who's had the best of the start is Prince Alfred College 1. This is Harry Hobby, Fred Ashby, Liam Charlesworth, Jack Amber, coxed by Noah Burton Howard. But then it's Scotch College 1 is right up there. Prince Alfred College 2 is right up there as well. But it does look to be the Prince Alfred College 1 crew in lane 3, who've had a great start and are sitting about a length ahead of the rest of the field. But Scotch College 1 and Prince Alfred College 2 right up there, and then back to Christian Brothers in lane 1, and Norwood International High over in lane 8. So still remains, they're going through 500 metres, and still does remain the crew from Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 3, and then back to Scotch College 1 in lane 5, and Prince Alfred College 2 in lane 6. So they are definitely the 3 leaders at this stage. Still does remain Prince Alfred College 1. They are sitting over a length ahead of the rest of the field, but Scotch College are still in the race, as is Prince Alfred College 1. And over on the far side, Norwood International High are right up there as well. So they're sitting in 4th place right now, contesting that with St Peter's College 2. Still does remain this Prince Alfred College crew. They're showing really for a Year 9 crew, really sharp catches, really good timing, and just getting sort of really good run on the boat, and then very tight race between the 2nd Prince Alfred College crew and Scotch College 1. I think that the PAC 1 crew sitting very comfortably in that position. They're leading the rest of the field by over a length, and they will take out this race. But a very tight race between Scotch College 1 and Scotch College 1 are going to hang on. They're going to go over the line 2nd, and then PAC 2, and then it will be Norwood International High, and then St Peter's College 2. And then back to Adelaide High, and then Prince Alfred College 3, and then Christian Brothers. So great racing, and really impressive for Prince Alfred College to have 3 crews in the A final, and to take out that race 1st and 3rd. Does augur well for them at Head of the River in 3 weeks' time. Okay, and now the next race is the under 17 men's single scull. It's sponsored by Tucker's Natural. Tucker's Natural, proudly South Australian based. The Tucker's Natural Gourmet Cracker range was launched in 2007 to develop a cracker that was GMO free, contained no artificial preservatives, flavors, or colorings, was free from yeast, soy, and MSG. So they are sponsoring this, and the under 17 men's single scull. There are 8 crews entered in this race, going from lane 1 to lane 8. Christian Brothers, Alex Evans, and lane 2, Cooper Eaton from Adelaide High. Lane 3, Tom Redmond from Adelaide High. Lane 4, Archer Buick from Murray Bridge. Lane 5, Sebastian Willis Hell from Pembroke School in lane 5. And lane 6, Hugh Hall Craggs from St Peter's College. Lane 7, Jasper Eaton from Adelaide High. And lane 8, Anton Evans from Unley High. And just it does look at the moment like the sculler from Pembroke School does in the middle of the field. So in lane 5, that's Sebastian Willis Hell. And also the sculler from Adelaide High, Tom Redmond in lane 3. And there's also the sculler, let me just... Also the sculler from St Peter's College in lane 6. It's really a race now between Hugh Hall Craggs from St Peter's College in lane 6, Sebastian Willis Hell from Pembroke School in lane 5, and then back to Tom Redmond of Adelaide High in lane 3. It's still, they've raced over 2,000 metres. It does look to be the sculler from St Peter's College in lane 6. Does look to be leading over Pembroke School and then back to Adelaide High. So let's just... Yep. So definitely, this is the, we're now looking at the sculler. It is Hugh Hall Craggs from St Peter's College in lane 6. Has a convincing lead over the Pembroke School sculler, and then back to Adelaide High, Unley High, and then Adelaide High 2, Murray Bridge, Adelaide High 5, and Christian Brothers. But just looking at the finishing line now, this is Hugh Hall Craggs from St Peter's College 1. He will take out the under 17 men's single scull. And then it's back to the sculler from Pembroke School, Sebastian Willis Hell in lane 5. He will go over the line second. And then it's Adelaide High 1, Tom Redmond, and then back to the Unley High School sculler, Anton Evans, 4th, and then Adelaide High 2, and lane 7, and then really close now. Christian Brothers have really pulled up, and then back to Adelaide High 5, and then Murray Bridge sculler. So well done, all of those scullers, but that was won by Hugh Hall Craggs from St Peter's College. So the next race is race 106. This is the under 21 men's single scull. It's sponsored by Yalumba. From the first vines planted in 1849, Yalumba has been at the forefront of every turning point in Australian wine history, helping to forge Australia's enviable wine culture from table wines to those that sit proudly amongst the finest wines of the world. The heart of Yalumba's legacy remains its iconic blends of Cabernet and Shiraz, for decades led by the acclaimed The Signature, FDR 1A, and most recently the Kaylee, an extraordinary union of Coonawarra, Cabernet, and Barossa Shiraz. So here we are, the under 21 men's single scull. So there are 7 scullers entered, and we've got all of them racing. And it does look to be the sculler in lane 4, Henry Belcher, who is currently leading. Very close race for second place between lane 5, Adelaide Rowing Club, lane 6, Adelaide Uni, James Williams, and lane 3, Nate Lasue. And also we welcome a sculler from Sydney University over in lane 2. But they've now, it's a 2,000 metre race, and they're coming up to 500 metres left to go. And it is still the sculler from Adelaide University, Henry Belcher, who's going to take out, who's leading this race, and then back to Adelaide Rowing Club. That is Igor Zarubin, and then back to another Adelaide Uni sculler, James Williams. Still does remain Henry Belcher sitting there in lane 4, just leading the sculler from Adelaide Rowing Club. But it's still very close between them. And still probably Henry Belcher just sitting out to about a length lead over the Adelaide Rowing Club sculler, that is Igor Zarubin. Still Henry Belcher in lane 4. Very closely followed by the ARC rower, Igor Zarubin. So they've hit the red buoys now, and really less than 250 metres to go. Henry Belcher just still sitting about a length, just over a length ahead of the Adelaide Rowing Club sculler, and just watching the finish now. So less than 100 metres to go. He's just going to really put this beyond doubt, and still just putting in some very heavy strokes. So that was Henry Belcher of Adelaide University, Igor Zarubin from Adelaide Rowing Club, second, and now very tight finish now between all of the, that's James Williams of Adelaide Uni, and then Max Henry, and Lucas Kardashi from the WARC. But we'll leave it to rowing manager to sort out the placings. All right, so we are running ahead of time. The next race will be the open lightweight men's double scull, and there'll be 3 crews racing in this over 2,000 meters.
Hello and welcome back to rowing.
Hello, everybody. We have Kat Wary, myself, and Lucy Stephan next to me here commentating.
So we currently have the men's open lightweight double scull. In lane 4, we have Adelaide Uni with Hooper and Ross. In lane 5, we had Adelaide with Lascock and McKay. And in lane 6, we've got Adelaide Uni with Nielsen and Ratossa. So it seems like they're just coming past through the K here. Seems like we've had a scratching from lane 5. I'm going to say
Adelaide.
lane 5. Yeah, Adelaide. So we've had a scratching. So it's Adelaide Uni against Adelaide Uni.
And it looks pretty tight here, Luce.
Very, very tight. So got a bit of, I think all these guys are working pretty hard to make the PC at Nationals in a couple of weeks. So that's obviously the lightweight for the interstate regatta. Looks like it is going to be a tough boat to make by looking at this double. These guys are going neck and neck. So in the Adelaide Uni with Nielsen, so apparently he was an old Scotch boy. Ratossa is an old Saints boy. And then in the other Adelaide Uni boat in lane 4, we've got Hooper and Ross. Obviously, Ross is the son of Susie Ross, who is a coach at Seymour. And he also won the under-21 lightweight single earlier today. So
very nice.
Good race from both, that's for sure.
It's still pretty tight here.
Very close. I reckon maybe half a length in it. About to come past the rocks now.
Yeah, Hooper and Ross look like they're just a little bit in front.
I think so. About maybe they've still got contact. Looks like Nielsen and Ratossa are making a move though. Both ratings somewhat similar. Seems like Hooper and Ross have taken another seat. About a length in it, but we'll see. Obviously, lane 6 needs to watch their line. Bit of a correct there. Good from them. They're quite long and strong. Obviously, the conditions, a little bit of a head today, slight breeze to help sit the boat up, but you want to be long and strong in these conditions for sure. Both crews doing a great job. So we come down through to the last 250. Nielsen and Ratossa putting in one last ditch effort to really try and push this other crew. Club against club.
Yep, the rates come up. Sprint to the line has begun.
Moving well together. Trying to keep that rate up. Ratossa and Nielsen putting in a really good effort here. Hooper and Ross going to have to keep moving. Looks like they've started to slow down. That other outside crew is coming through.
Oh,
It's going to be a tight race. Looks like it's bow ball to bow ball coming into this line. It's all about clean strokes, making sure that they're staying tall, sitting back and swinging through.
oh, what a good race.
Great race.
Well done, boys.
So Hooper and Ross just coming through at the end there, really pushed away for the last I'd say 10 strokes to win it by half a length. Well done to both crews. So for the winners there of the open lightweight men's double scull, we have Adelaide Uni of Angus Hooper and Beecher Ross taking the win by about half a length to Nielsen and Ratossa, also from Adelaide Uni. Well done, boys.
All right, the next race is underway with the under-19 women's coxless pair, sponsored by West Beach. In lane 1, we have St. Peter's Girls number 1. In lane 2, we have Walford Anglican 1. In lane 3, we have Wilderness School number 2. In lane 4, we have Adelaide. In lane 5, Wilderness School number 1. Lane 6, Unley High. Lane 7, St. Peter's Girls 4. And in lane 8, Walford Anglican 2. So pretty big race here. Some very competitive crews out there on the water.
Definitely, I think this is going to be the girls looking to go to nationals, hoping to trial for the junior team coming up. So schoolgirls wanting to have a really good crack at the under-19 Australian team would be looking to medal definitely here in the hope that their schools send them on over to the national championships to put in a good bid to hopefully row for Australia.
So we've got Adelaide out in front there from Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera, looks like, in lane 4. Pretty comfortable lead there over Wilderness 1 of Gia Rinaldi and Imogen Hawker, coached by Nikki Placzynski.
And your fine self,
And
Katrina.
myself. That is true, Luce.
You gotta claim these things.
Yes.
It's important.
They have been working exceptionally hard, this Wildy crew.
Oh,
very proud of them.
Stay on your line, girls. So a bit of steering there from Wilderness, little clip of the boy, but doing a great job. Obviously steering these coxless boats. It's quite hard. You're doing the job of a coxswain while you're rowing as well. So the steering is, you obviously steer with your foot and that's connected to the rudder. So all girls here doing a great job. I certainly know when I was a schoolgirl, I could not steer a coxless boat. I hadn't even tried.
When was the first time that you rode a coxless boat, Luce?
I reckon I was a good year or two out of school and it was not as well as this. Actually, my first time steering a race was here at Westlakes in 2011. So they're showing my age.
Nationals.
We had a no judgment rule. I'm pretty sure, I mean, how the tables have turned, but the commentators said it looked like I was writing my name down the course. So there you go.
Oh, you've got a lot better success.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate you.
So yeah, Adelaide are still comfortably out in front over Wildy 1.
These girls rowing a very long, strong rhythm, keeping the rate up, taking the margin as best they can. Wilderness still struggling a little bit with their steering, but doing a great job to hold composure for that second place against the rest of the field.
So we've got Wildy 2 of Isabel Jackson and Millie Entwistle in 3rd position currently. It is pretty tight. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th onwards. But it does look like they're vying for that 3rd position there.
So Adelaide Uni here really pushing themselves. Like I said, I'm sure that they're trying to set themselves up for nationals in a couple of weeks, really making the most of this tough racing against their counterparts, staying long, trying to stay flat in these conditions, doing a great job here.
That's it, coming towards the finish line. They're very strong there, Luce. Finishing off those strokes, sitting up really nice and tall, doing a really good job.
It's great racing there from Bates and Barrera. Wilderness here coming through once again, staying strong as well, keeping that rate, really making sure they're finishing off even though they have a comfortable lead over 3rd place. Well done to them. About to see Adelaide come through the finish line with a great race from the two. Hope they should be very, very proud of that. Well done to Adelaide.
Sit Wildy number 1, Gia and Imogen coming towards the line now, looking very tall, nice and flat. And then 3rd place, Millie and Isabel Jackson, Wildy 2, nice and dynamic coming towards that line.
Seems like on the far side there we have Wilford, if my eyes are correct, with Charlotte Matthews, and Harriet Patterson. Doing a great job there, racing against the other Wilford crew, which is on the other side of the course. Doing very, very well. Finishing their positions there. We've got St. Peter's girls also racing their counterparts for these last couple of spots. Both crews doing an exceptional job. As I said, rowing these coxless boats, particularly a small boat at a schoolgirl age, is exceptional. Well done to all those girls that raced today.
It's so great to see so many entries in this division as well. I think it just shows the depth of the school program here in Adelaide. It's very exciting to see what these girls will do at Nationals.
Absolutely. Finishing off here, we have Unley High.
Just paddling, aren't they?
Yes, I think that a
Something's
few
happened.
dirty strokes, but well done to both of them. Like I said, it is a tricky boat class, but as you said, Kat, it's so good to see so many young girls competing, and hopefully that continues once they leave school, join a club, and take it to wherever they want to
Absolutely.
in the world. Can change your life.
Well done, ladies.
Well done, girls. So we've got a bit of a break here. Our next race that we've got coming up at 12 o'clock. So in 3 minutes, we've got the schoolgirl coxed quad scull, and that is sponsored by SportsMed. Alrighty. Looks like we've started a couple minutes early with the schoolgirl coxed quad scull. In lane two, we have Pembroke School. In lane 3, we have Loretto. We have a scratched crew in lane 4 from Pembroke, so we're not racing today. So we've got a spare lane. To lane 5, we have Unley High. Lane 6, we have Loretto. And lane 7, we have Norwood. So it looks like here we've got Unley High in the lead, doing a great job. Definitely a couple lengths of clear water. It's very impressive from them.
And then it's anyone's guess, really.
It really
the second
is.
and third. So yeah,
Schoolgirl
Unley
racing.
has massive lead there from Unley.
So looking very strong out there in front, sitting back into this headwind. Well, it seems it's tail or head. Not outside, I can't tell.
Yeah.
They're doing a great job here, having great control over, obviously not too rough, but definitely a bit of wind out there. So well done to these girls from Unley. Staying long, blade works looking pretty sharp. Keeping that control over the boat. Well done to them. Just coming just past the K750.
It always looks a lot better than it feels when you're on the water. Wouldn't
Massively.
you agree?
Yeah,
That it looks okay, but I'm sure actually being on the water, less so.
definitely. And those gusts as well. It's obviously pretty
They're
gusty
punishing.
today. So we've spent a bit of time rowing here on West Lakes in the last couple of weeks, and we've definitely noticed we'll get on the water and think it's not too bad. And as soon as we take it off, we're very humbled.
We are very
by this
humbled by
water.
this course, but we are also very lucky
We are
with this setup
incredibly lucky.
to have this 2K course to row on every single day. So not every state gets this.
They definitely
We're
do
very
not.
fortunate here in Adelaide. So Unley still in the lead.
Seems to be pressing out. If anything, it seems Pembroke in lane 2 have pushed away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Lane 2's made a bit of a move to come into second place. So Pembroke sitting in second place. And then it seems that Norwood sitting in third, and the 2 Loretto crews going, I reckon, bow ball to bow ball, it looks like from this angle, to buy for that last placing. Once again, Unley looking good. Looks like they're taking it pretty chill, moving well
Yeah.
together.
They look like they're underrating everybody,
Massively.
taking the rate down. In these sort of head conditions here, you really want to make sure you're filling out the stroke at the back end and not trying to chase the rate too much.
That's it.
Pressing out really tall, not worried about the next stroke, to really maximize that blade work in the water.
Well, rate is obviously a product of speed. So if you're making that boat go fast, that's how you get your rate up. So these girls do a great job, great control of the boat, moving quite well together. The very, very commanding lead from Unley High. So in this Unley High crew, forgive me for pronunciation of someone who's been called Stephen her whole life, but we have Rachel Lascombe, Scarlett Shanks, Eleanor Nettleford, Maya, how would you say that? Lesu, and Charlotte Hill. Good name, Charlotte Hill. But great rowing from these girls, great control. And then Pembroke and the far side in lane 2 coming through that place, still having a crack, holding their place for second.
Coached by, is it Matthew Nielsen?
It is.
Fun fact, his
Yes.
dad was he was in the King's Cup crew, that last one for SA.
It's impressive that you know that.
Yes,
Well
well,
done.
Kane taught me that. So.
Yeah, go Kane. Fall in love with the South Australian girls.
Exactly. That's it. Pembroke coming to the line now.
So amazing win there from Unley High, looking very controlled, very on top of the boat, moving well, and Pembroke taking out second place there. Well done. The far side for third, we've got Norwood. Same thing from there, moving quite well together to finish through, coming through the finish line now. And it looks like Loretto 1 have taken that fourth place, commanding over Loretto 2, who will finish at the back of the field, also rowing very well together. It's tough conditions out there. Well done to all of these girls, having a good crack. Well done.
All right, so we have some last minute tickets for sale for the raffle. Please get on down to the tents out in front of the finish tower. We have some great prizes on offer, a new Concept 2, I mean, that's pretty special. I think I
It's a
might buy a
solid
couple of
price.
tickets for that.
Solid prize indeed.
Yes, a set of suitcases by Phil Hoffman Travel. 2 lots of $500 accommodation vouchers by West Beach Parks. Prizes 4 and 5 are a bottle of Rockford wines. Oh, I do
Okay.
like Rockford
Katrina.
wines. I'm sold. I know. I need to go down
I
myself
think-
and get some
I think
tickets.
that might take over your trunk to your cons.
Uh,
Well, it would make the erg more enjoyable. You could drink the wine and then jump on the
and
erg.
then jump on the egg. It might make it hurt less.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll
maybe
see.
not. And then we have wine by Yalums
Oh,
and a basket by Truckers.
beautiful.
Hmm.
So
Heaps
lots
of prizes.
Great
This is very
prizes
generous.
there. So yeah, grab those last tickets. Obviously, always good to contribute to the community with these raffles, but great prizes. I think it's a win-win there for sure. We've got our next race
Absolutely.
here, which is the under 19 men's 8. So in lane 1, we have CBC. In lane 2, we have Prince's 1. So it seems to be that would be their first boys. And then we have St. Peter's College, which is, I am coaching at St. Peter's. So I know for a fact this is our third 8. Doing a great job here. Really good race from all the crews. But it does look like so far, as you would expect, Prince is having a commanding lead here. So obviously, even though they might not have anyone close to them, it looks like Princess is really trying to have a good crack at this race. Obviously, setting themselves up for the coming weeks. We're about 3 weeks out now
Yep.
from Head of the River. We know that that's a hugely important race to all these schoolboys and girls. So it looks like Prince is really trying to set themselves up here to have a good row in a couple of weeks and using this as an opportunity to practice their race plan.
Looks like they're very aggressive here in the middle K of the race as well. Regardless of being so far in front, the rate is high, and it looks like they are just trying to really cement their race rhythm for a few weeks' time, which is going to be super important. You want to feel confident going into the big dance of Head of the River.
Absolutely. I mean, it realistically comes down to what's going on between the years, and having that confidence is always going to help you. You got to sit on that start line believing in each other and believing that you could win that race. So hopefully for these boys, they're having a good hit out to give them that confidence to really front up in a couple of weeks and execute exactly what they aim to do. So, and in second place, we've got St. Peter's College. Also doing a really great job here. Seems like they've got a bit of a length up on Christian Bros. So rolling along there, moving well together.
I mean, they'd be pretty happy with this, wouldn't
I
you say,
think
Liz?
so.
To go up against the PAC first crew.
Absolutely. I think for
It's a good
them,
opportunity.
it's an opportunity, and it's for them, that's what it's all about, right? It's taking the opportunity to race and see what you can do. And I know that they've raced the CBC crew quite a few number of times. So it's been a really good ding-dong between them over the last couple of weeks. So it's another opportunity for them to really have a hit out.
You can see that PAC crew, they're still up and about, rating quite high.
Definitely really taking this opportunity, and kudos to them. It's hard when you've got a lead like that to really have that motivation. So doing well to really see what they can do here and really try and replicate what they would do if there was a crew closer to them. So well done by them.
Pretty good timing on the blade work as well, which is really important when it's windy like this. It's about how efficient can you be with your blade into the water.
Absolutely. Moving really well together there, still pushing away from the other crews. It's a great job by them. Really going for that rate.
Absolutely.
Having a good crack here, boys. Moving well together. Looks like they're up on top of the rhythm, top of the boat. Really sending, and you can see just their bow staying out of the water. So well done there from Princes.
I really love to see it, even just being so far in front, that ability to still keep motivated and push like that is very impressive.
Absolutely.
And that's what it's all going to be about, Luce, in the next few weeks is the mental game.
100%. Who's willing to go there? I mean, as we saw yesterday, it's like obviously quite close to home, but we had Scotch take it. And then in the SPC2, we had Princes. And sorry, I'm just laughing here at our St. Peter's Cox. He's got the hands up in the air. He's really giving these boys a good shout.
He's really punching the air, isn't he?
This isn't Saints. This is the CVC. Well done.
Oh, wow.
Well done, boys.
I mean, as a coxswain, you probably don't want to be doing too much to disrupt the boat there. So I wouldn't suggest punching the air.
Maybe not ideal, but it's all about having fun. And I think when it comes down to it, for these guys, that's what it's about. You've got to enjoy it. That's what makes racing fun. So see them enjoy it, that's the life memories there.
Dash Carpenter, the coxswain there.
Well
punching
done.
the air.
Well done, Dash. You enjoy yourself. I'm happy for you. And it looks like you're having a great time. So good on you.
Absolutely. Well done, boys.
So just to finalise there, and pardon my calling earlier in the race, but we had Princes come away with the win, really taking it to the line, clear water, well and truly over the rest of the field. We had CBC in second place with the coxswain, very excited with that performance. Really good job there. And at the rear of the field, we had St. Peter's College with a gallant effort. Well done, boys. So that race was our under-19 men's 8, and that was sponsored by Banner Crew.
So I suppose for those that are listening, Luce, what is some advice that you would give to our rowers for just focusing on that mental resilience and headspace leading into a big regatta like Head of the River? What is some advice that you would give these young kids on how to manage their nerves or just the expectation?
I think it's a really hard question. I think I could talk about this for hours, but people would probably get quite bored. But the nerves it's coming through because you care. And I think it's your mindset of when you feel those nerves, what are you doing with them? So obviously to sit in it, you have that cotton mouth feeling. You just feel really uncomfortable. So your brain is going to say, I hate this feeling. I just want it to be over. I'm sick of it. If you can switch that mindset to say, no, this is my body getting ready to perform. This is me switching on, and say, this is the feeling that I know that I need to feel in order to know that I'm going to perform. So it goes back to what's going on between your ears, making sure your head's in the right mental space to perform, and know that nerves are a good thing, not a bad thing.
Absolutely. Everyone's going to be nervous, right? On the start line.
100%.
No one's going to be sitting there feeling like, oh yeah, this is going to be a piece of cake.
Well, I think if you do, you probably don't care enough, right?
Exactly.
And we all know rowing is no piece of cake. You don't row to rowing. It's about feeling the hurt and really pushing your body to see what it's capable of. And that feeling can obviously become quite addictive, but it is speaking from, you and myself, Kat, some of the races that we've had over the years and the performances we've had, it is the best feeling in the world. And if I could bottle it, I certainly would not be here. I'd probably be living in a mansion somewhere else because I would be the richest person alive. There is no feeling quite like it.
Oh, absolutely. All right, on to the next race. We have the Open Men's Coxless Pair, sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance. In lane 3, we have Adelaide Uni. In lane 4, Adelaide Uni. And in lane 5, Adelaide Uni. Lane 6 for something different, Torrance. And lane 7, Adelaide Uni. So a lot of black and white here with a little hint of red.
Just a
little hint
dash,
of red in
there,
in the middle there.
So we've got so in lane 3 we have Evans, Wood, and Griffith. So Griffith is an old Saints boy who's currently coaching at Walford, and Evans Wood is a Norwood boy. We have in lane 4, we have Drayton and Burr. And then in lane 5, we have Bursell and Newberry. In lane 6, I'm not sure how to say this. Forgive my pronunciations. Lubians?
Lubinus. Tom Lubinus. He's a Ballarat Clarendon boy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
He came and introduced himself. I
He's
just know
another
him as
Victorian.
Tom. Sorry.
Yep. Tom. Yep.
And Matt Russell. And then in lane 7, we have Miller and Wiseman. Nah, I feel like you should do that. You should do this, Kat.
Oh, Wisser. Apologies to Daniel.
That is on me. I'm so sorry.
All right. So we have lane 3. Looks like they're out in front. Evanswood and Griffith from Adelaide Uni in the lead. Followed by Adelaide Uni of Miller and Daniel.
We call him Daniel.
Daniel.
Seems
In
like
lane
we've had a
7.
scratching from lane 5, I believe. We have in 3rd place, we have Drayton and Burr. And at the back of the field, we've got our Masters coming through, obviously putting out a great opportunity here in the open men's coxless pair, probably rowing against some of these guys that potentially could be their sons. I'm not too sure how old they are, but I mean, you can become a master. Technically, you and myself are masters now.
Is it 27?
27, you're a master.
You're a master. Well, we've been masters for a while, haven't we?
I know. Don't tell them. It's a great race from all the boys here. So in the lead here, we have Evanswood and Griffith. Rowing a nice long rhythm. Seems like they're still giving it a crack, but maybe 1 or 2 points a little bit lower, but good control of the race here. Staying long as they come past the rocks and about to hit the beach. Timing's looking quite good from there. Obviously, once again, we've got the coxless pair. These boys have probably had a bit more time in it, obviously, given that they are clubbies. Spend a bit more time learning to steer and hold that boat straight. But really, really nice performance from all crews, as you can see on the screen, holding their lines really, really nicely, which means they have great control of the boat, but also they're matching up that timing really well.
Pairs are such a difficult boat to get right as well.
They are. They're one of those ones that you can just find one that one day it just clicks and it's amazing, and then you could jump in a pair that should go fast and it might just not click, and you could never really figure out why.
Absolutely. It
can be quite frustrating, but these guys doing a great job rowing long, making sure that they're setting off the back, keeping that flow to move together on top of it. Really nice performance here from these two boys of Adelaide Uni. And sorry, we have the Torrens crew. Getting my lanes wrong. So Torrens there in 3rd place. Really impressive from both of them. Obviously, a little bit biased with our Ballarat connections. But great long rowing from this Masters Torrens crew. Really great job.
And then bringing up the rear, we have that final Adelaide Uni crew there.
Great job for them. Staying long, staying controlled.
Rate a little bit down compared to everyone else. Well done to those boys.
Well done, fellas. Great racing.
Eastern Equity Insurance, actually, my engagement ring is insured by that company.
Oh, there you go.
Fun fact.
There you go. Ladies, need your reinsurance?
Yes, Eastern Equity Insurance would recommend.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. All right, we've got the final race before the lunch break. Loose,
I
open
think we've got-
women's single
yes.
scull.
You are correct.
So we have two in this race. In lane 4, Adelaide, Lulu Colgrave, and in lane 5 for Adelaide Uni, Caroline McNally.
So apparently Caroline McNally has just returned from New South Wales States where she got silver in the under-21 single.
Wow,
So she's coaching at
very
Saints,
impressive.
Saints Girls, and she apparently is an old Seymour girl. I have heard she has a very good erg, which would make sense. Usually that connects. Move a single, you want to have a solid erg.
Absolutely.
Both girls doing a great job here. I've got to get my lanes right, but it seems like we have McNally out in front, solid bit of clear water, taking it somewhat easy. I'm sure she's still really getting those legs down, but it's long, it's powerful. She's moving really well in it.
So the two rival, I suppose, clubs here. Well, obviously we've got Torrens, but Adelaide and then Adelaide Uni. The high rivalry between those two clubs, just like not dissimilar to our two clubs, Luce.
Yes, I was going to say, reminds me of another place that has a solid rivalry.
I mean, every state will have that, won't
of
they?
a university and another club, Melbourne University and of course Mercantile.
Yes. Match made in heaven.
That's the way. It's the way to get a good state going is have a good two club rivalry. I always say
Healthy competition.
that's it. Makes the state votes go just even faster.
Absolutely. And we want to see more Adelaide crews at nationals representing SA for the state team and doing, getting up in the medal opportunities.
So McNally putting on a solid performance there. Looks like she's just apparently the lifesavers have decided to wash her off, which is a bit disappointing. Poor thing. But obviously she has great control over that single scull, staying on top of it, gives them a little look. Hope she gives them a little greasy. I most certainly will if a life-saving boat was washing me off.
Absolutely. You never want that.
No. But great control here, staying long, great set. And as you can see, really power it through the water, swinging her body open. While the rate might be a bit lower, still giving a really nice crack with that power through the water, which of course is what you need. And
really nice finish there from Caroline.
Beautiful. And we've got Lulu coming through here once again, really stepping up, having a good crack, rowing nice and long, setting over, making the most of these lovely conditions today.
A lot calmer than yesterday.
Yes.
Which is nice.
Thank goodness. And the other weekend. You never know what you're going to get
You
here
never
at
know.
West Lakes, but rowing in the rough makes you tough.
Absolutely. Don't know what conditions we're going to get for Head of the River or Nationals.
Particularly down in Tassie. You never know what happens down in Barrington. So definitely good to be on a course like this. Has good practice for sure. And beautiful race there by Lulu. Well done to both of the girls. Sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing in the Open Women's Single Scull. Alrighty, so that takes us through to the lunch break. We're going to love and leave you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks,
we have enjoyed it.
A blast.
Yeah, just us yabbering on. But everyone have a fantastic day. Obviously, we have some great racing coming up. We've got the Open Men's 8, which I'm very, very excited for. Obviously, biasly. Quite some great crews out there. We'll see you back here at 1:15 for the Masters Mixed Cox 4. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
is ready. The mic is on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll
Maybe
do
come
this.
in the middle.
Okay. Is it on?
Pass your drawer.
Hello, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? We are about to draw the raffle. We've had tickets on sale all weekend. We have some amazing prizes. The first prize is an erg by Concept 2. So the winner is, we have a green ticket, C90, Flowers. Is anyone here? Mr. and Mrs. Flowers? C90.
Second prize.
Okay, second prize is a set of interstellar luggage provided by Phil Hoffman Travel. We have a red ticket, B27, Amanda. B27, Amanda, red ticket. Our third prize, we've got 2 vouchers for $500 of accommodation at West Beach Parks. The first one,
Carla.
we have another green ticket, C59, Carla. And the second one is a blue ticket, A47, Marty Buick. Fifth, we've got 2 bottles of Rockford Mopper Springs, sponsored by Gina Bell. Green, C18, Ethan. And the second one,
Oh my goodness, it's all green.
what's that? L.
Karma?
We've got C77, L Karma.
And any,
Okay, now we've got 6 of the wines. Yep.
6. Let's see if we can get a blue ticket. Is this the one you want? There we are, a blue ticket. At least I know they're in there.
Oscar, blue A62. You've won a bottle of wine. Hopefully you're over 18. Oh my God. Oscar, you've also won another bottle of wine.
Oscar, you look
Keep running. See where your mum and dad are.
Yeah.
Not those ones, Ainsley. The next one's the Yalumba. Is that Mike? C94, Mike. You also get a bottle of Yalumba. Rob Young with purple D79. You've got a bottle of Yalumba.
Oscar again.
He's just got another one. 3. I'm not going to read that out. We should check his phone number maybe. Oscar, we might check your phone number just to make sure we have only one Oscar.
Yes, a good idea.
Another prize, we've got red B86, Jan Lippert.
That's 6.
That's 6, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that's 6.
And now we've got 4 vouchers for the Tuckers. Okay, and our last lot of prizes are provided by Tuckers Natural. We've got 4 of these baskets. Kath 12 Tree B40. Mike B36. B54. And our lucky last, B62, red. Thanks, everyone. This raffle is to assist our volunteers and officials who we recognise for everything they do and say thank you very much to them.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 South Australian Rowing Championships. I'm Greg Walters and I'll be joined shortly in the commentary box by Phil Mangelsdorf. Our first event will be kicking off in about 15 minutes. That's at 1:15, and that event will be the Masters Mixed Coxed 4. And as we see the boat racing officials heading down to the start in those boats, it's probably a good time to just call out the great work that our boat race officials have been doing over this weekend. They are the backbone of this competition and provide an enormously valuable service. And it's really interesting, the sort of work that they do. I know they're a very tight-knit community, very welcoming. And so if you're interested in being part of this fantastic group of boat race officials, then there's certainly an opportunity. You can go and speak to one of those people. You'll see them identified by their yellow tops. Go and speak to them, or during the week you can always give a call to Rowing South Australia and be out there as part of that fantastic group. They provide training, so you don't have to have a rowing background. You will get training and you can join in, and rather than just sort of sitting back and watching, you can actually be actively involved and engaged out there in the water, really close to the action. So big shout out to the great work from our boat race officials. And if you'd like to be one of them, there are plenty of opportunities. Other opportunities that we've got, the Australian Rowing Championships. Now that's back on. This is the Open Championships, which a number of our, obviously our open rowers and our schools will be going through. The Australian Rowing Championships is on between the 24th and the 30th of March. It's at Lake Barrington, which is an international regatta course in the northwest of Tasmania. It's a beautiful location, very, very scenic. I've rowed there a number of times. And so the Australian Rowing Championships there, volunteering for the Australian Rowing Championships is a great way to get involved. You can support rowing as a sport and give back to the rowing community. And even more importantly, you can get up close and personal as an event volunteer. So apply today, head to the Rowing Australia website and click on volunteering. So that would be a fantastic way to really get involved, particularly if you think you're going to be heading across anyway. Then why not head across and provide a volunteering role for part of that to get really close to the action. It'd be very, very exciting. So once again, if you're interested, head to the Rowing Australia website and click volunteering. The other website to be aware of course, is Rowing Manager South Australia. That's the place to go for the latest version of the rowing program for today. And importantly, with a number of these races and the heats that we've got coming up, it's very, very tight, hard to call some of these photo finishes. So if you ever want to go and check what the official results are for each of the events, or you'd like to look at the program, timing, etc., go to Rowing South Australia. All of the information is there. So we do have a few more minutes, and this is also a good opportunity to recognise our sponsors. Had some great tents down here. Of course, we've still got tent number 1, Aperol Spritz tent, operated by the Ore Cafe. So come down there and get your Aperol Spritz and order your charcuterie board and sit down and enjoy the racing. Tent number 2, Nelson Teamwear. So come down there and get your 2025 South Australian Rowing Championship merchandise. And Nelson Teamwear. In fact, I'm wearing some Nelson Teamwear up here in the commentary position. And they provide that to many schools and businesses and events, and they also provide it to the South Australian state teams here in for Rowing South Australia. So go and check out tent number 2, Nelson Teamwear. Tent number 3, Phil Hoffman Travel, and I know they had that fantastic luggage set, the Interstellar 3-piece luggage set, which was raffled off just recently as part of our raffle. They've got a great reputation for the travelling public, and they provide sort of bespoke, quality, personalised services. So they are very much a South Australian family-owned business. So go down there and have a bit of a chat to them. They're great sponsors for many charities and groups across South Australia, and particularly here. We're very thankful of their support for Rowing South Australia. Tent number 4, My Pet Life. and they create treats that are 100% human grade and pet approved, from doggy granola and horse cookies to custom birthday cakes and homemade goodies. So go down there, and this sounds sort of fantastic. If you've got a pet, large, small, dogs, cats, horses, go down and talk to them about the treats that they can provide for your pet. My Pet Life, tent number 4. Sykes Rowing in tent number 5, and I think they might still be there. Certainly they were there a little bit earlier on with their trailer, but just like to recognise Sykes as sponsors. Wintech, I can see, are certainly still down there, proven performance and unparalleled value. Go down and sort of talk to them about their equipment and their boats. There are many Wintech boats that are owned by quite a number of the clubs here. And of course, Perfect Balance Rowing. Go down there, browse the latest equipment that they've got, grab some spares or pick out your next boat. Either way, go and have a chat to Alistair and Caitlin at Perfect Balance Rowing. They're also platinum partners for this South Australian Rowing Championship, and we really appreciate their support. They've been great corporate partners and regular fixtures around Australia at sporting events. So go down, check out what they've got to offer. Highly recommend Perfect Balance Rowing. They're also sponsoring and have sponsored the Open Lightweight Women's Double, the Open Men's Single, which we've just recently had, the Open Lightweight Women's Single, and the Open Men's Quad. Now, of course, Perfect Balance Rowing are our platinum partners, and we have other corporate partners, Claridge Construction, who is sponsoring the Open Women's Double and the Under-19 Women's 8. So Claridge Constructions have been crafting homes of integrity that harmonise with lifestyle needs and withstand the unique challenges of the South Australian climate. So their growth is rooted in successful projects and satisfied clients, which has really propelled them from their original fairly modest origins to a real dynamic force in the industry. So from the moment you'd step through their doors, they're dedicated to guiding you through every step of your building journey. So if you're thinking about construction, think about Claridge Constructions and give them a call. We're also very lucky to be supported by Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers, and they've got over 20 years of experience looking after water sports, and they know their boats. So call them for a review, and don't forget to mention you're a Rowing South Australia member to ensure you get the best possible price. And Fulham Funerals, you would have seen the advertising for them around in this area. That was established back in the early 1980s by the Grant family, and it continues to be run by members of the Grant family, meaning that in fact it's one of the few funeral homes that is a South Australian owned and operated family business, something I think we all think is a great thing. So it's those family values in the Grant family that you see through Fulham Funerals. So give them a call. I think the hallmarks are extending compassion, care and respect and guidance in your time of need. So if you are at that time where you need to be thinking about those sorts of issues, give Fulham Funerals a call. And Nelson Teamwear, I've talked about, they're a South Australian company specialising in sourcing, creating and supplying promotional products for sporting teams, businesses, schools and events. They're proud partners with Rowing South Australia, and they work with the clubs and schools to ensure you get exactly what you want. And I can attest to that. As I said before, the Nelson Teamwear, the quality of their sporting kit with the shorts and polo tops and a whole range of other gear, top notch. So if you're looking at sports gear, check out Nelson Teamwear. SportsMed, of course, and our chairman, Greg Keane, obviously. So we're setting up SportsMed, so hardly surprising that they are sponsors. They're sponsoring the schoolgirl quad, coxed quad, and the schoolboy coxed quad. For those of you not aware, SportsMed's an industry-leading healthcare provider, and they offer patients access to modern and innovative healthcare. They've got sports doctors who have specialist interests in sports medicine and injuries, and are experienced in medical conditions affecting people and family of all ages. And I know when when our family had to look for a sports medicine doctor, then SportsMed certainly on those list of providers that are recommended. So sports doctors can also accommodate all of your rowing medicals. So go to their sports website at sportsmed.com.au or contact Sports Medical on 8362 8111. Our other corporate sponsor is Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance, and their vision is to be the first choice for all plumbing and maintenance needs, known not only for their technical expertise, but also for their integrity, reliability, and enduring commitment to the well-being of their customers and communities. And they constantly, you're looking around for trades to be able to support your business and support your home. So I think Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. So I see coming up to the up the desk, we've got Phil Mangelsdorf. So as Phil gets himself kitted up, he'll be joining us to kick off proceedings. I think in about 5 minutes, we're due to have the first event after lunch, which is the Masters Mixed Coxed 4. There we go. So the Masters Mixed Coxed 4 event, that's race 113, due to kick off at 1:15. We've got 2 crews in this event. The Riverside crew, which was to be in lane 5, is scratched. So that leaves us with the Torrens crew in lane 4. They're an E crew, E being a mark of the age category, not the quality of the crew. And so an E crew means that the average age of the crew is under 60 and over 55. The Torrens crew, they'll start off on a 23-second handicap over their competitors for Phoenix, who are in lane 6, a much older crew. So Phoenix will be starting off on go, and the Torrens crew will be starting off 23 seconds later. So you would expect in the early parts of the race, obviously the Phoenix crew will be leading, and the question then is, can the Torrens crew make up that 23-second gap? Pretty handy team though. In lane 4, the Torrens crew of Simon Ellis, Gina Bell, Rob Ellis, and Kevin Tankard, very storied names there. But they're up against an equally qualified and eminent crew, an older crew, though, in lane 6 with Phoenix. They've got Anne Ellis, Carolyn Musserad, Dave Ellis, and Mark Musserad. So the names of all those rowers, I think, would be well known to those in the rowing community and certainly the Masters rowing community. So I'm really looking forward to this race, Phil.
Should be good competition. Should be good competition, I think, Greg. And welcome back to the commentary. We've got some good conditions today so far. It's been excellent racing. And well done. Again, I've been taking photographs and the cooperation has been fantastic by the winning athletes. Keep up the good work. We had good quality photos yesterday and they should be good again today. Thank you very much.
And we can see from the drone footage at the moment that the crews are currently lining up. So they haven't quite yet lined up, but you can see that they would be under the umpire's orders, just paddling down to the start of the 1,000-metre event. So for those who are joining us, we have both 2,000-metre events and 1,000-metre events. The Masters events tend to be 1,000-metre events, as are many of the schoolboy and schoolgirl events. The difference. So go on.
So the Torrens crew are average age just over 55, and the Phoenix crew is averaging over 70. So 15 years difference, and the difference in the handicap then is 23
seconds. That's right. So you can see those 2 crews lined up on the right-hand side of your screen. In lane 4 is the Torrens crew, and the Phoenix crew have just started. That's the Phoenix crew of Anne Ellis, Carolyn Musserad, Dave Ellis, and Mark Musserad. They have a 23-second handicap. So you'll see they're getting away.
And what I'll say about this handicap is today's conditions are exactly what they worked out for. The handicap conditions are worked out in ideal conditions, and a lot of masters think they should be readjusted for a strong head or strong tailwind, and I agree with that. But how far can you go with those sort of calculations? So with the ideal conditions we've got at the moment, we should theoretically, the two crews should arrive at the finish line together.
That's right. We've got a side wind here, so we haven't got a tail or a headwind. So we've got the wind coming in from the west southwest at the moment, so that shouldn't really affect things too much. You're right though. When you have a tail wind, which is more typical at West Lakes, that perhaps does favour some of the older crews, perhaps. But then again, you can have the headwinds like we have had most recently, in which case it favours the perhaps stronger, younger crews. But here we go. Phoenix in lane 6, Anne Ellis, Carolyn Musserad, David Ellis and Mark Musserad out leading the Torrens crew in lane 4, Simon Ellis, Gina Bell, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. So the question now is, can that younger crew, it's a very strong, very good crew, some excellent scullers in that quad, in that 4. And also very good. They're very good at both sweep and sculling. But can the Torrens crew make up that 23-second deficit? I would say that if they get down to, within the 150 mark and the Torrens crew have been able to catch the Phoenix crew, then you would have to say that with the strength and ability of that Torrens crew, they will probably be able to ride through them. But the big question is, can Phoenix hold off Torrens through to the end? So they're coming through that open water section at the moment, just past the 500-metre mark.
Very experienced, as we assume these masters are, and certainly Anne Ellis and Caroline Musserad, as a pair, they have won a gold medal in World Masters in their age group. So very experienced and successful, Anne Ellis and Caroline Musserad.
Yeah, and Mark's also been very successful at that national, international level in the pair as well. So we've got some real quality rowers out there. And this race is on. So still the Torrens crew, just a little behind the Phoenix crew. But of course, they've been trying to make up that 23-second gap. Now, the question is, they are closing on Phoenix. Can Phoenix hold them off? They're coming down to that 250 mark, which we refer to as the rocks. Torrens are certainly closing on them. They're picking up the rating, a much higher rating than Phoenix. But Phoenix would be able to see Torrens across on their stroke side. Can Phoenix lift now? Because you can see really Torrens are sort of lifted up and they are accelerating down towards the finish. Can Phoenix also lift their rating, lift
Torrens
the drive
at
through the
34.
water?
Torrens at 34. Phoenix somewhat lower.
That's right. And so I think Phoenix really need to lift at the moment because Torrens are bearing down on them. They are closing that gap. So Phoenix really need to lift at the moment now and meet that challenge. I think they've just started, but they might have responded a little too late because now Torrens have caught them in the last 100 metres. They've just passed the Phoenix crew, and it looks as though Torrens is now pulling away from the Phoenix crew, half a length, 3/4 of a length, and they cross the line, and it's a win to the Torrens crew by 3/4 of a length. A great race.
Excellent racing by both those crews, Masters crews. Certainly a win to Torrens. Now, next bracket of races are under 17 women's quad sculls heats. Got 7 crews entered in the first one. First 4 to the final. So the 2 heats, first 4 to the final. The race sponsored by Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance, one of our long-time sponsors of Rowing SA.
That's right, as you said, Phil, the first 4 progressing through to the final race, which is race 132. Race 132 is due at 3:40 this afternoon. So just the first 4. So that means in this first heat, first 4 go through and the next 3 will be eliminated. So the crews that we've got in heat number 1 of the under 17 women's coxed quad scull, in lane number 2, Walford Anglican 1 of Milia Elia, Maisie Eastdale, Mimi Young, Lexi Reed and Charlotte Bevan as the cox. Lane number 3, St Peter's Girls 1, Matilda Wilkin, Zalia Valamorbida, Matilda Simonis, Izzy Huff, Charlotte Catchpole as the cox, and they're coached by Brinley Millwald. Lane 4, Adelaide High, Fenella Rodwell, Ada Baronoff, Ada Dedich, Eva Santore, Grace Battams as the cox, and they're coached by Ella Prowl. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1, Liran Ma, Jess Levy, Edie van der Sommen, Emily Baldock, and Annie Redwood is the cox. Lane 6, Seymour College, Clementine Mitchell, Phoebe Hughes, Georgie Guthrie, Sky Birdseye, and Adelaide Taylor as the cox, coached by Georgia Rowlett and Angie Franku. Lane number 7, Loretto Marriotteville 3, Alice Frierson Lee, Isla Orgrove, Aspen Penberthy, Ava Waters, Miller Wilson as the cox, coached by Emily Dagus and Dario Sportelli. Lane 8, Scotch College Adelaide 2, Giselle Stevens, Charlotte Ellison, Chesley Roberts, Brielle Wilcourt, and Grace McIntyre as the cox. Now, I'm thinking with this under 17 women's cox quad scull, many of these rowers may have come out of their first and second eights. So they'd traditionally be sweep rowers going back to their roots, because of course all of the juniors from year 7, 8, 9, and 10 into the inters are trained in the quad sculls. And then generally it's year 11 and 12, they start progressing through to sweep rowing. Phil, you around the time when the direction came from Rowing Australia to actually start implementing training in the quad sculls? Because back in my day, it was all sweep rowing, you know, and we didn't scull at all.
Indeed. Yes, I remember that recommendation came through that, certainly in my day, there was only sweep rowing. Scull rowing, if you go back to when I went to Teachers College, I found I couldn't fit into a crew because of my many different hours of technical training I had to do for my course. So I took up sculling, and in our local club regattas here, there was only one scull race. It was a senior scull race. It was the only race on the program. So but basically all the rest of the regatta was sweep rowing. That's all the schoolboy rowing was sweep rowing. And it was later during my rowing career that the younger age groups were encouraged, and I think it came from FISA originally.
FISA being the federal, the international.
The world body encouraged the younger people to row in sculling boats, and the decision was made, I think, Australia-wide to encourage the schools to start their people and junior rowing in sculling boats.
So do you know why that was the case? This is a Dorothy Dix question because, of course...
Well, the story was that it was better for your development for your young age. The people... in your early teenage years and growing years, they thought it was better for the body. They apparently supposedly did studies that it was better for your body to be doing the sculling, which is even on both sides, as opposed to sweep rowing where you're twisting, and if you only rowed bow side or only stroke side, you'd probably maybe build up one side of your muscle mass, or put the strain on your body bones to one, twisting one way or the other. So that's how the recommendations came through, and I think they're probably right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you have learned how to scull, then it's much easier to go, as you said, stroke side or bow side. You've got that. You've got the flexibility to be able to move to one side or the other, and it's perhaps not coincidental that a lot of the selections for the elite crews are done in small boats. So certainly pairs, but they'll typically get people out in the scull and do the time trials in the sculls to see how people actually move the boat, because there's nowhere to hide in a single scull.
That's right. They've certainly brought that into the national selection trials and things in more recent times, where the athletes do compete in single sculls, but then they've also given them a chance in the sweepboard pairs or small boats as well for seat racing.
So it is important all the way through your career, even though, you know, we talked about crews coming through the juniors where they do the quads and then the inters and the quads, and then they move often in year 11 and 12 into the sweep boat. It's still absolutely critical for all those rowers to maintain their sculling ability and to be conversant in both sweep and sculling. So we're just waiting for the start in race number 114, the under 17 women's coxed quad sculls. Just a reminder of which crews are in which lanes. Lane 2, Walford Anglican 1. Lane 3, St Peter's Girls 1. Lane 4, Adelaide High. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1. Lane 6, Seymour College. Lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville 3. And Lane 8, Scotch College Adelaide 2.
And they are racing in that event. They're underway. I can see the Scotch crew coming into view from our commentary position. And now the crew inside of them as well. So that's Loretto.
So Scotch College Adelaide 2 in lane 8 and Loretto Marriotteville 3 in lane 7. So on your screens, you will see lane 8 is the far left-hand lane. So they're numbered in ascending order from the right-hand side. The far right-hand lane is lane 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, right across to Scotch College in lane 8. So we can see at the moment, it looks as though it's Seymour College in lane 6, who is leading this field. That's the Seymour College crew of Clementine Mitchell, Phoebe Hughes, Georgia Guthrie, Sky Birdseye, and Adelaide Taylor as the cox, leading this under-17 women's coxed quad scull heat number 1.
There's 3 boats in reasonably close touch with them, the Adelaide crew, Loretto and...
So Adelaide High in lane number 4.
Yep.
St Peter's Girls, 1 crew in lane 3, and Wolford Anglican in lane 2. And those 4 crews do seem to have broken away from the field. I think then it would be across to lane 7, which is Loretto Marriotteville. There is a gap between lane 7 and probably St Peter's Girls in lane 3. So reminder, for heat number 1, the first 4 crews progress through to the final, which is race 132. The rest are eliminated. So you need to be in one of those first 4 crews. At this stage, it is the Seymour crew out in front in lane number 6. Now the question will be, from a tactics perspective, what do you do? Because the coxswain, if they're looking backwards, would be able to see that that group of 4 has broken away from the other 3.
Wolford, St Peter's and Adelaide High are also clear, I think, of the other contenders. So Seymour clearly in front, and then Adelaide, St Peter's and Wolford. I think those 4 have already, coming through the halfway mark, established themselves as the 4 leading boats.
That's correct. So the question now will be, how do the coxswains choose to row this race? Do they race it hard for the last 750 meters, 800 meters of this race, or do they in fact just hold their position and make sure that the crew in lane 7, which is Loretto Marriotteville, who are currently sitting in 5th place, as long as that crew does not come up and challenge for 4th place, then perhaps the first 4 crews can just sit there and hold. So this is a question of tactics, and it's different in the heats where you can do this rather than in the final where it's a more traditional just get out there and race. Now I'm just looking at the ratings of some of those lead crews, and I do get the impression that they're swinging it along, but they're not absolutely driving it.
I think they've still got a fair bit of life in their stroke rating at the moment in those leading boats, so they probably don't want to take any chances.
No, you can see on the screen, depending on which vision you've got, to the Adelaide High crew. Yeah, the rating, so they're not taking it easy, but those first 4 crews of Seymour College, Adelaide High, Seymour College in lane 6, Adelaide High in lane 4, St Peter's Girls 1 in lane 3, and Wolford Anglican in lane 1.
Adelaide around 31, 32, so they're keeping the pace on without being full race pace, I would say.
Yeah. And the Seymour College crew probably don't need to do too much more at this stage.
Yeah, Seymour around 28.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable pace. They're moving it along. I'd say that's a good training pace.
Cruising speed, I would call it.
That's right, for a 2,000 metres. So They don't appear to be too worried by the fact that the Adelaide High crew is coming up on them. It's not going to make much difference, apart from, of course, the fastest crews do tend to get the sort of central lanes in the final. But Seymour just holding the Adelaide High crew. Adelaide High, I'm sure their coxswain will be conscious of where Seymour is. And just looking out there, Adelaide High do seem to be sort of putting it in and driving the boat along at a high rating. Perhaps Seymour now may have just responded. So this is just the last 50 metres of the race. So both crews, I think, may have just picked it up a little bit. Adelaide might have just come in front of Seymour, but I wouldn't take anything from that. Both those two crews would know definitely that they were going through to the final. And likewise now, the Walford Anglican crew in lane 2 would have known that they were going through quite comfortably, followed by St Peter's Girls 1 in lane 3. And then across to Loretto Marriotteville 3 in lane 7. And Scotch College Adelaide in lane 8. And back in the field just a little bit more is that the Loretto Marriotteville 1 crew in lane 5, Phil?
Yeah, they seem to be a long way back. I wonder if they had a problem.
It's very, very possible that there could have been a problem with the boat.
Yeah, lane 5, a number 1 boat. You'd have thought they must have had a problem with equipment.
But they're coming down the field. We'll move our attention now to race number 115 because I believe that actually has started. This is heat number 2 of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull, sponsored by Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. Once again, heat 2, the first 4 going through to the final race 132, and the rest are eliminated. Lane 1.
Got 8 boats.
Got the 8 boats. Good. So we've got Scotch College Adelaide 1 of Arabelle Lewis, Ruby White, Stella Wakelin, Maeve Sargent and Emily Appleby in lane 1. Lane 2, Unley High, Grace Charters, Lauren Halls, Rachel Luscombe, Maya Lesu and Addie Burns as the cox. Lane 3, Murray Bridge, Ella Davey, Sienna Watkins, Mackenzie Milne, Lillian Hoare, Ethan Hoare as the cox, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 2, Alex Buccarelli, Imogen McCullough, Olivia Rooney, Emily Turner, Nina Griffiths as the cox. Lane 5, Pulteney Grammar 1, Eddie Chapman, Celeste Williams, Ava Livesey, Maggie Cannon, Victoria Stanislavski as the cox, and they're coached by Bill Darker. Lane 6 is Pembroke School, Alex Rydler, Matilda Liu, Catherine Watts, Evie Barris, Beatrice Liu as the cox, coached by Amanda Sparks and Sky Mumford. Lane 7, St Peter's Girls 2, Dia Binder, Maria Elavaris, Cleo Connor, Zara Peroni, Melissa Estefanos as the cox. And in lane 8, Loretto Marriotteville 2, Ruby Kernahan, Ava Leonello, Eugenie Anderson, Layla Bryant, Winnie Katsaros as the cox, and they're coached by Dario Sportelli and Emily Lang.
So there's 3 boats that are clearly in front of the rest of the field, which means that the action there for the going to the final would be whoever finishes in the 4th place. There's 3 boats seem to be a couple of lengths clear of the rest of the field.
That's right. That's Scotch College Adelaide in lane 1, the Unley High crew in lane 2, and just looking across there, is that the St Peter's Girls crew? I'm just looking at the colours there. Looks like Pembroke's colours. So that must be the Pembroke scored in lane 6, is that? Yes, Pembroke scored in lane 6, with St Peter's Girls back in lane 7. I'm trying to look for the crew in lane 8. That's the Loretto Marriotteville 2 crew.
We did seem to have all 8 boats there early on.
Yes, that is the Pembroke School in lane 6. So these are the leading crews.
Certainly the Scotch College crew in lane 1 are one of those leading boats. The only crew alongside of them in lane 2, they're one of the likely finalists at the moment. Right over on the far side, the Seymour crew.
Oh, so in lane 8 is lane 8, and so
It's Loretto, is it?
Loretto Marriedville, that's right. So the issue here is, of course, we because of the drone footage, we actually can't see them. We can't see lanes 1 and lanes 8. So that's why it's a little bit confusing. They're off screen at the moment. So Loretto Marriedville in lane 8 doing very well. You can't see them on the screen, but they're up there with Scotch College Adelaide in lane 1. Both of those crews off screen at the moment from your live feed.
So the 4 leading boats are that Scotch, Loretto, the Unley crew in lane 2, and over on the far side,
the Pembroke crew.
It's the Pembroke crew. They're the 4 that look certain, barring accidents, to make the final because they've got daylight between them and the next.
That's right. You can see Unley, who are sitting in 4th, really keeping their rating down quite low. They can see the challenges from behind them, but they seem to be fairly confident that with the distance that they will be able to hold them off, and that will be enough to take them through to the final. So you can just see here the Scotch College Adelaide crew in lane 1, just picking up the rating a little bit. Loretto Marriedville in lane 8 don't seem to be terribly worried. So it'll be Scotch and then Loretto, followed by Pembroke, and a very, very relaxed Unley crew. Just getting it in slow, actually rowing very well. And so there's a bit of a race on in the middle of the field here for the final places. So the next race, who are coming well down the field. They must have started quite a little bit early. Right. So that's race number 116. This is the Open Women's Coxless 4.
This is a medal final state championship.
That's right. So this is
sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance.
That's right. So that's a 2,000 metre event. So they must have started a little bit early. Lane 3, Adelaide, Celia Cowan, Victoria Seidel, Anna Collins, Alexis Drogi. Lane 4, Adelaide Uni, Joanne Malcolm, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross and Angie Franku. Lane 5, Adelaide, Grace Barrera, Hannah Clawton, Tamara Bates, Georgina Tager. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Lara Painter, Rosie Kavanagh, Imogen Graham, Grace Seppelt. And lane 7, Adelaide, the Claire Rogers, Zoe Tiffin, Sarah Grave and Sky Mumford. Interesting. I do note that the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 4 is a Masters crew.
So the Adelaide crew in lane 5, 6, they're definitely in front. The centre lane crew, the crew with Grace Bearer, Hannah Clawton, Tamara Bates and Georgina Tager. They were 4 of the crew that won the Champion 8s yesterday, and they won that handsomely, and this 4 are leading again, and I think the other 4 members of that crew are coming second in the 4s.
So it's the crew in lane 5 of Grace Bearer, Hannah Clawton, Tamara Bates and Georgina Tager over their club rivals. The other Adelaide crew in lane 3 of Celia Cowan, Victoria Seidel, Anna Collins and Alexis Drogi. Currently, that's first and second in the Open Women's Coxless 4 event. And then it is back to the Adelaide unit, the Masters crew there of Joe Malcolm, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross and Angie Franku. Doing very well against
That's a pretty good effort by the Masters.
That's right. Well, they're very, very good rowers, but particularly impressive against rowers that are, well, I won't actually give a comparison of age, but much younger than them.
Yes.
So,
of course, those couple of those Masters are previous Australian representatives in world championships and medalists.
That's right, absolutely.
So they're world-class rowers.
World-class rowers, absolutely, which is why they are so competitive in this race. But it'll be Adelaide 1 and 2, and Adelaide Uni coming through in 3rd, followed by the other Adelaide Uni crew of Lara Painter, Rosie Kavanagh, Imogen Graham and Grace Seppelt in lane 6.
And then there's a number 3 Adelaide crew.
Number 3 Adelaide crew,
That's
which
in
is
5th place.
that's right. Claire
That's the
Rogers,
youngsters.
Zoe Tiffin, Sarah Grave, and Sky Mumford. So well done to the Adelaide crew, Grace Barrera, Hannah Clawton, Tamara Bates, and Georgina Tager, winners of the Open Women's Coxless 4 at the State Rowing Championships. And this event was sponsored by Eastern Equity Insurance. This is the next race is going to be very, very interesting. Phil, what do you think?
Well, we've got heats in the Open Men's 8, which is pretty interesting because one crew will have to be eliminated from each event. So 5 in the first heat and 4 in the second. So cutthroat in many ways.
That's right. Interesting. In this first heat, you've got St Peter's College in lane 3, Adelaide High in lane 4, and then you've got the Open crews, Adelaide 2 in lane 5, Adelaide Uni 4 in lane 6, Adelaide Uni 1 in lane 7. So the first 2 crews in 3 and 4 are school crews, and the Open crews are in 5, 6, and 7. So the rowers in each of those events, lane 3, St Peter's College 2 is Lockie McKenna, Indy Mercarella, Sydney Tierney, Hugo Maslin, Atticus Clayton, Harrison Gray, Miles Chipperfield, Will Lloyd, Anthony Mazzullo as the coxswain, coached by Edward Chipperfield and Lucy Stefan. Lane 4, the Adelaide High crew, interestingly coached by Joe Malcolm, who was in that Adelaide Uni crew that just came third. Aidan Foran, Munashi Wembashumba, Henry Young, Austin Battams, Ethan Carlson, Finn Redman, James Ryan, Reeve Bowen, Tiana Chichozi as the cox. And they, as I said, coached by Joe Malcolm. Lane number 5, Adelaide 2, Joshua Lascock, Theodore Hunt, Alastair Toland, Lias Wagner, Henry Norton, James McGinley, Max Fazarali, Samuel Remelege, Matilda Milson as the cox, and they're coached by Darren Potts and Joshua Lassock. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni 4, Thomas Osborne, James Evans, Nicholas Halulis, Hugh Hazel, Thomas Wiseman, Callum Deckers, Sam Williams, Nick Burr, and Bonnie White as the cox. And Bonnie White has also been the Masters State cox for quite a number of years. Lane number 7, Adelaide Uni 1, Hugo Worm, Daniel Resma, Jasper Boyce, Hamish Allen, Henry Belcher, Alexander Williams, Kyle Miller, Joshua Felderhoff, and Ant Holloway as the cox, coached by Alex Worthington. It's a very, very competitive crew. It's perhaps across in lane 7, the Adelaide Uni 1 crew of Hugo Worm, Daniel Resma, Jasper Boyce, Hamish Allen, Henry Belcher, Alexander Williams, Kyle Miller, Joshua Felderhoff, and Ant Holloway as the cox that could be leading this field at the moment. Certainly a number of those rowers are already medalists, gold medalists in some earlier sweep events in the open category for this state championship. It's great to see this this race is really on, and just look at the St Peter's College crew in lane 3 and the Adelaide High crew in lane 4, really throwing it down and keeping up with these open crews. So that says a lot for our schoolboy competition. They're certainly not being left behind. And the Adelaide High crew certainly throwing down that challenge to the St Peter's College 2 crew. They would have the lead over them at the moment. But out there it is certainly the Adelaide Uni 1 crew in lane 7. And then there's the battle in the middle between Adelaide 2 in lane 5. You might just have the lead over the Adelaide Uni crew 4. But look at Adelaide High. Lane number 4 up there with the Adelaide 2 crew. Very, very interesting coming down here, but I think that's the Adelaide Uni 1 crew in lane 7 who's got control of this. They've got clear water. They're not rating too high, so you get a very strong sense that if they were challenged, they could certainly put their feet down and up the rating. But it's lane 7, Adelaide Uni 1, back to Adelaide Uni 4 in lane 6, then Adelaide 2 in lane 5, then Adelaide High in lane 4 coming up and really challenging these crews, and then back to the St Peter's College 2 crew in lane 3. But just look at that Adelaide Uni 1 crew. They have got this race well in control. I mean, they are not racing through. They're looking back at the field, and are they going to put on a bit of a burst of speed for the last 5 or 6 strokes? No, they probably don't need to. They're just taking their time, rowing very, very well, getting great run on the boat. But it's a race here now between the Uni crew. Adelaide's really picked up. But look at the Adelaide High crew. Look at the Adelaide High crew coming through. They put on that burst of speed, and they've thrown the challenge down to Adelaide, and they might just not have got there. But what a great finish there from Adelaide High, really mixing it up there with the other crews in the Open Men's 8 competition. So it looks as though Adelaide High will be going through to the final race 135, having secured the 4th position in the Open Men's 8 Heat 1. Once again, go to Rowing Manager SA, and you will be able to see all of the official results as they are posted and as they fill the positions for race number 135, which is going to be held at the end of the day. That's the last race of the day at 135 at 4:10. You'll be able to see the confirmation of those crews from these 2 heats who will be rowing in that Open Men's 8 race. Looking very exciting. But watch out for that Adelaide Uni 1 crew. They looked very much in control there. Race number 118, the Open Men's 8, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Heat number 2 with the first 3 progressing through to the final. This is a smaller heat, and that's why there's 4 crews in the race. The first 3 will go through to the final, and the 4th one will be eliminated. So in lane 3, we've got St Peter's College 1. Lane 4, Adelaide Uni 3. Lane 5, Adelaide Uni 2. And lane 6, Adelaide 1. So lane 3, St Peter's College 1 is Joseph Harrington, George Quigley, Lewis Van Duser, Oscar Worm, Lawrence Anderson, Emerson Cooper, Hunter Ingham, Marcus Pickard, and Harry Binns as the cox, and they're coached by Bridget Carlisle and Lucy Stefan. Lane 4 is Adelaide Uni 3, William Barone, Vincent Barone, Edward Newbury, Elijah Bursell, Isaac Nilsson, Angus Hooper, James Ratosa, Nate Lesu, and Annika Jones as the cox. Lane 5, Adelaide Uni 2, Max Henry, Arthur Drayton, George Griffith, Oliver Evans-Wood, Henry Southcott, James Williams, Jude Shermer, Beecher Ross, and Anand Holloway as the cox. Lane 6, Adelaide 1, Jonathan McKay, Igor Zarubin, Sam Stunnell, medalist from yesterday, Oscar McGuinness, Marcus Gibson, Tim Santon, Adam Holland, Mitchell Reinhard, Nick Metioludis as the cox, and the coaches are Tim Santon and Darren Potts. So 4 crews in this race, and 3 will be going through to the final. And it looks as though at this stage it is the Adelaide 1 crew in lane 6, followed by Adelaide Uni in lane 2, and Adelaide and the St Peter's College crew in lane 3, with the Adelaide Uni 3 crew in lane 4, just off the pace. So that's what we've got at the moment. It's the Adelaide 1 crew in lane 6 leading, and a tight tussle between St Peter's College in lane 3 and Adelaide Uni 2 in lane 5. If there's not a change in the order here, those first 3 crews will be going through to the final of race, which is race 135. But the leading crew from Adelaide of Jonathan McKay, Igor Zarubin, Sam Stunnell, Oscar McGuinness, Marcus Gibson, Tim Santon, Adam Holland, Mitchell Reinhard, Nick Metioludis as the cox, are leading this Open Men's 8 Heat 2, where the first 3 crews go through to the final. So look out there. The real interest then is between lane 3, St Peter's College 1, and lane 5, Adelaide Uni 2. So what are those two crews going to do? Are they just going to sit there knowing that they're going to go through to the final, or will they feel the need to put on a bit of a burst of speed? Now the Adelaide crew,
They're already 35, Adelaide.
yeah, the Adelaide crew, I think they want to hold their lead at the moment. I think that the Uni crew as well have sort of lifted it. So both those crews are racing, and certainly the St Peter's College 1 crew have lifted their rating and giving it a good crack as they take it down towards the line. And I think perhaps the Uni crews responded, recognised that. Their Cox has called them up, and this is causing Adelaide now also to lift and go down towards well, I suspect it's the response from St Peter's as they've lifted the rating and really pushing down towards the line. They've pulled away from the Adelaide University crew. They're challenging. They've got overlap with the Adelaide crew. As they cross the line, it'll be Adelaide, St Peter's and Adelaide Uni, followed by the Adelaide Uni 3 crew in lane 4. So it will be Adelaide 1 in lane 6, St Peter's College 1 in lane 3, followed by Adelaide Uni 2 in lane 5, who will be going through to the final of the Open Men's 8, which will be the last event of the day at 1:35. Sorry, at event 1:35 at 4:10. Yeah. The next race is the Masters Women's Coxed 4. We have 4 crews in this event, 2 Riverside and 2 Torrens crews. Once again, different age brackets. The first crew, the Riverside crew, is a B crew, so a fairly young crew, which I think would be, I should know the B grade. That's about, what, 35? 35, that's right, 20.
35 to 42.
35 to 42, yeah. Okay, that'll be right, yes. They're starting off on 36-second handicap. Lane 4 is a Torrens crew, which is a C crew, which is the next age bracket up. They're on 33 seconds. Then the next age bracket up, which is a D, which is a crew
50
between
plus.
50, that's right, 50 to just under 55. That's the Torrens D crew. They're on 29 seconds. And then the Riverside crew, which is an H crew, a much older crew, which I think their average age would be with the H is about 75, around about.
Over 70.
Yeah, over
It's
70.
Over 70s, I think.
Over 70, yeah. They must be almost, looking at them, are probably almost 75. But so in that 70 to 75 bracket, they're an H crew. So Riverside in lane 6 will be starting. And then 29 seconds later, Torrens in lane 5. 4 seconds later, Torrens in lane 4. And then 3 seconds later, Riverside in lane 3. So that's what we have there in Masters, where you have this handicap system based on age. So the crews that we have in lane 3, the Riverside crew, the B crew is Jen McKinnon, Erin Sterling, Melanie Innes, and Ilaria Pagini. Lane 4, the Torrens crew is Anna Seppelt, Donatella Mussolino, Ruby Brady Welsh, and Gina Bell. Lane 5, the Torrens crew, Simone Ellis, Robin Gray Gardner, Tori Toogood, and Belinda Yankovic. Lane 6 is the Riverside crew of Anne Pennington, Chili Parker, Laurel Kenner, and Leslie Lewis. So it looks as though the crews are being brought out onto the course. I'll soon be handed over to the starter. At the moment, in the feed, I can only see the 3 crews, and that would be the Riverside crew in lane 3. I can't yet see the Torrens crew in lane 4. And then we have the Torrens crew in lane 5 and the Riverside crew in lane 6. So they're either waiting for the Torrens crew in lane 4, or we might have a scratching. We'll see.
So the view on your screen at the moment, or it was the view. Yeah, it's the view from behind, isn't it? No, it's not. We were behind. Now we're in front.
That's right. And we've had a start. So that's the Riverside crew, the H crew, and they'll go. 29 seconds later, we would expect lane 5, which is the lane, as you're looking at it to their immediate right. They've got a 29-second head start on the D crew from Torrens, a much younger crew. It looks as though we have a scratching from lane 4, the Torrens crew. So the D crew in lane 5 will start 29 seconds after lane 6, and then 7 seconds later, the Riverside crew in lane 3 will start. Here we go. So I've just had a start now from the Torrens crew in lane 5. And a start from the Riverside crew in lane 3. So the challenge is for these younger crews to try and catch the older crews. Having said that, the crew in lane 5, the Torrens crew,
they're not there.
Yeah, I think it looks as though we've got a scratching from lane 4. There doesn't seem to be there. We've just got the 3 crews that I can see. We've got the umpire's boat in lane 4. Lane 5, the Torrens crew of Simon Ellis, Robin Gray Gardner, Tori Toogood, and Belinda Yankovic have had a good start. And they are closing in on the Riverside crew of Anne Pennington, Chili Parker, Laurel Kenner, and Leslie Lewis. Now, they did have a 29-second handicap, but I think that they have really whittled that down. They are closing in very quickly on the Riverside crew. And they've got at least, from what I'm looking at, they're about 600 metres or plus to go. And on this current performance, you'd say that Torrens crew are closing on the Riverside crew so quickly that I'd suggest before they get to the last 300 that they may actually be up with them. And once they have levelled with the Riverside crew, that Riverside crew will find it very, very difficult to keep up with them.
Can I just say we've got some history in this race. Robin Gray Gardner in the Torrens crew, an Olympian, bronze medalist for Australia in 1984, and Chili Parker in the Riverside crew, a German representative in the Olympics prior to that. So 2 Olympians racing in the 2 lead boats at the moment.
And of course, Tori Toogood is also in the Torrens crew.
Yeah, Tori was a world champion in the juniors and a silver medalist in the world pair when she was racing in the senior divisions of the world championships.
So and Simon's rode, who is a Masters rower, has rode Queen's Cup and has been one of the mainstays of the incredibly successful South Australian Women's Masters 8 as well. So perhaps then hardly surprising that lane 5, the Torrens crew, have overtaken the Riverside crew and are absolutely powering away. So it's a top class crew, some of the best rowers in their age category in Australia we're seeing out there today, and they are rowing like that too. And if you look at them out on the water here, unhurried would be how I describe their rowing at the moment. They're rowing cleanly, they're rowing well, they've got their body rocked together, their blades are clean, so great technical rowing. And as a result, they don't have to rate very high. They're just getting the blades in, sending it away, very efficient rowing, and they are in command of this race.
And showing no mercy to the opposition. They're rowing away from them, they haven't slowed down at all. So
no, that's right.
A real statement of class and ability from the Torrens Masters women.
That's right. A very dominant performance, I would say. So fantastic win there to the Torrens D crew in lane 5, winners of the Masters Women's Coxed 4. So at the moment, then it's still the Riverside crew in lane 6. The crew that went off on go, the H crew, have managed to hold off their younger rivals from Riverside in lane 3. They gave them a 36-second handicap, and that was more than enough for them to be able to hold them off as they cross the line now in second place, lane number 6, Riverside, over lane number 3, the Riverside B crew. Race number 120, the Masters Men's Double, Division 1. So this is effectively a final. So we, in these events, you don't have heats and finals. This is essentially A division is a final in its own right.
And they are racing in this event already?
Yes, lane 2, Murray Bridge 2, which is an A crew. They're off an 18-second handicap. Tom Daniel and Hayden Tenuison. Lane 3, Torrens on a 14-second handicap of Tom Labinas and Matt Russell, who also rode in the Open men's pair just recently. Lane 4, Riverside, which is an E crew off 5 seconds, Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee. Lane 5, Adelaide, Martin Snell and Andrew Titterman, also on 5 seconds. Lane 6, Torrens, E crew, Stuart Ensor and Duncan McCallum. Lane 7, Torrens, F, they're on go, Craig Williams and Phil Walsh. And lane 8, Torrens, F on go, Rob Ellis and Kev Tankard, who generally sort of national champions in their particular field. So the crews across on the far side in lane 8 started off, and then progressively as you move across to the lanes closer to the beach here, or as on your screen as you move across to the right hand side, those handicaps increase. So
see Ellis and Tankard on the far side that are clearly in front. They've made up all their handicap time they had to give away, and they're way in front of the opposition.
And some great rowing there from the Riverside crew, who are on a 5-second handicap. Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee rowing very well in lane 4. They've been challenged by the younger crew in lane 3 from Torrens, Tom Labinas and Matt Russell, who have just overtaken them. But it's clear water now, so it looks as though it's going to be Kevin Robb cross in lane number 8, who are leading this Masters men's double scull. They're challenged by the other crews, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch them. I think it's going to be a win to that crew. Then it is Torrens in lane 3, Tom Labinas and Matt Russell, followed by Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee in lane 4, hot on their heels. But that's the way it's going to cross. We've got Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard winning Division 1 of the men's double, followed by the other Torrens crew, Tom Labinas and Matt Russell, closely followed by the Riverside crew of Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee.
Close between Murray Bridge and Adelaide for the fourth
That's
spot.
right. And
Murray
the
Bridge
young crew,
the Adelaide crew, I think.
That's right. They've just pulled ahead, and they'll be crossing ahead of the Adelaide crew of Martin Snell and Andrew Titterman. Then across to the looks like a Torrens composite crew. I presume that's Stuart Ensor and Duncan McCallum.
He went out of uniform, I think.
Yeah, and then across then to lane 7, Torrens, Craig Williams and Phil Walsh. We've had a start in the next one, the Masters Men's Double Division 2. So this is an older category. So these divisions tend to be clustered in age categories as close as possible, so that you don't have a very young crew sitting there for, as we have had, sort of 53 seconds.
I think they're still lining up.
Are they?
Craig?
Okay, well, that'll give us time to announce the rowers and the crews. So these are G, H, J, and L crews. Wow. So a G crew, the average age would be over 65. The H crew would be over 70.
No, you're right. The oldest guys are on the way.
That's right. So the oldest guy. So they've done this so that once again the older crews are on the left of your screen. As we move across to the right, the younger crew. So that means I'll do it in reverse order then. Lane 7, the Riverside crew, Hugh Orr and Richard Clark, whose average age is over 85. They're off go. 36 seconds later, we have starting lane 6, the Riverside crew of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. A further 28 seconds later, lane 5, Adelaide Uni of Rick Armstrong and David Kutcher, followed by 10 seconds later, Phoenix, Phil Gebhardt and Martin Hughes, and also on 10 seconds, Riverside Composite crew of Graham Hunt and Mark Johnston. And Phoenix. So lanes 2, 3, and 4 will be starting off on the same time. Lane 2, the Phoenix crew of Chris Cowan and Peter Zoom.
So how good is this? Average age over 85. Greg, over 85 years, and they're still going. Hugh Orr and Richard Clark.
That's right. Richard's very, very active rower. He's one of the oldest rowers in Australia at the moment, you know, at his rowing age at 87. But both Hugh and Richard, great guys and very active rowers. They say one of the great things about rowing is, particularly for some of us older masters crews, it keeps us out of the nursing home, and absolutely it does. When you're someone like Hugh Waugh and Richard Clark, Hugh at 85 and Richard at 87, and you're out there competing in the Masters men's doubles, says something. So looking out there at the moment, we've got the Phoenix 1 crew in lane 2 of Chris Cowan and Peter Zulm, along with the Riverside Composite crew in lane 3 of Graham Hunt and Mark Johnson, and the Phoenix crew in lane 4 of Phil Gebhardt and Martin Hughes, all starting off on the same time, followed by the Adelaide Uni crew of Rick Armstrong and David Kutcher. They wouldn't be used to having to sit there for a while. They're normally the guys who are off on go. And the Riverside crew of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson in lane 6.
At the moment, the elder statesmen of this race are still holding a lead, but it's been largely diminished by the chasing pack. But they're going to lead, I think, to the last 250, but it does look a bit ominous. The handicapper has done us reasonably well, I think, in this.
Well, the Riverside Composite crew in lane 3 are Graham Hunt and Mark Johnson, both very, very accomplished scullers. So you put those two together, it's a very powerful double. And so I think we've got to keep an eye on lane number 3 of the Riverside Composite crew as a challenge. I think they are the ones that are going to be challenging. And the other, of course, is the Riverside crew in lane 6 of Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. They gave the Riverside crew in lane 7 36 seconds. And look, they're nipping at their tail at the moment. So the question is, can Peter Smith and Paul Gunson in lane 6 catch their compatriots of Hugh Orr and Richard Clark in lane 7? Now, there's not far to go. And of course, look, barreling down the course here in lane number 3 is Graham Hunt and Mark Johnson. They are moving very fast. Is there going to be enough water for them to catch up with Hugh Orr and Richard Clark? This is going to be a very close one thing. I think the way Peter Smith and Paul Gunson are rowing is that they may just be able to catch Hugh and Richard before the line. The big question is, can Graham Hunt and Mark Johnson, who are coming up very fast in lane number 3, overtake these crews? This is the big question. We're coming down to the last 100 metres. Wow, this is really close. And look, Graham and Hunty have pushed out in front at the moment. I think they've got about a bow ball. They've got half length. And yes, they have taken this. And I think it's just on the line.
Just about a dead heat.
Dead heat. I think Hugh and Richard might have just held out Peter Smith and Paul Gunson, but it was a bow ball in it.
Pretty good effort from Jono and Hunty. They've rowed together for many years. That combination. They were both lightweights in their racing career when they were younger, and these conditions would have suited them. Just a slight,
absolutely
flat water.
The hard thing when you're in their position is, of course, you can't see the crews. You could see down there, and the same thing would have been for Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. You don't know where they are. You've definitely got an advantage when you're out in front and you can see where the crews are, and then you adjust your race plan accordingly. But when you're like Graham and Mark coming down the course, you just don't know how far they are. You just got to trust your race plan and trust your partner and go for it. So a great win there for the Riverside Composite crew of Graham Hunt and Mark Johnson. Now, I'll just have to go to Rowing Manager because we don't have the latest updated. So if any of the umpires can provide us with the updated details for the final for the under-17 women's double sculls, I'll also have a look on to Rowing Manager and see if I can get the details myself.
So these under-17 women's double scullers would have had heats this morning, and the allocation of lanes will be on your internet access. If you've got your phone or whatever on the internet, you can see the lineup. We don't have that sent to us on our system here. And that'll be it's a 2,000 metre race, under 17s, sponsored by the West Beach Parks. It's called West Beach Parks, but it's also, I think, the West Beach Lifesaving Club have got a lot to do with being part of that West Beach system. We had the West Beach people presenting medals this morning. They were very helpful and did it with great aplomb and cheer.
So rowing manager has got the spinning wheel of death at the moment for me. So hopefully we will be able to get those details before the start of this race. But if the umpires are there, if they could provide us with the printouts of the finals for this afternoon, that would be very much appreciated. No, well, rowing manager is not loading for me. I don't know if you have any success there, Phil.
No, my phone don't have that, sorry, at all.
Look, I might go for a bit of a walk down to the umpires area and see if we can get a hard copy of that. Phil, this is the under-17 women's double scull sponsored by Westbeak Parks.
Look, I'll go because I've got to take photos anyway, and I'll either bring them up or get them sent up.
That'll be great. Thank you very much, Phil. Rowing manager's finally been good to me. So in race number 122, this is the under-17 women's double sculls. Final, we have in lane 1, Loretto Marriotteville, E. Anderson, L. Bryant, coached by D. Sportelli. Lane 2, Murray Bridge 1, C. Watkins, L. Hoare, coached by B. Port and P. Newell. Lane 3, St. Peter's Girls 1, Z. Valmore Bida and I. Huff, coached by B. Millward. Lane 4, Pembroke School 1, M. Liu and E. Barris. Lane 5, Seymour College, C. Mitchell, A. Charlesworth, coached by Angie and Joe Franco. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 1, M. Rogers and O. Masters. Lane 7, Unley High, G. Charters and L. Halls. So this is a 2,000 metre event, the final of the under-17 women's double sculls. This is sponsored by West Beach Parks. So the view that you have at the moment on your screen is a view across to the 1,000 metre mark. This is a 2,000 metre event. And so once we have a start in that event, Hopefully we'll be getting some drone footage to give us some insight in terms of the placings in the early stages of this under 17 women's double scull. So a reminder again, lane 1, Loretto Marriottville 3, E. Anderson and L. Bryant. Lane 2, Murray Bridge 1, C. Watkins and L. Hoare. Lane 3, St. Peter's Girls 1, Z. Valmorbida and I. Huff. Lane 4, Pembroke School 1, M. Liu and E. Barris. Lane 5, Seymour College, C. Mitchell and A. Charlesworth. Lane 6, Walford Anglican 1, M. Rogers and O. Masters. And Lane 7, Unley High, G. Charters and L. Halls. Just waiting for a start in this event. And it looks as though we have had a start in the under 17 women's doubles sculls event. Well, hopefully we'll get some drone footage soon, so we'll be able to see how that race is going from the 2,000 metre mark. It looks as though they've got about 250 metres at the moment. It's a bit hard to tell with the parallax here at the moment, but only high in lane 7 and seems to be up there with them. That's G. Charters and L. Halls. That's possibly the Seymour College crew in lane 5 of C. Mitchell and A. Charlesworth also up there. So as soon as we get some of that drone footage, we'll be able to confirm the placings in this under 17 women's double scull. Bit hard to tell whether that's lane 6 that's up there with Unley High, the Walford Anglican crew. I think that might be rather than the Seymour crew. So certainly we can see there Unley High, lane 7, G. Charters and L. Halls, lane 6, Walford Anglican 1 of M. Rogers and O. Masters. It's hard to tell. I think we've got the Pembroke School there in lane number 4 of L. M. Liu and E. Barris, which would be just in front of the umpire's boat as you look at the screenshot there. But it does look as though it's the far lanes out there. You can see the light blue flash of the Unley High double crew. That's G. Charters and L. Halls. And what I presume is lane 6, the Walford Anglican crew of M. Rogers and O. Masters out there and up there with them and possibly leading them at the moment. It's hard to tell from this particular angle, but certainly both of those two crews are very competitive. And some of the drone footage, as we move in a little bit closer, we'll be able to see. And yes, it does appear to be those far lanes, Wolford Anglican 1 of M. Rogers and O. Masters leading the field over Unley High, lane 7 of G. Charters and L. Halls. So Wolford currently leading the under 17 women's double sculls event over Unley High in lane 7. Strong lead, you can see out in the middle of the field. The Pembroke School in lane 4 in 3rd position. And then just back lane 3, the St. Peter's Girls crew of Z. Valmorbida and I. Huff. And also across to Loretto Marriageville in lane 1, that's E. Anderson and L. Bryant. But it is definitely the Wolford Anglican 1 crew of M. Rogers and O. Masters leading this under 17 women's double scull event to Unley High in lane 7, G. Charters and L. Halls. Coming through that open water section, so we've got this cross breeze coming in from the west southwest, so maybe a little bit choppy as they're coming through that open area, but still Wolford Anglican in the lead there. M. Rogers and O. Masters there in lane 6 leading this event. Rowing strongly, we've got clear water as they've come through that open water. I think it's going to be difficult, barring a mishap. That crew has got control of this event. They'll be able to see their competitors coming up behind them. They can see right across the entire field, and if they need to respond, they should be able to. So it's a very strong performance from Wolford here in the under 17 women's double scull event. As they come down to the last 250, in fact, Wolford are rating fairly low. They in control, but not racing it for the last 250. They're getting a real response from the Unley crew, though, who have lifted their rating and trying to come back on the Wolford crew. I think the Wolford crew perhaps just see them coming, and they've just started to lift their rating as the Unley crew closes in on them. And they will need to respond, but I think they're capable of doing that. Yes, they've started to lift their rating in response to that challenge from the Unley crew. Unley are still closing on them. I think Wolford just want to hold them off at the moment, and it looks, I think, yes, we're just starting to see a bit of a response there from the Wolford crew. So the Unley are coming in on them, but the Wolford are holding them off. They've only got about 20 metres to go. It's going to be a strong finish there from the Wolford crew, crossing the line to win the under 17 women's double sculls across to a very strong and fast finishing Unley High crew. And then in the centre of the field, M. Leo and E. Barris, the Pembroke School in lane 4, coming through in 3rd place with a strong finishing crew here from Loretto Marriotteville of E. Anderson and L. Bryant over the crew, and Seymour now crossing the line with the Murray Bridge crew in lane 2 in the last 100 metres of this event. And with that, I'd just like to welcome Matt Nielsen to the commentary position. And Tori Toogood. So I'm happy to hand over to Matt and to Tori for the rest of the afternoon.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
How's your day been so far, Matt?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's having a lovely day. A lot less kind of intense weather than yesterday. Get a bit hot. All right, next up, I believe we have the under 17 men's 8. So we have 6 crews in this final. So from closest to the bank, we have Prince Alfred College, Then Scotch College, St. Peter's, Prince Alfred, Christian Brothers, and Unley High.
So as the under 17 men's 8, these will normally be the younger boys, the inters, won't they?
Yes.
Made mostly year 10 boys?
Yes.
Would that be right?
That'd be correct.
So
The odd year 11 that's a bit young for their year level that would still be
qualify.
under 17.
Yeah.
But usually these boys would be focusing on their sculling boats on their quads for Head of the River coming up soon. But the under 17 men's 8 is starting to be a bit more of a popular event at the Nationals, I believe.
Right. And these boys we can expect to largely see making up the first 8s in next year or the year after.
Yeah, of course. So great to get some sweep experience in the early years. So when you get to seniors, you're not learning from scratch.
Oh, and racing the 8s. I mean, the 8s are a much more exciting race. It's much
Yes,
noisier. It always feels a bit like a Ben Hur start down there at the start with just the noise and the splash. Being a women's rower, I'd never rode 8s until after I'd finished school. With my era, and so and we didn't have much depth in women's rowing such that we had much in the way of 8s, and so that first couple of times that we actually raced an 8 internationally with that big splashy noisy start, it was something so very different to racing the 4s that we'd raced always.
Yeah, nothing quite like an 8.
Yeah,
full speed there.
So a brilliant
Very
experience for these lads, under 17 men's 8. In terms of the spread at the moment, what have we got there?
Yeah,
The crew on the far side.
We've got Prince Alfred College in lane 2, so closest to the bank.
That's PAC number 1.
Yeah, PAC number 1, out to maybe half a length's lead on the Unley High crew on the far side.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying seeing Unley have such a strong showing this last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been great.
Back again when I was a lass, we're going to hear lots of stories of the old days, I'm afraid. But Unley High won the schoolboy first 8 in 87. So yeah, when at my very first Head of the River, that was when Unley were reigning supreme.
It has been a bit kind of locked in with St. Peter's this last kind of 9 or 10 years now.
Oh, more than that, Matt.
Well, I'm thinking back when I was in my first year of seniors, Scotch took out the first 8. I think before that was PAC had a bit of a run.
Yeah,
6 or 7 in a row. So
yeah,
it comes and goes, but good to see
does.
Some other schools up and coming. Now coming into the last 250, I think we still have PAC closest to us, just ahead of the Unley crew. Bit hard to tell from this angle, but I think they may be up by about half a length here on the Unley crew on the far side. About 200 meters to go. You can see both crews really starting to lift. Quite good, strong, sharp rowing. I believe that PAC crew is still out to about half a length's lead over the Unley crew on the far side.
That's Dougal McLaughlin, Harry Grandioso, Harrison Gibson, Maxwell Kammer, William Garnett, Alexander Oakes, Harry Adams, Jensen Hunt, and coxed by Pat Edwards.
Yeah, they're holding on to their lead with about 50 meters to go. Looking very relaxed as they come over the line. They've got the job done. And
clear
now they get
length
to enjoy it.
So that's Unley High in second place, followed by Scotch College, and then a little bit further back to PAC number 2, St. Peter's, and Christian Brothers College. I've had my one and only race for the day, so I'm up here with an Aperol Spritz from the Aperol bar down here at the Village Green.
Yeah, it's quite a nice setup this year.
It is a lovely setup.
The last couple of years of having the big screen has been great. I think all the parents and rowers as well seem to come away from their schools' tents and come to this nice communal space in front of us.
It is. Unfortunately, I was a bit slow to get the raffle tickets today. The old adage, you snooze, you lose. So I'll keep a closer eye out next year and make sure I act on Saturday to buy my raffle tickets instead of leaving it till Sunday.
You've got to be in it.
You do. But you can still have a look at the Nelson Sportswear, get yourself some merch. Visit Phil Hoffman Travel, My Pet Life, Sykes, Wintec and Perfect Balance Rowing down there, as well as enjoying an Aperol spritz or a Gatorade if that's more your style.
Yes, of course. I've seen plenty of Aperol spritzers going around today. They've done very well over there.
So that under-17 boys race was sponsored by Tap Electrical, who have a rich tradition of servicing Adelaide residential, commercial and property management clients with a customer-centric focus. They have a reputation of delivering Adelaide's best electrical experience.
All right, now can't quite see the start line, but up next we have the under-19 women's double sculls. So we got 4 crews in this final. We have Pembroke School, Unley High, Adelaide High and Torrens.
Yeah, they're not scheduled to start for another couple of minutes. So if they are already underway, then the regatta would be running a couple of minutes ahead of schedule.
So what were you racing in, Tori, today?
Old ladies 4.
Oh, yes.
So Masters Women's 4. We had I was in a coxless boat racing against 2 coxed boats. So it meant that we gave the coxed 4 on one side to us a 29-second head start because they were a bit older.
Yep.
And we were given a head start from the women next to us who were a little bit slower, but they were also a little bit younger rather, but they were also coxed.
Oh,
so
right. How'd that
it's interesting how the handicapping always works out when they've got coxed and coxless boats in the one event, as well as the ages to complicate matters.
Exactly.
No, we had quite a nice row. One of our crew members had been in the Masters mixed for just a couple of races earlier, so she basically carried one boat up and then carried the next boat down. And then I collected the oars afterwards so that they could change the rigging on the boat, and they're all heading out for a quad race now, Masters Women's Quad. So
yeah, often with
plenty of racing out there for us oldies.
A packed schedule on the state champs weekend.
Well, our races aren't even championship races. The old folks ones. Yeah,
regular Masters.
We wait until all the youngsters have got their national stuff out of the way, and then we do our state champs.
Oh yes, yeah, of course. They'll be coming later on in the season.
Yeah, another few weeks.
Yes. Yeah. I had a scary realization this week that I'm a master next season.
Oh, congratulations! Welcome.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I never could quite hack the 2 kilometre. So 1K is probably a bit more my distance these days.
Yeah, positively fun.
Yes, yeah. But no, I did see the Open Men's 8 heat earlier today and kind of felt like I was missing out a little bit. So might inspire me, and there's a few of my friends as well that come down to watch that have rode in the Open Men's 8 in the last few years, and we're kind of inspired, I think, to make a bit of a return. We'll see.
Fantastic.
See how well that goes.
Certainly, the 1,000-metre distance is a little bit more bit more accessible to train for.
Oh, yes, exactly.
It's fair to say. And there's a bit more in the way of the novelty events for the Masters. We get our mixed boats as well as our straight boats. So, yeah.
Oh, I think I've raced a mixed 8 once. There was some regatta down here, and it was a 250-metre sprint.
Oh gosh,
very fun fun race in the mixed 8s, but
rating 45.
Yeah. Oh, I'd hate to know what we were rating for 250. It was a bit crazy.
Oh, it's quite exciting to still be able to pop out of the start rating 40, though.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, for me, it's 40 years since I started rowing next year.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a milestone. What a glorious day.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And we had patches yesterday that were delightful.
Yes, yeah.
It is quite quick tailwind conditions out there. It does show up everything. If your finish is not quite on time, you do feel it. You can't hide it out there today.
And I'd be interested to look at some of the times of some of these open events, because I've seen some pretty quick races coming down. sure there'll be very, very respectable times. I think we've got a bit of movement on the course. I think the next race, the under-19 women's double, is underway. Look like they're probably about 500 meters in, so probably settling into their mid-race rhythm at the moment. Just enjoying that tailwind.
So this under-19 women's double scull race, as mentioned, 4 crews. In lane 3, we've got Pembroke School with Lali Majara, Mia Chapman, coached by, you.
Yes.
That'd be your
bit of a
girls.
biased commentator today.
Biased commentator here.
Yes, yeah.
Lane 4, we have Unley High with Felicity Cox and Georgie Twelftree. Sorry, Georgie. Lane 5, Adelaide High, Arunima Menon and India Langmead, coached by Noah Buxton. And lane 6, the Torrens combination of Lucy Russell and Alicia Berganetti. So sometimes I'm lucky and Alicia coxes my boats.
Oh, righty.
Sometimes I'm less lucky and she's not.
All right, we got the drone shot again here. Get a bit more of a clearer picture of where everyone's at. And I think it's going to be no surprise that this Unley combination here of Felicity Cox and Georgie Twelftree would be leading the race. They've done quite well this state championships this year. Seen them get quite a few wins, I believe.
Fantastic. This race is sponsored by Mosaic Hotel, who pride themselves on supporting SA producers. Come on in and experience a taste of SA. And if you mention Rowing SA, you'll get 10% off.
Oh. Have you been to the Mosaic Hotel?
I haven't.
Oh, I have. I quite like it. It is a very, very nice.
Whereabouts
hotel.
is it?
It's near where the old the Crows football training ground is.
Yeah.
Just there. What was that? It used to be Amy Stadium.
Yes.
Was it? Yep. That's
Yeah.
the one.
So we could almost see it from here.
Yeah. Just about.
Almost.
A couple houses in the way.
There are now.
And you can see the Unley crew has definitely dropped their rating. I think they've really put in the hard yards early, set themselves a very strong lead over the rest of the field.
They've only got about 500 metres to go now, haven't they? And yet they are lengths and lengths ahead.
Yes. Yeah. Well, close behind is the Pembroke School double of Lali and Mia. They're holding on to their second place. And then a bit more of a battle for third between Torrens and Adelaide High on the far side.
I'm a bit suspicious that those Torrens girls are actually Adelaide High girls as well.
Ah, right.
Mm.
It's quite good. I've seen a few school rowers who have been representing clubs at this state championship as well. So great to see clubs being able to reach out and get connected with the school athletes before they graduate. I know that always helps with recruitment and
At Torrens, we're working quite closely with a few of the Adelaide High kids. It's been lovely.
Yeah, you always have that experience of the kind of older rowers who can pass on their wisdom and knowledge to the school kids, and then hopefully convince them to stay once they've graduated school and finished up there. Okay, it looks like that Unley High double is coming into the last 250 meters at the moment. Let's see, really strong acceleration through to the finish, sending along every stroke.
I'm going to keep a close eye on those girls for nationals then.
Yes, yeah, I believe they'll
be heading
going
across.
in a few crews from Unley racing over at the nationals this year.
So that'll be Tasmania?
Yes, Tasmania.
About a month's time. What date would that be? When's Head of the River?
Yeah, I think it's Head of the River's on the 15th of March, and
that's quite early.
The nationals is 1 week after, so we get the week off. Which I know for the coaches, kind of have your Saturday night Head of the River dinner and
on the plane on Sunday morning.
Usually an after party, and then the plane on the Sunday morning is a bit of a sad sight.
Not for those athletes who have behaved
No, the
themselves
athletes
all
behave themselves. They're
evening.
always very good.
Those Unley girls are looking beautifully long and strong and relaxed. And these
Crossing
really
line.
pleasing tailwind conditions.
We have
100 metres
the
or more ahead of the Pembroke girls, Lali and Mia. And then the Torrens Rowing Club girl by Aranima and India.
So the state champions for the 2025 under-19 women's double scull, Unley High, Felicity Cox and Georgie Twelvetree.
Congratulations, girls.
The Pembroke girls looking really good as they lift the rate, coming through the finish line, really pushing it right to the end, making their coach proud. Very good
Oh,
girls.
well done, girls. Catches down. Catches down. Mia's going to be coming to my workplace to do some work experience a bit later in the
Oh,
year.
is that so?
Yep, interested in being a physio.
I think a lot of
Because
young,
physio is a
young
great career.
athletes. Yeah, a lot of young athletes, I think, always have that on the radar.
One of the few professions we know anything about as young
Yes,
athletes.
yeah, exactly.
We get any exposure
So
to.
usually pretty in touch with your own body, and I think that'd help kind of understanding how things work a bit.
I tend to be full of unsolicited advice for people I'm talking to. But it's always lovely speaking to young people who are interested in pursuing a career that I've found very enjoyable and rewarding.
Yes, of course.
So we've got 10 minutes between races at the moment. It makes for quite the leisurely afternoon.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Our next race will be the under-19 men's coxed 4. Full field here. All 8 lanes will be busy, with St Peter's College having 4 boats on the water. Pembroke having 2 have made it into the final here. Is that right? Yeah. The number 2 and number 3 crews. St Peter's have got 1, 2, 3, 4, Unley High and Norwood International High.
And looking online here, it does look like the St. Peter's College 3 crew has scratched, so they were in the far lane. So it brings us down to just a 7-horse race for the under-19 men's coxed 4.
This race is sponsored by Owens Castley Real Estate. They're a dynamic and innovative property firm based in South Australia, selling more than 1,000 homes a year and managing close to 3,000 investment properties. That sounds quite busy.
Yeah, big job.
More than 20 homes a week, 3,000 investment properties. Yeah. Thank you very much to Owens Castley. So they've, that's interesting. It's an under-19 coxed 4, but I suppose officially under-19s will be schoolboys across
usually,
the board.
I did see there were a couple kind of club athletes who had graduated from school that were young for their year level that were racing in the under-19 category. So I guess that is the slight difference. In the under-19, you do have those fresh graduates who may still be eligible.
Yes.
It was Grace Barrera and Tamara Bates won the under-19 women's pair.
Right.
And I believe they're going to nationals as well. And they were 2 club rowers from Adelaide Rowing Club.
Just caught my eye as well that the race following is an under-21 women's coxed 4. And I do have an element of surprise that an under-21 event, a 4, is coxed.
Yes, yeah, that's
strikes me as unusual.
Yeah, usually once you kind of get out of the school rowing, everything apart from the 8s, end up being
Coxless.
coxless.
Mm.
But back in the day, I rode the under-21 men's coxed 4 at nationals.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, and also at the New South Wales State Champs, we had the Championship Men's Elite coxed 4.
Right.
So it was an open event
Yep.
and coxed 4. So don't see it very often.
Mm.
But yeah, it can be quite an interesting one. It's obviously a bit heavier, a bit more sluggish than the coxless boats.
Yes.
I find it usually favours the bigger, heavier rowers.
Yes. There used to be a coxed pair.
Yeah.
That was only done by the men. We used to refer to it as a truck driver pair. Much slower and heavier. Again, favouring the bigger lads.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I think my dad rode in the coxed pair back in the day with Greg Melbourne.
All right.
Riverside
Legend.
Bangkok back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was around 2010 they stopped doing the coxed pair at the World Champs.
Finally.
Yeah.
They hung on to that event for a long time.
Yeah, so I think the Kiwi pair, Eric Murray and Hamish Bond, they set the record in the coxed pair and the coxless pair around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had Caleb Shepherdson, I believe, is the Kiwi coxswain who around that era.
When would that have been? About that 2010 mark?
2010, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might have been just kind of leading up to the London Olympics.
Okay.
Did that. And now this next race is scheduled for 2:45. Can't see too much movement down the course at the moment. I think they might be lining up at the pontoon, so just running that couple minutes late.
It is quite a glorious view, though, isn't it? That screen that picture we've got on the screen at the moment with the
the drone shot is
the blue lake.
Pretty awesome.
Glorious, glorious day for racing. Shout out to my Torrens girls carrying boats down for Masters Women's Quads.
Looks like the wind may be picking up a little bit. I can see the flags starting to move around a little bit more than they were about half an hour ago, but the water is still looking quite flat, so hopefully still quick conditions. I think my mum might be at home listening to this live stream, so I just wanted to say hello, Mum. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon.
Shout out to all the folks who are not able to be down here today.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty watching. Yeah, I've had a few friends that kind of grew up in Adelaide Road here that I had the pleasure of rowing with, and they've all kind of moved interstate or international, and they tell me they still keep a close eye on the live stream of the state champs, especially around the open men's and women's 8s.
Any tips for the open men's 8 at the end of the day today?
It's a tough one because I know Uni's been looking very strong all year, and obviously been training quite consistently. So it'd be interesting to see what it comes down to, because during the heats there, I think Uni's top crew won one heat and Adelaide's top crew won the other heat, and they're both looking very fast. I haven't looked at the times yet. Be interesting to see, but I think both crews did get out ahead and just kind of cool it down in the last 250. They weren't really pushing it too hard through to the finish. So I think it is anybody's race. Hopefully it is a close one, because it'd be much more interesting if it does kind of come down to the wire. The under-19 men's cox 4 well underway at the moment. I think they're coming through about 750 meters done, 1250 to go. And there's no real clear leader. It does look like it could be, what's that, lane 4, Pembroke School. could be out by a nose over St. Peter's at the moment. I think Pembroke School 2 over the St. Peter's 1 crew. And then Unley High as well, definitely in the race for that top 3. We've got slightly back to St. Peter's 2, and then Norwood International, St. Peter's 4, and Pembroke 3, just a little bit behind those front runners. Coming through that 1 kilometre mark, I think things have started to spread out a little bit, but those top 3 or 4 crews are still really pushing it. All right, coming through about 7:50 to go, and it looks like that Unley crew on the far side has made a bit of a push. I think they've drawn level with the Pembroke crew, and St. Peter's maybe down a seat on the other 2. Okay, this one's going to be a very interesting race as we come through the second half here. Hopefully we can have all 3 or 4 of those front runners really pushing it right to the end, making this an interesting race. Okay, so that Pembroke crew just out by nose. We've got Alex Lee, Luke Jones, Will Harvey, Tom O'Mani, Coxed by B. Lou, coaches Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan. I can see Simon on the balcony. He's looking intently at his rowers, willing them on in his mind here. I'm sure he'd want to be screaming at them. Up the rate. Go, boys. I think a few of those boys in that Pembroke crew have won a couple medals this weekend. They've had quite a good outing. So hopefully they can add another one to their tally.
Tough job being a coach on the sidelines there.
Yeah, you can only kind of do so much. And then as soon as the boat's on the water on race day, it's up to the rowers. Your job's done. You just got to pray that you've done enough. All right, Pembroke and Unley neck and neck at the moment. I think they both pulled away about a length over the St. Peter's crew. Just from this angle, it's pretty tough to tell. I think Pembroke's still out maybe just by half a canvas here. You can see crews starting to up the rate. These cox 4s, the coxswains would be yelling quite intently at the rowers, getting them to up the rate as they come into the last 250 metres. Pembroke definitely up by about half a length as we come into the closing stages of the race. All right, Unley definitely not out of it though. St. Peter's making a bit of a move back as well. We've got the St. Peter's crew on the close inside, down by about half a length, but making a move. I think they're rating slightly higher than the Pembroke boys. Let's see if the Pembroke boys have done enough. Okay, there's about 150 metres to go.
Those Unley boys need to lift their rate as well. They've been overlapping with those 2 crews in front, but it looks as though now St. Peter's and Pembroke are really taking it almost stroke for stroke in these final stages.
And out of that last 50 metres, Pembroke's still up by about half a length. I reckon they can hold on to it. Bar any bad strokes, they're up by about a canvas. And I reckon they have done enough. They're going to take it. God, it was only a foot or 2 in it. Unley coming through for 3rd place. St. Peter's in 4th.
Probably their number 2 crew, I think there.
Looking back at the rest of the field.
Oh no, Unley High. Sorry.
Norwood International on the far side.
Along with St. Peter's number 4 crew and Pembroke number 3.
That's it. All the crews really pushing it right to the end there.
Well done,
so,
boys.
State champions under 19 men's Cox 4. We have the Pembroke School crew of Alex Lee, Luke Jones, Will Harvey, Tom O'Mani, Cox by B. Lou, coached Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan. You can see Simon is big cheesy grin on the balcony there. He's very happy with those boys. He can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure they've done him very proud.
It's quite a different crew to what was written here. I believe you. I'm sad that mine's not right.
All right, next race coming up, we have another coxed 4, under 21 women's coxed 4. 5 crews in this race. We have Adelaide Uni, Wolford Anglican, Adelaide Uni, Adelaide Rowing Club, and Wolford Anglican. So 2 Wolford, 2 Adelaide Uni, and the 1 Adelaide Rowing Club. So I believe, looking at this crew, I think that maybe a few of the girls who won the Open Women's 4 a bit earlier today. I'd have to go back and have a look.
And part of the Open Women's 8 of yesterday.
Yes, yeah, of course.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So this event is sponsored by Phoenix Lending. Phoenix Lending is a boutique owner-operated mortgage broking business based in South Australia that services clients all over the country. Their service is based on honesty, knowledge and reliability while working in the best interests of their clients. For every loan that you settle with Phoenix, they will donate $200 to your rowing club. Just mentioned the Rowers Deal. So shout out to Emily El-Khoury of Torrens Rowing Club and PAC, who is one of the directors, owners, and people who do the work at Phoenix Lending. Shout out, Em. But thanks, seriously, in all seriousness, thank you for sponsoring the Under 21 Women's Coxed 4 event out here. There has been a start in the race, I think, but it's still way down that end. Got some lovely views here of the lake. Boats making their way up to the start.
It's quite a nice camera angle looking down the course here. I think I didn't really realize exactly where that camera was set up, and I think yesterday I stuck my face in front of the camera for about 10 seconds before I realized what I was doing. So
Everybody at home would have enjoyed that.
yes, yeah. My big blurry head.
I found some information here in front of me that says that the Australian Rowing Championships are on 24th to the 30th of March down at Lake Barrington in Tasmania.
A beautiful course down there.
It is a stunning course.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of rowing there in 2021.
Lovely. I was down there a couple of times as a schoolgirl and a young adult elite athlete, but I haven't been back there as a old person, as a middle-aged person, as a masters rower. We did have the Masters Nationals there last year, but I wasn't participating last year, so. But it was a magical experience first time I went down there. It was an under 23 Trans-Tasman, so it was May and it was freezing, but absolutely beautiful. Driving down those switchbacks to get down into the valley.
Bit of an intense road to get down there.
But there was fog sitting quite low, only a metre above the water. Glorious.
Yeah,
and really lovely conditions.
I was down there in March, so usually kind of still a warm time of the year. It's not too cold, but the water was freezing.
Oh yeah, the water is freezing. Yeah. Unfortunately for the Nationals in 1990, the wind managed to be blowing from the exact perfect direction that meant that there were whitecaps on the water for a headwind. And so my schoolgirl 4, I think, took almost 10 minutes. Schoolgirl coxed 4 took 10 minutes to get down the course. As mentioned, we weren't especially in 8s yet, and the interstate races were still very much in 4s for youth women and open women.
Yeah, I think being in a valley there, if the winds are just right, it can be pretty horrible.
It's very protected, and you don't often get much wind, but when you do, whoo! But they had that Nationals there in 1990 as a bit of a test event because the World Championships were there at the end of that year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was exactly year 12 swap back time for me, so I was not able to go down and experience it at all.
Not ideal.
But there are a few people down here, mostly coaching, but a few people down here. I think some of our bros would have been involved.
I'm sure.
Certainly Phil Mangelsdorf having a wave down there. Yes, he was involved at those 1990 World Championships. Nice to know I can be heard down there, Phil. Thank you very much for the feedback. A very successful event it was.
He's a man who wears many hats. Photographer, commentator.
Wouldn't be an SA rowing regatta.
No.
Without Mangs around.
I still see him a couple times a week on the ergo down at Adelaide Rowing Club. A few of the older guys, so still putting in the hard yards.
Yeah.
All right, and racing is well underway. Coming up on the 1,000-metre mark, it does look like the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 3, closest to the spectators, has come out to the length of clear water over the Adelaide Rowing Club crew.
So that Adelaide Uni boat is crewed by Anya Felderhoff, Emily Lang, Carolyn McNally and Daisy Holland, with Nicole Tesh Ornelas coxing. Ahead of the Adelaide boat in lane 6 of Fern Rosenbauer, Tamara Bates, Hannah Clawton, Grace Barrera and Emma Venus coxing. And then it looks almost like a straight line to the other 3, the 2 Walford crews plus the other Adelaide Uni crew in the middle.
It is quite a commanding lead from the Adelaide University crew in lane 3 there. Really have about a length of clear water over Adelaide Rowing Club. So if I was in that Adelaide Rowing Club crew, especially if I was the coxswain, be trying to call to make a move early. Okay, really have to, in that third 500, just give it all you've got, I think. Can't be leaving it to the last 250 to try and sprint.
Oh, it's looking like 3 or 4 lengths at this point from that drone footage. Can be a little bit difficult to tell, but I think those Adelaide girls will be feeling like they've lost touch with that boat. Adelaide Uni are just commandingly out in front there. They're able to relax with a view of the opposition, maintain their length, remind themselves to sit up tall, finish, and let this bit of wind send the boat along a little bit further. The challenge is to really relax in these tailwind conditions. Let the boat run out. It's a little bit easier to rate a bit higher in the tailwind, of course, but oftentimes you just need to stay patient.
Yes, yeah. I always preferred a stiff head breeze.
Oh, I'm one of those too.
Yes,
A bit more of a diesel engine in this chassis, so much prefer the strong, sturdy headwind and the power stroke type of approach to this slippery tailwind conditions where you've got to be that much lighter on your feet. Definitely more the Clydesdale me. That would be why I've run the 20 marathons in middle age, you see. Just keep going. And why when you say 250-metre sprints, I kind of twitch ever so slightly and go, oof.
Oh, I'm the opposite. The shorter the better. Yeah, the coastal rowing's really kind of piqued my interest over the last year or so.
What distance do they race over, or is it
Well, it's
out and back with a buoy,
It's out
bit
and
like
about
the
with
surf
buoy, yeah, a
boats?
bit like the surf boat rowing. I think it does work out to be about kind of 200 or so meters out, 200 back.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, depending on conditions, it can be a very quick row if it's a nice flat day, or if it's a bit of a swell. I went and competed at the Coastal Nationals a few years back, and it was surfable conditions.
Right.
Saw a lot of kind of big, strong guys who were kind of considered more of the favourites for the regatta flip on the way out in the qualifying heats, and that was them
That
done.
was then. Yeah.
And I managed to stay upright, but I wouldn't say I went very quick, unfortunately. Maybe I have to spend a bit more time. Rowing SA's invested in the Swift Racing Coastal Sculls. We've got them on display out in the village green.
Yeah.
Hopefully get a bit more interest in the coastal rowing. All right, coming into the last 250 metres now. The Adelaide Uni crew still out with their commanding lead. And we've got a Pembroke quad on the course as well. I think on the far side in the travelling lane on the way down. They've got a beep crossing the line. I'm not sure if they were racing. No other quads out there at the moment.
Unless it's the under-21 men's quad scull that's meant to be later, and perhaps they had a row over if Nor would have scratched.
Looks
so
like So I think Pembroke,
that could be a solution for why we saw that crew there. But we haven't been told anything official, so don't take our word for it. We're guessing. These girls are looking very strong coming in.
Yeah, really pushing.
Although they're looking a little bit tired, aren't they?
Yeah, it'd have been a long weekend.
A big weekend for all of them, really. Looking at those names.
The Open Women's Quad as well coming up later in the day. I'm sure some of them would be racing that as well. I think that's the second to last race just before the Open Men's Eights. And yeah, looking at that, I think it's the same Adelaide Uni crew that just won that will be
in the quad
back in an hour for the quad.
And then the Adelaide crew over the line now and rowing down. The Walford crew over in lane 6, coming over the line now. Olivia Masters, Madeline Rogers, Scarlett Brammy, Imogen Griffith, and coxed by Susanna Hall. And then their teammates from Walford, Zara Hutchinson, Harriet Patterson, Charlotte Matthews, Aurelia Young, and Matilda Milsom coxing. And then Adelaide Uni finishing up, Zali Grundhoff, Isabel Evans, Abby Arnold, Amelia Linton, and coxed by Sophia Taib. Well done, girls.
Yeah, I've always found the smaller boats a lot more interesting because I guess you've got the bigger schools who traditionally do well in the eights. I've got the numbers to fill quite a few of them. And then when you get into those smaller boats, you often have schools that might not have the depth, gives them a bit more of a chance. So there's been quite a few strong Unley crews. Adelaide High have got a few strong small boat crews as well out this weekend.
They have.
Yeah, it's been great to see. Really levels the playing field when there's only 2 people in the boat.
It's a tremendous opportunity as well, particularly from the smaller clubs, smaller schools, that the opportunity to race in the small boats just allows for development of those athletes who are wanting perhaps to take it further, the opportunity to go to nationals or have recognised that in fact the state teams do get made up of people from all clubs, that being a member in one of these dominant big boats is not the only pathway to achieving some pretty satisfying results. Or perhaps having a career in rowing that spans decades and decades. So there is a race coming down the course now, which does not look like it is the 2-boat under-21 men's quad scull. So we may well be up to race 128, which would be the Masters women's quad scull. It was due to start at 3:15, so it looks like the program is... Oh, no, they'd be lining up at the 1,000-metre mark. That's what I'm seeing there.
Yes.
So they're due to start in the next 4 minutes or so. So back to the Masters racing, it means it's a handicap start. On the far side, we've got Riverside, who are an H grade crew, which means their average age is between 70 and 74. They will be going off go alongside the Phoenix crew next to them, who are also H grade, with that average age of 70 to 74. They get a 19-second head start over the Torrens number 3 crew, who are a D grade, which means their average age is 50 to 54, but they're in a coxed boat. So that's why it's only 19 seconds for them. Then there'll be a Riverside crew who are in lane 4, who are a C grade. So that means an average age, I think it's 43 to 49. So they're going off 27 seconds alongside a Torrens crew. Shout out to my girls. They're a D grade, so also average age of 50 to 54. And then there's another Torrens number 2 crew going off, who are C grade, so they're a little bit younger again, that 42 or 43 to 49, going off 31 seconds. So there are 2 C grade boats in there, but one's coxed and one's not. So there's a 4-second head start for the coxed crew compared to the coxless, which does not make any sense at all, because in the D grade boats, it is a 8-second difference between the coxed and the coxless. So maybe there's something else coming in there for the differences.
Looks like we've got some of the crews underway.
So it'll be the crews on the far side that are the older crews that get to start first.
Looks like a bit of a wonky start there.
Looks like a very wonky start by Torrens number 3 crew, the young coxswain.
Hopefully all these crews can find their way back into their lanes.
Fortunately, they did have a 8-second head start ahead of the crew behind them, next to them, so they were able to get out of the way, I hope.
Yeah, I think all crews have settled into their lanes now. There's 2 crews on the far side, the Phoenix and Riverside H grade crews, still kind of holding pretty even.
Looks like the youngest crew have only just left the start, 31 seconds behind.
See down just in front of us here, we've got the medal presentation for the under 21 women's coxed 4. Congratulations, girls.
So we can see that the Torrens crew in lane 3, Gina Bell, Robin Gray Gardner, Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis, have made up some really good ground towards those older crews from Phoenix and Riverside on the far side. Phoenix still have the lead, and in these tailwind conditions, in these handicapped races, there often is a feeling that you do run out of course. It's a little bit quicker in the tailwind, and so those margins are that little bit harder to overcome in a race that is functionally a bit shorter. And certainly last year, I ended up coming second in a race where we just wish it was 3 strokes longer. The video popped up on my Facebook memories this week to just remind me of that. Indeed. Yeah, I do get a thrill out of getting beaten by H grade crews, I've got to say, but there's a part of me that always hates being beaten. So there's that.
Of course.
Can't actually outgrow the competitive spirit.
It does look like that Torrens crew in lane 3 really pushing through as they come into the last 250. Now, I think they might be moving quick enough to take the lead. They will be moving through.
No, we're doing fine. We're doing fine.
Down in
The-
front of us, that was the Pembroke crew that won the under-21 men's quad scull. So they had a rollover for their state championship, but a state championship's a state championship. Doesn't matter how you get it. So good job, boys. Saw them racing, pushing themselves pretty hard, racing against the clock there.
So the Torrens quadruple scull combination of Gina Bell, Robin Gray Gardner, Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis has now taken the lead over the Phoenix combination of Carolyn Mussered, Renata Zilm, Leanne Sando and Anne Ellis, ahead of the Riverside combination of Anne Pennington, Chili Parker, Leslie Lewis and Laurel Kenner. Nice and long and relaxed in that Torrens boat and indeed in that Phoenix boat. Lovely long strokes through to the finish here. And then we've got a Torrens combination of Breda Quinn, Susie Bell, Liz Burrell and Ruby Brady Welsh. Coming in fourth. And with another 100 metres or so to go, we've got the other Riverside combination of Erin Sterling, Jen McKinnon, Melanie Innes and Rochelle Woodley-Baker. Masters men's eights coming up next. This will be closer because 3 of the boats are G grade boats, so 3 of them will be going off go. If I couldn't do my sums right, I think G grade is an average age of 65 to 69. And then Torrens have got a D grade boat, which means they'll be sitting on the start line for 15 seconds. But that's not due to start for another few minutes. 3:20. That'll be race 129. If you're paying attention.
15 seconds doesn't seem like too big of a gap compared to some of the handicaps I've seen this weekend. But I guess when you are in an eight, you're moving quite quickly.
Yeah.
So 15 seconds, you can cover a lot of distance.
Yes.
Shorter race times.
There are no secrets in Masters rowing. On the program, it's got all of the athletes' ages there. So no secrets whatsoever, but it's interesting just to scan over that. The Adelaide Uni combination that'll be racing in lane 6 have got ages in the boat ranging between 47 and 79. In the Riverside boat, we've got ages ranging between 52 and 82. In the Phoenix boat, they're a little bit more squashed into an appropriate age group, a bit closer together. So they've got an age range between 60 and 76. Then the Torrens D grade boat has got a couple of youngsters in there at 35 through to the oldest bloke in that boat, 69. But you've got to be careful around Masters rowers because there'll be no one to just ask point blank, how old are you? Knowing that they could look it up really easily. Whereas A grade is what, 27 to 35 or so?
Yeah, I think it's about that.
Yeah. B grade would be 36 to that 42 or 43, wherever C grade starts. After that, it just gets nicely onto the big birthdays.
Yeah.
And so it's just
Bit
5-year
easier to keep
increments
track of.
after that. Whereas the A's, B's, and where the C starts, I get a little bit fuzzy, mostly because I wasn't doing much competing in those categories.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of Olympians out there who would be within the age range for A grade or even B grade.
Yes, indeed. I think Steve Redgrave almost made it to C grade while still competing.
Yeah. Incredible. It is an older person's sport. Usually, I think expected to peak kind of in your 30s with the more aerobic endurance events.
Something that's really only been recognised more broadly in recent years. It was still pretty typical to not keep going long enough to really achieve your peak.
Yeah.
Back in my day, when I was a lass. But it's very true. It really is a sport to be reaching a peak, late 20s into your 30s. This Masters Men's 8 race is underway, and it looks like Riverside have got the lead ahead of their fellow age category athletes of Adelaide Uni and Phoenix either side of them. So the Riverside crew are over in lane 5 there. And the Torrens crew, remember, they did give a 15-second head start to these other 3 boats. So whilst they're sitting behind now, they've still got about 500 metres to go. And it's a case of, is that going to be a long enough course for them to catch up? With a 15-second head start in these very slick tailwind conditions, will they achieve enough boat speed by the time of that finish line to have been able to claw that back? But this Riverside crew are looking really strong there. So that's
definitely pulled away to a bit of clear water lead now, the Riverside crew.
Yeah.
I think
that Torrens crew, they've got the Phoenix crew alongside them now, though. So they've got that noise to be and that opportunity to push through seat by seat, which always makes it a bit easier.
I reckon they are going to.
I think Riverside might have it. Yeah. Yep. There's not going to be enough lake here for the Torrens lads to catch up. Lads. Lads. These D-grade men.
The young fellas.
That Riverside crew, once again, probably not quite rowing with the length of their youth. But again, have that commanding lead ahead of the Adelaide Uni combination. Phoenix and Torrens side by side, battling it out for third at the moment. The Torrens combination are younger, and we would expect have a little bit more legs to be able to push through the Phoenix crew. But Phoenix are rallying really well there, taking that battle when the boats are side by side. Riverside have crossed the line there, 2 lengths ahead of Adelaide Uni, who have got a little bit of clear water over the Torrens crew, best part of half a length ahead of the Phoenix crew. But that's basically how the handicapping is meant to work, that we do have a pretty close finish, ideally, if the handicapping's been done right and if the athletes really are equivalent.
Yeah, I guess the handicapping be pretty dead on if everyone in the crew is kind of really super fit, then the age kind of handicap might work out exactly, but it does kind of open it up for those who are really, really training hard. And there's plenty that still are out on the water 4 or 5 times a week.
Plus the ergs and weights.
Yes, yeah.
Stuff you're not seeing so much. At the Nationals, the Masters Nationals, Old Folks Nationals, I tend to call them, being a participant. So casting no aspersions whatsoever, and as previously mentioned, find the older athletes absolutely incredibly inspirational. But they have a Champions of Champions race for the single scull for the men and the women. So they get the winning sculler from each of those age groups to then start in a race with the handicap applied to be able to see which one overall with the handicapping is in fact the champion of champions. And so that's always a really good race to watch because you have got the very best in each of the age categories. Simone Ellis from that Torrens boat that's just got off the water, she's been able to participate in that race as the winner of her age group sculling race. With this whole no secrets in Masters rowing, she'd be very excited now she's moved up to a new age group. Actually, that might have happened last year. I might be talking slightly out of turn. But birthdays are celebrated. Getting a bit closer to that magic. The state team boats are D grade, so we need an average age of 50 to 54.
Yes.
And certainly in the women, we've had a slightly young combination the last few years. So, because it means that there is that weighing up.
Yes,
do you have somebody a bit younger in the boat? Is there somebody older to even that back out? A few more moving parts for selectors. It's not just who's fastest or the ergos that are best, or what is the boat combination that's best. You've got to consider the age range as well.
Well, yeah, if the fastest crew combination ends up being too young, you can't do much about it.
Well, unfortunately, the decision was made a few years ago to have a women's 8 that was just a little bit too young, and so it meant that a head start had to be given.
Yes.
But because most of the races at the Nationals are not handicapped like that because they're straight age group races, I will contest that unfortunately the bros at that particular regatta did not count accurately. And in fact, our 4 seconds was at the 7-second mark. If you look back at the video, not that we're bitter or, you know, distracted by the numbers like that.
Yes, yeah.
And yeah,
1K
so
race, those seconds count.
those seconds really
Definitely.
count. And in that tight race, so we caught up 4 seconds in the first half of the race, but Queensland did just stay ahead of us by 3 seconds in that second 500. They are held starts at Nationals for the 1,000-metre races, and likewise for our state championships, which will be after the regular Nationals in Lake Barrington. When we have our state champs here, they will be held starts as well with the pontoon move to the 1,000-metre mark. Looks like we've got another race lining up at the 1,000 at the moment, which is the under-16 men's double scull. So
we see a couple of those crews on 45-degree angles. Hopefully the bros will be able to get them all sorted and get them on a nice straight path.
I suppose for some of these lads, they wouldn't have had to particularly organise themselves to get straight at the start.
No,
without a coxswain telling them what to do.
Yeah, it's a bit different in the smaller boats.
But we do have a start here. So we've got Pulteney Grammar number 1 crew in lane 1, Norwood International High in lane 2, St Peter's number 2 crew in lane 3, Adelaide High number 1 in lane 4, Pembroke School, St Peter's College, presumably number 1 crew in lane 6, a Murray Bridge Unley High composite crew in lane 7, and then Pulteney Grammar number 2 combination in lane 8. And I wasn't able to look up at the screen at the same time as I was reading those. Have we got 8 crews out there, or I can only see 6?
I think there has been. You can see online there's a lane 1 scratching of the Pulteney Grammar 1 crew.
Okay, lane 1's not out there at the moment.
And then I think we've got.
Oh no, there we go.
Lane 8 Pulteney
lane
crew
8 are a bit wide
on the far side. I think they're in lane.
They were just a bit wider than our camera was showing.
At the moment.
They are. They are. They'll need to move a bit closer to those buoys before they get to those rocks outside the Lakes Hotel, though. They stick out a little bit surprisingly when we're doing the Round the Island race.
Yeah. The Round the Island, you want to take the kind of fastest course possible.
You do.
If you end up crashing your oars into the rocks, it
doesn't make
slow
it fast.
You down.
It is much harder to steer yourself, I find, where I've only got the boys on one side. I always much prefer to be rowing in a lane proper with boys on both sides. So in terms of leads, it's a bit difficult to pick, but perhaps the St Peter's number 2 crew in lane 3 and the Pembroke crew in lane 5 are in front, although that Pembroke crew in lane 5 are getting awfully close to lane 4 at the moment. They're right on those buoys.
Buoy line at the moment.
And the umpires are going to be encouraging them to move back into the middle of their lane.
They've got it sorted.
And actually,
Lane
that Murray
7.
Bridge composite crew of James Cox from Unley High School and Archer Buick from Murray Bridge, actually, they're probably ahead.
Yeah, I think they've started to pull away here.
Yeah, ahead of the St Peter's College number 2 crew of Madge Sleet and Will Miller.
I think there said to be a bit of steering for a few of the crews going towards boys and having to right themselves, whereas this Unley Murray Bridge composite have been kind of doing their own thing, keeping themselves on the straight and narrow. Well, we've got the Pulteney crew on the far side going for...
All the bros need to pay attention there.
Not paying attention to that one.
Not paying attention to that one. Those boys have stopped very hard.
Thank God they've stopped.
Thank God. Yes, that would have been unpleasant and expensive.
Yes.
But the Murray Bridge Unley High combination crew over on lane 7 have definitely got the lead
comfortable
here.
Lead. Saints crew still pushing.
So Saints number 2, then the Saints number 1. Adelaide High pushing up well in the middle there. Then the Pembroke combination.
Murray Bridge only composite crossing the line in first. St. Peter's in second. We're going to have another St. Peter's crew in third.
Just ahead of
in
Adelaide
fourth,
High.
and Pembroke fifth.
And those
Norwood International for sixth. And Pulteney crews managed to get themselves back out of trouble, and they're back onto the course. So that is the difficulty of the coxless boats. We've got an Adelaide High 8 that's crossing over. I don't think they've realised that Pulteney crew's still in the race, so hopefully they'll stay out of their way.
looks like those Pulteney boys have got that rush of adrenaline that
Yes.
happens when something goes a bit pear-shaped in a race, and you get quite overwhelmed with the adrenaline, and you're able to race remarkably hard after that. It's a whole nother skill set learning to steer a boat
Oh, yes.
when you're going backwards.
On these doubles, they may have the foot steering, which
Or they
I
might
think
not.
at times can do more harm than good, because you focus on what your feet are doing, and the rowing isn't quite as clean as if you just focus on pulling hard on one side rather than the other and steer with your pressure. That seems to help. All right. Looks like our next race is a 1,500 metre schoolboy year 10 coxed quad. Full 8-lane race. Scotch College 1, St. Peter's 2, Scotch College 2, St. Peter's 3, Norwood International, Adelaide High, Unley High, and St. Peter's 1.
Mm. So we've had a start now in race 131, schoolboy year 10 coxed quad scull, sponsored by Nelson Teamwear. Nelson Teamwear is a South Australian company specialising in sourcing, creating and supplying promotional products for sporting teams, businesses, schools and events. Nelson proudly partners with Growing SA and work with our clubs and schools to ensure you get exactly what you and your members want. Support local, support Nelson. Full sweep across the screen there of 8 boats. So in lane 1 we have Scotch College number 1 crew. Lane 2, St Peter's number 2. Lane 3, Scotch College number 2. Lane 4, St Peter's College number 3. Lane 5, Norwood International. Lane 6, Adelaide High. Lane 7, Unley High. And Lane 8, St Peter's College number 1. Looks as though that Unley High crew are out in front at the moment in lane 7. Ahead of the St Peter's College number 2 crew. And the Adelaide High crew. It's a 1500 metre race, so these boys are getting close to the halfway mark. We've gone past the big house with the columns, which is our 1000 metre mark. Very well recognised milestone for all the athletes on the water. It's looking like we still have that Unley High crew in front, ahead of Adelaide High alongside them. So Unley are over the other side in lane 7. You can see their blue blades. Looks like they're perhaps 3/4 of a length ahead of the lads from Unley High. So in that Unley High group, crew, we have Angus Andrews, Blaine Ryan, Anton Evans, Lachlan Twelftree and coxed by Charlotte Hooper. Adelaide High, we have Jasper Eaton, Daniel Jose, Tom Redman, Eddie Sharp and coxed by Nicholas Berganetti, coached by Harrison Lindner. Then it looks like we've got the 2 Scotch crews, perhaps the number 1 crew in lane 1 ahead of the number 2 crew in lane 3. Looks like they'll be battling it out for the 3rd place. But Unley High and Adelaide High over there, lane 7 and 6 respectively. Working hard with that Unley High crew, half a length, 3/4 of a length ahead of the Adelaide High crew. A lot of noise on the beach now. Adelaide High kids yelling their teammates. There's 2 Scotch crews. Looks like the number 1 crew are just ahead of the number 2 crew. Not much in it. This is the schoolboy year 10 quad scull. Unley High are going to be taking that to the line. Dead on a length ahead of the Adelaide High combination. Well battled out, boys. Then the Scotch College number 1 crew will get the 3rd position ahead of the Scotch College number 2 crew. And then we have 3 St Peter's crews, Norwood and Norwood International High, making up the second half of the field, with St Peter's number 1 on the far side, finishing ahead of St Peter's number 3 in the middle of the course, Norwood International, and then the St Peter's number 2 crew closest to the bank. Well rowed, lads, and thank you to Nelson Teamwear for sponsoring that race.
I think I've seen the first of our open men's 8s hitting the water. Getting ready for their race. I think at about 4:10 they're racing. So in about 30 minutes. They'll be hopping on for a bit of an extended warm-up, probably trying to do 4 or 5 kilometres before the race. I was just walking past the bathrooms before and they're all kind of filing in and out Their last minute nervous wheeze before the race.
Nothing like a nervous wee.
Yes. Oh, it's exciting. That one is going to be a very interesting race this year.
So there's only 4 more races for the day, folks. We've got the under 17 women's coxed quad scull in a moment. Then we have the schoolgirl 8, the open women's quad scull, and then the open men's 8. So some pretty exciting races for these final 4 of our big state championship weekend here.
This has got to be the most open men club 8s that I've seen entered. This is the first year I've seen a heat and a final since I've been in the club scene. And yeah, 4 Adelaide University men's 8s and 2 Adelaide Rowing Club men's 8s. So 6, almost a full final of just the club crews. So I think we did have some school crews sneak into that final as well. So it should be kind of the cream of the crop for sure.
Very exciting.
All right, it looks like our next race is underway. So we've got the under 17 women's coxed quad sculls.
In lane 1, we have St Peter's Girls number 1 crew. Lane 2, we've got the Warford number 1 crew. Lane 3, Seymour. Lane 4, Adelaide High. Lane 5, Scotch College number 1. Lane 6, Loretto number 2. Lane 7, Pembroke. And lane 8, Unley High. So these girls went through some heats earlier today. And now there's the final. So I've just been looking through these entries online. There's some pretty familiar names.
And seeing the rest of the open men's eights hitting the water as well now. Lots of nervous faces. I noticed, I think there's quite a few borrowed boats and different sets of oars. I think we got the set of Prince Alfred's sweep oars being used by one of the Adelaide Uni crews.
Mhm.
I think most clubs aren't really kind of equipped to be putting out so many eights at once. I guess it is a good problem to have.
So these under 17 women's cox quad sculls, race number 132, they're coming through the 1,000-metre mark now, halfway through their race. And it looks like the crew on the far side.
Yeah, the Unley High
Looks
crew.
like Unley High.
Really out by about a length over, looks like Scotch College
Scotch
number
in the
one
middle
in the
there.
middle. Not too far behind as well. Pembroke School looking like pretty solid third place.
Quite close with that Adelaide High crew over in lane
Yes.
4, perhaps.
Hmm.
So, but Unley have got clear water. They can see the entire field out before them, behind them. And in fact, that Pembroke crew alongside in the lane next to them, because that's now 3 lengths that have a sense of no contact at all, no longer really able to hear them. Depending on what that coxswain's saying, of course.
Yes, yeah, of course. Sometimes it is pretty useful being able to hear the opposition coxswain. You know, when the other crew is going to try and push through, you can react before they start to make a move.
Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance are sponsoring this event. So their vision is to be the first choice for all plumbing and maintenance needs, known not only for their technical expertise, but also for their integrity, reliability and enduring commitment to the wellbeing of their customers and community. So thank you to Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance for sponsoring this under 17 women's quad scull this weekend. And it's still Unley, isn't
Still
it?
Unley out.
Miles ahead now.
Yeah, very commanding lead over in lane 8. Okay, I think still Scotch College in second place, with Pembroke not far behind. Probably a bit of overlap between second and third, and then back to fourth and fifth.
Which look to be Seymour,
Yes, Loretto and Adelaide
Loretto
High.
and Adelaide. Yeah, and
Yep.
then further back to Seymour,
Yes.
Saints Girls and Walford.
Yeah, as a whole, this field is quite even. Probably only going to be 20 or 30 seconds between first and last place.
I guess we particularly see that where we've had heats and then
Yes,
finals.
Yeah, yes.
It will tend to mean that the final is a closer event. That Unley crew are really sitting up nice and tall. No panic in their rowing. They're able to just take their time a little bit coming forward. The other crews always feel closer than they really are when you're out there, though, don't
Yes,
they?
yeah.
And you're always worried that somebody might be able to do a push and magically gain 6 seconds in an instant.
It looks like they've
But they're
done
looking
more than
they're
enough.
looking good out there.
They
That
just
Unley
keep it
High
controlled.
combination.
Don't do anything too fancy in the last 100 meters, and they should be all good. All right, coming to that last 50, they're pushing it through right to the line. Unley High crossing the line, first place. A couple lengths gap back to Scotch College. Scotchies crossing the line in second.
Then
And,
Pembroke. Another length to Adelaide High, just overlapping.
And Loretto. And another couple lengths back to
Seymour.
Seymour.
Yeah. And then the Saints Girls and Walford crews battling it out to the end here, but I think the Saints Girls will finish just under half a length ahead of the Walford Girls, but well fought all the way to the line.
Good job, everyone.
Congratulations to Unley High for winning the under-17 women's coxed quad scull.
All right, we're back up to the 2,000 meter mark. We have the schoolgirl 8. So we have Seymour College 2, Loretto Marryatville, Wilderness School 2, Seymour College 1, and Wilderness 1.
So Saints girls have scratched out of that one, have they?
Yes, yeah, looks like they have. So just taking us down to a five crew race. Now Seymour and Wildy have been going kind of back and forth all year. It's going to be quite a close one. But this
Last 2 years, arguably.
yes, yeah. I think it will be a bit of a head of the river preview between these two. I got the Unley High crew receiving their medals down the front here. Congratulations to the Adelaide High crew, winners of the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad. Coached by Ethan Mons. All right, and looking back at the drone shot here, we do have Seymour and Wilderness both pulled away from the rest of the field.
They're
And
over in lane
it's-
6 and 7, aren't they? So they're on the other side of the
Yeah,
course
right on the
there.
far side. And then it looks like I think it's the Seymour number 2 crew a couple lengths back. But for a second 8, they're doing a very good job of keeping up with their first crew.
Those girls are going really stroke for stroke at the moment, aren't they? It doesn't look
Yeah.
like there'd be more than a seat or two in there.
No, and
at the
very
moment.
similar ratings. Maybe Wilderness up by about a stroke a minute on the Seymour crew, but both crews very long, strong rowing coming through. About 7:50 to go. So now they've really pulled away from the rest of the field. It's just going to be between those two as we come into the final stages of the race.
Seymour are just looking a bit snappier on those turns at the moment, but it looks as though Wilderness have got a narrow lead, perhaps.
Yeah, really
Perspective
tough.
is tricky.
tough from this angle to make a call.
Yeah.
I think it is well and truly anybody's race as we come into the last 500 metres here between Wilderness and Seymour College for the Schoolgirl 8 State Championship.
In that Seymour boat, we've got Annie McNally, Adelaide Salu, Imogen Johnson, Olivia Pizzaniello, Sasha Humble, Ava Charlesworth, Kira Fogarty, Lucy Pocock, and coxed by Lexi Dennis. And in the Wilderness boat, we have Jess Felstead, Ella Smart, Emily Powers, Isabel Jackson, Millie Entwistle, Alexandra Sandow, Gia Rinaldi, and Imi Hawker, coxed by Chloe Trim.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of coaching a few of those Seymour girls when they were in intermediates a couple of years back. Very hard-working and enthusiastic group. So great to see them going on doing great things in seniors. Now, it does look like Wilderness has maybe inched out to about a canvas lead over the Seymour crew here as we come into the last 250. So you can see both crews starting to up their rate, starting to wind towards the line. I think Seymour is really starting to make a move, reacting to Wilderness pulling out by a metre or so.
Both crews working very hard here. Very competitive race, right from the whistle, so to speak. But it does look like that Wilderness boat have got
absolutely come
about
down
a
to the line.
canvas.
Maybe moving out to about half a length's lead over the Seymour crew. Now, I did notice the Seymour crew's line was a bit wobbly over the last 100 or so metres, so there may be something going on in the boat there because it has been quite a straight line coxed for a majority of the race. This Wilderness crew definitely pulling out to a couple seats lead over Seymour.
They're doing that step 10 for the finish a
Yes,
bit more effectively
exactly.
at the moment. Within the boat, there's normally a focus for 10 strokes or so on catches, finishes, acceleration, just something to think about whilst your body is hurting a lot.
So
3
Wilderness,
seats. Wilderness have got that.
they're gonna take it.
Congratulations to Wilderness. I'm an old Wildy girl, so I'll call that. Well done to Seymour.
Yeah, very close race all the way
Very
from the
close.
start.
Yeah.
And in third place, a very quick finishing Seymour second 8. So Seymour second 8, expertly coached by Sam Walsh. He's doing great things with those girls. They're looking very, very strong, competing usually with a lot of the first 8s from other schools.
And then we've got the Wildy second 8 coming in strongly, a couple of lengths behind that Seymour second 8. And then it's a little bit further back to the 8 from Loretto.
So it'll be very interesting to see that matchup again in a couple of weeks' time at Head of the River. It'll be very interesting. There is still time. Things can change in the last couple of weeks for sure.
Always exciting, though, to win the state championship.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So that race was sponsored by SportsMed. SportsMed are an industry-leading healthcare provider who offer patients access to modern and innovative healthcare. Their SportsMed sports doctors have a special interest in sports medicine and injuries and are experienced in medical conditions affecting people and families of all ages. SportsMed Medical is open 7 days a week with their weekend injury clinic available on Saturdays and Sundays. Undertaking ongoing professional development with the latest research and techniques, their sports doctors are involved with a number of sports clubs and organisations at all levels of competition, providing medical support services. SportsMed sports doctors can accommodate all of your rowing medicals. See their website for details, www.sportsmed.com.au, or contact them on 8362 8111. That was my radio voice, wasn't it? I've never been on, well,
Unnatural.
a couple of times I've been on radio, but I'm not a regular on radio.
All right, we're up to the open events, last 2 races to finish off our day.
Our weekend, indeed.
Yes, yeah. We've got the Open Women's Quad. They're underway about 300 or 400 metres into the race. We've got 2 Adelaide Uni crews and 1 Adelaide crew. So we have the Adelaide Rowing Club crew in the middle with the 2 Uni crews on the outsides. Now, girls in this Adelaide crew and... so the girls in the Adelaide Uni crew, lane 4, they just come off of a victory in the coxed 4. So going from the coxed 4 straight into the open quad. A very tight turnaround for them.
Most of those girls were in the same boat, weren't they?
Yeah, I'll have to look back at the draw from earlier. Yeah, it was at the under 21, I think.
Anya, Emily, Daisy, and Carolyn. So yeah, that's the exact same crew. I think the other boats mostly have older athletes. Although Emmy and Emil,
some experience in the Adelaide crew, and I think they've going to be a bit more fresh than the Adelaide Uni competitors. Looking at the footage at the moment, it looks like one of the Adelaide Uni crews has stopped. Could be some kind of mechanical or another issue. The bros have gone in and checked on them, and the surf lifesavers are heading over now. Hopefully nothing too serious, and they can limp their way to the finish line.
But it looks like that Adelaide Uni combination of Anya Felderhoff, Emily Lang, Daisy Holland, and Carolyn McNally are probably a smidge ahead of the Adelaide combination of Celia Cowan, Anna Collins, Victoria Seidel, and Mika Webb. Mika jumped in one of my boats yesterday. Got to row in a Masters Women's 8 with the Torrens Composite with I think I saw Mika that one. From Adelaide and Colette Barry from Port Adelaide helping us make our numbers. Although apparently we confused our commentating friends up here because we were racing against a fellow Torrens 8 and we were officially all the same age group, all D age group, but we wanted to give the other crew a 10-second head start.
Oh, yeah, I was commentating that one.
You were commentating?
Yeah, that was me.
You and Andrew were both a bit confused as to what was going on there?
I thought there might have been some late changes and didn't have the updated program, and maybe it was a
Yeah.
a kind of difference in the age groups, but
No,
it
so
ended
when
up
we were
being
when
a
we were
good
down at the
handicap.
start, we asked the umpires if they could possibly give the other crew a 10-second head start on us. And I think they were a bit confused at first, thinking we were asking for the 10-second head start ourselves, and saying, no, we are asking, please, if you could count to 10 for us so we can go on 10 and they can go on the go. And they obliged. And it meant that both crews had a much more satisfying race down the course.
Yeah, especially in
Work a bit
races
harder.
where there's not many.
It was
not
only
many
our two
crews,
boats.
just the two of you. Might
Yeah,
as well
it was only the two of us.
try and even it up and have a bit of competition.
Yeah.
I've seen crews do it just off their own accord. Everyone else starts. They sit at the start line for 10 seconds, then go. Sometimes
We figured that was our option,
Yeah.
but our Cox box wasn't working.
oh
And so calls were coming from the 5 seat anyway.
Yeah.
And it was just going to be all a bit too hard to try and work out how to count to 10,
of course.
make a call that we could all hear, possibly while the umpire might have been asking us what on earth we were doing. They obligingly just counted for us.
All right, the Adelaide University crew coming through the 250 metre mark with, I would say, a length or two lead over the Adelaide Rowing Club quad. Now, once again, these girls have just come off of winning the under 21 coxed 4, and then they've hopped straight into the open women's quad. So
It's a pretty satisfying hour, isn't
pretty
it?
good. Yeah, they're going to have sore necks from carrying around all their medals after this weekend.
It's a good problem to have.
Oh, exactly.
This event is sponsored by Fulham Funerals, who I'll talk about in just a moment, because first of all, we should be celebrating these girls as they come down to the final 100 metres or so.
Looking very dynamic off the front.
Aren't they? For
Yeah.
tired legs.
Yeah.
They are looking quite sprightly. Under 21s, you say?
Yeah, to be winning the open category while you're still eligible for under 21s is very impressive.
And then
Yeah,
that Adelaide crew
good.
finishing very strongly as well.
Very
So
good.
that was sponsored by Fulham Funerals. Thank you to Fulham Funerals. They were established in the early 80s by the Grant family. Today, it continues to be run by members of the Grant family, meaning it's one of the few funeral homes that is a South Australian owned and operated family business. Family values are nurtured within their professional team, allowing you the confidence and commitment that only a family touch can bring. They extend their compassion, care, respect, and guidance in your time of need. Our caring family for your family.
There's that radio voice again.
There we go.
Oh, Jamie Grant was my dad's best man at my parents' wedding.
Oh,
So
the
go back a
connections
long
all-
way. They were housemates living down here near Westlakes, I believe. I've heard some stories.
I bet there would have been some stories.
Yes.
Oh, we're getting pointed at now. Hello, Andrew. Oh, and Burnley. It's Burnley alongside him. So the Wilderness First 8 collecting their medals for the Schoolgirl 8 State Championship event. Oh, they've got not matching Crocs this year. Look at that. They're like a row of bridesmaids with different colours.
I'm sure by Head of the River they'll get it all together and
Whoa, their
purchase
thing
some
this
new
year
ones,
might be
maybe.
that they're not all the same.
Oh, could be. Bit of-
Pink hats are jaunty though. Makes them easier to spot out on the water.
Yes, of course. Well, the sky blue Zudi has always been one that's quite easy to see.
Mm.
There seems to be a lot of kind of
A lot of dark.
navy blue and
Yeah,
kind of
navy blue, black bottle
Black,
green.
yes,
It all
yes.
looks similar from up here and from the bank.
You can see that other Adelaide Uni quad paddling down in lane 9, so they must have had some issue, but it seems like it's all sorted. Thankfully,
Yeah.
they're all
Looks
all
like all 4
okay.
of them are rowing, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
You always worry when you see a crew stop. I hope it isn't some sort of medical emergency or injury. These mechanical issues that's a quick fix.
Yeah. The race is perhaps
Yes.
lost, but
Mm.
nothing more. And who amongst us has not lost a race?
I see quite a few dogs around at the moment. The Fernley's Fox Terrier there. I remember back when he coached me the Pulteney First 8 back in 2015 and 16. He had 2 Fox Terriers, and it was Betty and Oswald. I asked him, how do you tell them apart? And he said, oh, Oswald's the handsome one, of course. I think they've unfortunately passed on, but they really brighten our day us rowers down at Westlake. You'd bring them along. All right, it's 4:07, so we've got 3 minutes until the start of the Open Men's 8. There'll be plenty of nervous rowers sitting at that start line. So we've got 7 crews in this final. So Adelaide's second crew, which is actually stroked by Seb Adderton, who now rows for Sydney Uni Boat Club, was an Adelaide Rowing Club boy before he made the move over to Sydney. So he's back in town and stroking the Adelaide 2 crew. Let me go across. We've got Adelaide Uni 4, Adelaide Uni 1, Adelaide Rowing Club, St. Peter's College, Adelaide Uni 2, and Adelaide High. So we've got the 2 in the middle, Adelaide Uni 1 and Adelaide Rowing Club 1.
With Saints number 1 alongside
Saints
as
number 1
well,
yes.
to see how those boys do.
Well, over the last kind of 5-10 years, there's been a few times where the schoolboys have kind of definitely given the club guys a scare. There's the one year where Jed Olschwager and James McRae hopped in with the Saints boys, and
oh, really?
they took out the state champs. So there's a lot of sad club rowers that day.
Also a bit sad to lose to a composite boat.
Yes, yeah, of course.
There's a bit of a sense at state champs that it's truer to be racing in a club crew.
Well, yeah, I think there was a bit of special permission granted to the Sydney Uni Adelaide composite there because Seb was an old Adelaide Rowing Club boy.
It's not his fault he moved.
Not his fault.
Except it was.
I think, moved to study.
Yes. Do you know what he's studying?
No. No. I can't remember. But his father, Greg Adderton's just taken over as the principal at Pulteney Grammar.
All right.
So I've seen him down here last weekend when Pulteney was hosting the regatta, doing some boat christenings. He was around. All right, the racing is underway. Looking down now at the big screen, we've got the drone shot here. So we're about 150 meters in and a pretty dead straight line across the field. I'd say maybe Adelaide 2 and Adelaide Uni 4, slightly off the pace, which we kind of expect. But still, they would be flying, I'm sure. So all crews must have been ready about a minute early. So they've started the race rather than having the boys sitting there for too long.
Certainly when I was out on the water, there was a bit of a crosswind to it. So it was very, very tricky to stay in the lane. So it makes a lot of sense if the boats are all there and ready to go, get it underway. And I'll say again, I'm so impressed at how to time these regattas have been running.
Yeah, very good.
It's a real credit to the Rowing SA team, the bros, but also the organisation that happens up here behind the scenes.
And just the moment we have the medal presentation for the Open Women's Quad, and I think also the Under 21 4. I think they might have combined them. I'm not sure if they grabbed their medals before.
They wouldn't have had a chance to.
They would have been such a rush. So congratulations to the Adelaide University crew.
Actually,
that's-
no, I did see Emily up there. I'm
Oh,
looking
they
at
did.
those smiles. I'm looking at how they're standing and smiling,
Ah,
going,
yes.
no,
No,
I
they
did
did
see
grab their
them. I
medals.
did see them get their
So
medals
that
earlier.
must be the Open Women's Quad medals.
That's
So
it,
it's Tanya
yes.
Felderhoff, Emily Lang, Daisy Holland, Caroline McNally. Congratulations, girls. As we bring our attention back to the screen, we've got the Adelaide 1 and Adelaide Uni crews who have come out definitely clear of the rest of the field. It looks like Adelaide Uni up by about a canvas. So that's the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 4 and Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 5.
We're almost at the halfway point now, so they'd be well settled into the rhythm. Typically, there is a bit of a push through the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, I was talking to a few of the Adelaide boys and they said the race plan was do your first 250 hard like normal, and then in that second 250, pick it up again.
Go harder.
Instead of
Yeah.
settling when the other crews settle, just go for another push.
Yeah.
I know when I raced the Open Men's 8 over the last couple of years, and we've had Alex Hill, that's always been his race plan of
Okay.
come out hard and then
Actually,
when
find
everyone
another
else
gear.
settles, you find another gear, and
Yeah.
after that, it's just hold on.
Yes.
As I think it's
Whether or not you can see anymore.
yes, yes, close your eyes and pull. I think it's
Yep.
Mitch Reinhardt, I believe, stroking the Adelaide Rowing Club crew. So he's just come off of second place at New South Wales State Champs in the Open Men's Single.
Great.
And Oscar McGuinness, also in that crew, was third in the Open Men's Single. So some real pedigree in this crew. It looks like they've probably pulled level with the Adelaide Uni crew. Maybe the Uni crew still out by a foot or two, but you can see the crowd really starting to gather here at the Village Green, looking on at that big screen.
It really is looking stroke for stroke at the
you
moment
can
between
see
those two boats out in front.
A lot of famous faces. You can see James Price there is former club national champion in the club double. So great to see him down supporting the Adelaide boys. All right, as they're coming into the last 500 here, it seems to be dead even. Adelaide may be pulling out now to a canvas lead.
It looks like that. So Adelaide are on the far side.
Uni's making a bit of a push. This is going to be a very, very exciting finish here.
I don't think we're going to be able to call much, are we? Until they're right out alongside of
Yeah,
us.
exactly.
So all of you down there on the bank are going to be able to see.
Everyone's making the move now, watching.
Yeah, everyone's turned
down to
from
the
the
bank.
screen to the bank.
Now
There'll be
with
some noise down there in a moment.
Adelaide Rowing Club winning the Open Women's 8, could they kind of back it up and now we get the Open Men's 8? Or is it going to be shared with Uni? We will see. I think Adelaide Rowing Club still up by maybe that canvas. The crowd's really starting to get into it now.
The drone footage is certainly looking like Adelaide are ahead, but from up here it doesn't look quite so convincing.
Oh. And these boats things can change in a heartbeat. Both crews really picking up the rate. Good, clean, strong rowing. Coxon's willing them on through to the finish here.
This is what club racing is all about, isn't it?
Very exciting.
Right on the line with these two old clubs, Adelaide Uni and Adelaide Rowing Club, fighting it out, dueling for the line.
Oh, yeah. And established 1 year apart, 1881 and 1882. I think there's been a rivalry since. As we see coming down into the last 50 meters here, it is dead even.
Stroke for stroke.
Oh, impossible to call. Uni up by maybe a foot.
Yeah.
As we come into the last couple of strokes, Adelaide Uni have
Possibly
won
Uni.
the Open Men's 8 for 2025.
Congratulations to Adelaide University.
Congratulations, Adelaide University.
That was really all of those final few strokes.
Incredible race. So that is the crew of. Oh, I got the
No,
list.
you need to get your specs out. Oh, I know my specs, certainly. So the Adelaide Uni #1 crew of Hugo Worm. You better do the name.
Yes.
So it starts with
So we got.
because I don't know their first names.
I need to find the first.
This is them. That's them. Josh Felderhoff in the stroke seat.
Yes.
Harry Belcher. Williams, Miller, Boyce, Allen, Wisama, and Worm is what I've got on my program, coached by Alex Worthington. I'm sorry I don't have first names, but the program only gives me first initials. The Adelaide combination of J. Mackay, Isa Rubin, Sam Stunnell, Oscar McGuinness, M. Simpson, Tim Stanton, Alex Holland, and you said it was Mitch Reinhardt.
Mitch Reinhardt in the stroke seat.
in the
there.
stroke seat, coached
Yeah.
by
Couldn't quite
Tim
get it
Stanton
done,
and Darren Potts.
unfortunately.
Well, there'll be a presentation in a moment, but it's been
Yes.
a pleasure commentating with you this afternoon.
Well, thank you, Tori. It's been a pleasure.
Hope you've all enjoyed your day, and it's been a tremendous weekend down here at the South Australian State Rowing Championships. I think who was our premier sponsor? Our platinum partner was Perfect Balance Rowing. So a big, big thank you to Perfect Balance Rowing for your support of SA Rowing, and all of our corporate partners over the weekend: Claridge Constructions, Eastern Equity Insurance Brokers, Fulham Funerals, Nelson Teamwear, Sportsmed SA, Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance, Drake's, Gentle Touch Orthodontics, Phil Hoffman Travel, Phoenix Lending, Tap Electrical, Mosaic Hotel, West Beach Parks, Banner Crew, Concept 2, Nippies, Tucker's Natural, Owens Cassidy Real Estate, Yalumba, and the West Beach Surf Life Saving Club. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support.
Well, yeah, we will have the medal presentation shortly once these crews are pulled in, and we'll have the coxswain being launched into the river as well. So hope everyone can stick around and watch the presentations. The Tori Toogood and Matt Nilsson signing off. Thank you.